Good morning and welcome to Hammertown here in Johnson Valley, California. I am Miles Hasselquist and this is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the qualifying for the 4400 Nitto Race of Kings, the unlimited, the biggest and baddest names in our sport. A 2.5 mile qualifier, fastest goes to the front. Qualifying is going to be super important. Power Hour will be this afternoon, so don't miss a single part of the day. Stay tuned in, and the action's about to kick off.
Good morning and welcome to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. We're here for a day of amazing qualifying here in Johnson Valley. It's going to be the big dogs. It's the 4400 class. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth this morning is none other than Pam Hall. Pam, how are you today?
I'm doing amazing, Jim. It's going to be an awesome day, like you just said. We have qualifying. We have a lot of heavy hitters in this 8 o'clock hour. So the weather is gorgeous out there. The dust hopefully won't be too bad out there. We're going to get some moisture before race day. But right now, here we are in the booth getting ready to start our qualifying at 8 a.m.
Absolutely.
Brian Reed taking
and
off
I'm looking down at my list here, and the names that just jump off the page and people that we have coming up almost straight away are absolutely remarkable. Names that come from history. Names that come from... how should I put this? The greatest drivers that we have out there. It's still early, we'll get there. But looking down on my list, in the first group we have Andrew McLaughlin, we have Cole Clark, we have Christopher Branson and Max Gordon. Let's not forget, Cole Clark actually qualified first in this class a couple of years ago and then couldn't race because his car didn't meet technical regs. So it's going to be great to see what Cole can do out there today. Christopher Branson, last year we actually saw him qualifying first in one of our regional races. So it's going to be exciting to see what the man from USD Sticky Tires can do out there on this course today.
Yes, exactly. It's going to be exciting, as we keep saying, but our first off the line will be the number one of 416 of Brian Reed here in just a moment. We will be going hot and live at 8 a.m.
Yeah, and we're waiting for the action to start here. First off the line, I think, is going to be Brian Reed. It's in the car 416. And we are literally only moments away. In fact, that's the 88 car that we can see there.
Yes,
and that will be Mark Welsh, but we'll come to him in a minute. Now, that Mark Welsh car is a very interesting vehicle. We'll talk more about that in a minute. But I want to see who's actually on the start line. It should be Brian Reed, but we'll cut to that in a minute. Then sitting behind it in car number 60 is Chad Owens, and behind him will be the 4493 of Andrew McLaughlin. Now there's a name that jumps off the pages at me. We've seen so many wonderful qualifying runs from Andrew over the years. This is the man who rolled his car end over end, landed back on his wheels and continued. And there we are. That is the 416 there of Brian Reed.
Yes, Brian Reed with Michael Mills running shotgun with him with Monkey with a Knife Racing. They are out of Houston, Texas. They are out here just having fun, looking for a finish. They came from road racing background, and this is Jason Scheer's old car.
Yeah, Monkey with a Knife Racing. You get exactly what they say is on the tin, that's for sure. Looking forward to seeing these guys hitting the track this morning. Great looking car.
Yes, they've been out here doing their homework, doing their practice. Now Brian Reed's daughter is also racing in our UTV class, so that's really exciting for her as well.
Yeah, just looking down here, that looks like a Get Bent Fab car to me. Have we got info on that?
Going by my notes here.
It's Jason Scheerer's old car, so
yes.
In fact that's a Fishmouth Fab car. So there we are.
Yes, I can't even talk. Fishmouth Fab 2-seater IFS Bronco LS 427 with a Reed transmission in that. And Brian Reed out here, you know, a couple years ago, don't want to bring this up, but a couple years ago, he was one of those drivers that had to have their car taken out of the rock racing, and it was actually helicoptered out. But Brian Reed and Michael Mills racing in the 416, again, out of Houston, Texas. All right, we will be taking that green flag here in just a few moments.
We will indeed, and there is 416 on the start line right now. That is Brian Reed with Monkey with a Knife Racing. And if you're just joining us, good morning and welcome to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. We are 5 seconds away from the start here at the qualifying session for the 4400s. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, any moment now. And there we go. Our first car is off the line here in Hammertown.
All right, they are doing a 3.5-mile loop. It is the same qualifying loop that we have been on the past couple days. And Jim, you have personally been on that qualifying loop as of yesterday.
Indeed. Yes, now let's talk about that, because out here, this first part of the track here, it's very rough, it's very rutted. There are multiple lines. We saw Brad Lovell yesterday cutting out to the right there to try and get a clean line. And I think we're going to see more cars doing that. As you come down to this area here, it suddenly swings violently to the left. You come up the hill, got to be very careful not to tap a tyre as you come over the top of the crest, drop down into the other side, and you come into the cross grain. Now, out through here, this is where the T1 trucks and our T2s were racing during our desert challenge, and it's really beaten up. So you've got to keep it together. There's lots of little landmines on the sides of the tracks, and they're just wanting to reach out and grab those tyres and take them off you.
And let's talk about this section. This section right here is the one where I say is probably one of the most roughest sections out there on the race course. And right there, that rock, that was a gotcha rock for a lot of racers yesterday.
Yeah, that finished a lot of people's qualifying sessions, and it's going to do the same thing today. Guaranteed there's going to be people out there tagging tyres. But let's talk about tyres. This is the 4400 class, so it's unlimited racing. So most of the tyres that these guys are racing on are race specific. That means they have stiffer sidewalls, stronger sidewalls, tougher tread patterns, and they also have a sticky compound as well to make it easier to drive up the rocks. So we shouldn't see quite as many flat tyres as we have been seeing, but that is certainly going to be part of the game. And if any of our top boys get a flat tyre, well, it's going to put them near the back of the pack, that's for sure.
That is for sure. And yes, the flat tires yesterday were mainly in that front driver side, and we will see, hopefully, like you're saying, not as many flat tires today. But Brian Reed, I'm not sure if Brian Reed is actually qualifying or if that is Michael Mills in that driver's seat, but they are a team that are running. I'm getting some information. Brian is actually in the driver's seat there.
Yeah, Brian's looking nice and smooth here. Just keeping it together, and you can see that suspension really working hard as these guys are going out there. Now, it's worth noting, this is a qualifying run. Now, we've seen in the past lots of people, they'll be stripping their cars down for qualifying, they'll be taking spare tyres off the back, they'll be running lighter loads in their fuel cells. But are they going to do that out here? Most of the tuning that is done for these vehicles is done at full race capacity. That means loaded tanks, fully go on with tools, fully on with spares. And this is a rough course, so you want your perfect trim for racing out there. So I think most of the cars are going to go out there in full battle dress. Now we're going to be running 2 cars at a time on course. And in race ops, they'll just be waiting until the car gets to a safe place before they release the second vehicle onto the track. But we're watching Brian now as he makes his way up through trapdoor. They'll be coming on shortly to the drop drone, which is a suicide drop down to the left. It's a blind crescent. You cannot see a thing as you approach it. Multiple lines down there, and it's up to you to try and pick the one that works best for you. In this section here, it becomes very rutted out, very, very soft. You have to really lay down the power. But again, there's more rocks on the side of the track, so you have to be super careful. Then you drop down into that little gully, and there's a full throttle assault out the other side there. You can see Brian really chucking down the power as he makes his way up to the drop zone. And
So
this
Jim,
is it here.
Jim, what do you think the time is going to be for our fastest qualifier today for our 4400?
Ooh, now that's very interesting. Well, we saw Carl Cheney laying down that incredible run in the 4900s the other day.
I believe it was a 7:26.
It's a 7:26. I think that's going to be very difficult to beat. But you know what? I think it can be done. And I think we've got cars out there and talent out there that are capable of doing that. It won't be by much. I'm going to say it's going to be a 7:23.
Well, and let's talk about Kyle Cheney. He will be out here qualifying as well because he is racing in our 4400. So is he going to jump back door again to try to beat his time the other day?
Well, this is the
That
interesting.
is the question.
Yeah, now I believe he has 2 cars. I believe he's got a 4400 specific Can-Am, and he's also got a car that he's racing in 4900 as well. So be interesting to see. Right, key part of the course here. Going out to Resolution. That's the rock that I tagged yesterday. He got past that one nicely, so that's all good.
Can we call that the Jim Rock?
Yeah, we're going to have to, I'm afraid. But this is, as he picks his way through, it's very, very loose, and there are many little rocks there that can just cut you. And as you come over the top here, into Resolution, there are multiple lines that you can take. Now, Brian's coming around that side. Now, the favoured line for me for the 4400s is exactly this line, straight down the middle. over the top of the crest and down in. That is super fast. But I think you're going to see people taking different variations of that today. But for me, that's the line you want to be on.
Exactly. You're completely correct on that, because we were talking about this yesterday. If you take the left or the right, you kind of have to maneuver around. Going straight over, it is a little bit of a drop, but with the larger tires, it doesn't really matter for these guys.
Absolutely. And on course in the bottom right of our screen, we can see Mark Welsh. Interesting little vehicle, this.
Yes, Mark Welch is out of Folsom, California with Welch Racing. It's a custom-built Polaris. That's what he started as, with an XP 1000. He completely rebuilt it in his garage. He put a turbo in it in 2022. He got first place at Moab in 21 and 22, first at the Stampede in 22, first at Visions, and in 2022 he was our national and West champion.
Yeah, it's great to see him back out here racing with us. Now, he's been a little bit quiet last year, so it's good to see him out here. Had some problems, if I remember rightly, on the course. But Brian Reed is still picking his way down through Resolution. Now, interesting, at the bottom of Resolution, they can split. They can either take what they're calling the bypass line, or they can take the line that takes them down through back door. You have a choice. Now, this is the split. Where's he going to go? He's taking on back door. So dropping down into the infamous trail. And what's he going to find down there? He's going to find 2 waterfalls and lots of sharp rocks.
And if we want to look at this, yesterday's qualifying, Sean Reisky ended up getting a flat tire, but ended up getting stuck, and it really got it rutted out at the bottom of the bigger drop here that he is getting ready to go into. So we'll see. No problem at all for Brian Reed.
No, he makes that very smooth indeed. This isn't going to be a pace-setting lap. This is going to be sort of a mid-pack lap we're watching here. But it's solid, and that's what people want right now. They just want to get to the finish, put it together. Now that's interesting, he's taken that other line there. That's not a much used line. Usually everybody takes the left line and then wants to launch across. I was talking to some of the 4400 class drivers, and they were saying that big launch that you saw, there's going to be lots of guys sending it off of there. There's nothing the other side apart from sand, there's no rocks, so they're saying we're going to hit that hard and we're going to jump the whole thing.
Now Brian Reed is setting a good pace right now. We'll see his time here in just a minute, because he's getting ready to come up over the Bronco Arch, and he'll be entering into the short course here momentarily.
Yeah, I'm guessing this is going to be somewhere between 9.5 and 10 minutes, which would have been a very fast run yesterday, but these are the 4400s. This is unlimited off-road racing.
It'll be interesting, because yesterday it took about 2 minutes, well, roughly about 1 minute and 5 seconds actually, for our EMC class to, once they entered through the Bronco Arch, to get to the finish line. So it'll be very interesting to see how long it will take our 4400s today to do that.
Yeah, now Brian's really picked up the pace. I think he suddenly found, I like short course, and lays down the pedal as he comes into it. Great stuff here, I love this.
He only has a couple more turns, but down here we do have Mark Welch in that drop drone area.
Yeah, he's actually coming up the back now into the wash, this is the back entrance towards Resolution. I love that car. Brian Reed's vehicle is absolutely awesome. So synonymous with winning here at King of the Hammers in the hands of Jason Scherer. Oh, look at Mark Welsh putting this car to work. Oh, big handstand there as he comes up over the rocks. But you're going to have to be committed. If you want to get anywhere on this qualifying table today, you're going to have to leave it all out there on the course. We have so many heavy hitters out there on track.
So Mark Welch just took a little bit of a different line. You can see the tracks on the right-hand side, but he took a left-hand line, but he did still go over that middle line that you were talking about. And Brian Reed just now came through. He has an 8:38.333, so great run by Brian Reed.
Yeah, what was his time, sorry?
8:38.333.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he absolutely smoked it. We always say smooth is fast, and that was very fast. Great time there. And that really lays down on what we can start to expect today.
Exactly, and now we do have Chad Owens in the number 60, has taken the green flag. He's out of Pennsylvania with Owens Racing at Owens Engineering Chassis LSX 454. He said after racing Line Mountain for more than 20 years, he decided to finally step it up to Ultra 4.
So Chad Owens in there in the top of our screen.
All right, Mark Welch is inside of Resolution, still running strong. He is definitely taking it a little bit easy in there, as we all should, because of all the large rocks that will fall down or bust the tires.
See, I was just about to say the exact opposite. I was just watching there thinking he's really smoking down through that bit, but there we go.
Well, he's been running a great pace. I mean, he obviously does not have the larger tires as our other vehicles do because he is in that custom-built Polaris. But Chad Owens right in the cross grain hill. He made his way out of that really rough section. I was talking to some drivers yesterday, and in that section that right as you enter the desert section after taking the green flag, it's such a rough section right there. The big old huge whoops, like we were talking about, the rocks that are in the middle of the course, so you really have to take it easy.
Yeah, it's got to be so careful of that all the time. And just watching Chad Owens there making his way through. It's a custom frame there that he's made himself, but very, very similar to the Miller frame in visuals. But Mark Welsh now is really putting down a pace, coming back in towards Hammertown. But right now it's about Brian Reed, who laid down that really solid time there of an 8:38.
All right. You think Mark Welsh is going to beat it?
Actually, do you know what? It's going to be very, very close indeed. I thought Mark Welsh is actually laying down a very good time here.
Yes, as you see him coming down, going to make that right-hand turn right up over the Bronco arch.
Now, normally we get out our unofficial stop clock and we start doing split times, but I haven't started that this morning. It's a little early. A little bit too soon for multi-functioning.
Oh,
but Mark Welsh coming on down
soon.
through our Bronco arch now, into the short course. Now this short course is extended this year, punches right back into the desert, up towards Schulbus, before sweeping back round and coming down towards turn 19, made famous by Tim Hurst, who managed to roll there twice.
In the same weekend.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to own it properly. Now I like this line that Chad Owens is taking off at the top there of the drop drone. And now I believe this is, what's this got? Terhern's Tumble, I believe Miles named this yesterday.
What, did he name it Turns Tumble?
No, Terhern. Is it Jonathan Terhern? He rolled the car down
gotcha.
there.
I thought you said turns. All right, right now Mark Welch is at 8:08, and he is getting ready to enter into the Can-Am corner, also known as Talladega turn.
Yeah, the Can-Am Talladega. We'll mix it up a bit. So he's coming round now. He's got one more jump. This is a fast time here from Mark Welsh. What's he got?
I don't know. I'm hiding it from you. Let's see. Oh, he just took the number one spot by 10 seconds in 8:28.248.
8:28. Now, it just shows, doesn't it, how fast all these cars are getting now. It's absolutely remarkable.
Wow. So 10 seconds.
But so can somebody take a minute off of that time? I mean, realistically, you're going to have to be really smoking to be getting down below that.
Well, I mean, Kyle Chaney was a 7:26.
Exactly,
though,
that's what I'm saying. It's remarkable. Just think about the speed that he was carrying. So Chad Owens there. Is he taking that centre line? No, he's not. He's kind of not really taking any line. He's just sort of made his own up coming through there. But it worked well for him.
But I think you're right. The faster line is taking through the middle. We do have the 44.93 of Andrew McLaughlin right there.
Oh, no. Looks like Andrew has got some issues there. Either that here or he's going for the slowest time of the day.
And that is that rough section that we were talking about. Well, it looks like he might be trying to switch into a different gear or something.
Yeah. Oh, tough break there for Andrew. Andrew with the Let's Roll Off-Road team. Sponsored by Nacho Lights. Now, Andrew is used to drama on the prologue course. Exploding rocks, rolling cars end over end. You name it, he's done it. Went from a solid axle car to an IFS car, and now he's back with a solid axle car, which is his preferred in the rocks.
Well, and he's now moving again, and Andrew is out of Mesa, Arizona. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 straight axle. His first Ultra 4 race was at King of the Hammers in 2009.
He's been out here a very long time indeed, and he's pulled to the side of the track. So, tough break there for Andrew.
Maybe a power. It looks like his lights went off.
I agree with that. It looked like he was trying to do a power reset or something. Some of his lights are coming back on, then going back off. I think he might have a kill switch issue there.
Well,
tough break for Andrew. Well, it looks like he's going to carry on again, so we'll see.
Hopefully it gets all fixed, and he'll be good for race day if it doesn't have any more issues going through the rest of his qualifying course.
Indeed, and Chad Owens coming on down into back door. So we haven't seen any of our first three take the bypass line yet. And there was a lot of talk about this yesterday. Is the bypass line as fast as back door? And we saw Brent Harrell yesterday coming into second position, having taken the bypass line.
Well, and he doesn't let up. He's always pedal down. So.
Exactly. And these big cars have vast amounts of power and vast amounts of suspension. So can they put that to work on the bypass line? And I think we're going to see some of our top boys taking on the bypass line, looking for that fastest time. I think it's going to be very exciting.
But what do you think the reasoning for taking the bypass line will be? To try to save their car just a little bit more?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a certain amount of pressure put on you to jump back door. And there's going to be guys there who aren't keen on doing it. We were talking about this last night and this morning. If you're Raul Gomez or Jason Scherer, are you going to jump back door? Probably not. Although this could be the first year that we see Jason Scherer not on the pole for that very reason.
I was just thinking I would suspect they would both probably jump back door.
I think they would if it was, all the be-all and end-all, but they're thinking about the main race. And these guys have got the power to get in front and the talent to get in front of other people. And I don't think they'll be too worried if there's one or two cars in front of them. Although I know that Jason would love to keep his record of being the fastest qualifying here at King of the Hammers.
I agree with you on that.
And that's where strategy comes in. I would not be at all surprised to see Jason take that bypass line later today.
And we do have Chad Owens just now going through the Bronco Arch, going to make that left-hand turn to enter into the short course.
Yeah, and it looks like Andrew McLaughlin has left his problems behind him and is charging on into the desert. So come on then, Pam, it's early in the day. You have time to change your opinions later. But who is going to be our fastest qualifier here?
Ooh, I don't know.
There's so many heavy hitters, so many great qualifiers. Brian Crofts, Lauren Healy, Jason Scherer, Raul Gomez. All of these guys are capable of putting it on top of the box in qualifying.
I have to, after watching Kyle Cheney the other day set that time down, I know he's in a different car, but setting the fastest time down, yes, on our UTV day, I would like to say him, but I'm not going to give up on Lauren Healy. Lauren Healy has that iconic jump off of
absolutely.
Means Butte over here.
He broke the internet the other year. Breaking the internet this year is Kyle Cheney, but I'm going to give you another name. Somebody who's not been doing so great so far, and he's got a point to prove. That's Paul Wolff.
Oh, Paul Wolff.
He's had 3 qualifying runs and failed to finish all 3 so far. I'm expecting great things from that man later on today.
But we have to give it up for Miss Bailey Campbell too. She's been doing her homework as well. I'm rooting for Bailey. We need our first Queen of the Hammers out here, but she's a good qualifier as well.
Oh, she is indeed. And on track right now, it's AK Watley in that Bronco car made by Triton Engineering. Absolutely awesome looking vehicle this. AK Watley came back into Ultra 4 racing last year.
Yes, he is out of Winchester, Virginia with Chaos Motorsports. He has Brad Goodfellow with Warren Racing riding shotgun with him. He's in a Triton Engineering 2C IFS Bronco. His first race was at Havasu 2023, and he is a part of our 2024 King of the Hammers rookie program.
Yeah, as a rookie coming in here with a car that is the sister to Vaughan Gittin Jr.'s, that's not a bad gig, is it?
Right. It's obviously, you can see that it's I say it's a teal color. He has a specific color for it. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it is definitely an iconic vehicle out here.
Not quite green, not quite blue.
No, it's, I can't remember what he called it was.
It's a very striking vehicle, and we like that because it makes it easily identifiable for us in the booth. So great to see AK out there. Now, AK, we watched him racing in Havasu, and you were there with me, and he really laid down good pace. I mean, for his first time in that car, it was astonishing. So excited to see what he can do here at King of the Hammers.
But let's give it up for him. This isn't his first time racing. Like they do drifting, and they have all kinds of stuff back home, and a whole track that they have with all of the drift cars and all of the off-road stuff that they do. So AK Watley, I don't put it past him to be one of our great qualifiers today, but let's see, we do have Chad Owens came through with a 9:28.422.
Yeah, absolutely, but Andrew McLaughlin stopped now back in resolution. So it looks like he's still got power issues there. You can see the lights flickering. You can only guess that it might be some kind of power distribution issue. As AK Watley comes down through the Tehern tumble.
Oh, wow.
Look at this, putting that IFS to work.
He is on it.
Now-
He's going for it.
Now this is 4400. It's unlimited. That means we're going to see vehicles with solid axles. It means we're going to see vehicles with IFS. IFS is independent front suspension. That's what we're seeing on AK Watley's car. But we're also going to see cars out there like Mark Walsh's vehicle. That also has IRS, which is independent rear suspension. If you can dream it, you can race it.
Exactly. We heard some engine sounds in the background. I believe we have another one that took off the line, but right now we have AK Watley on the screen. Andrew going up the backdoor drone area.
Yeah, no, Andrew has taken the bypass line here, so this is the first of our drivers to take the bypass line. So he makes his way out into the desert there, round the delineator, and then heads on back towards the bottom of back door.
And with him having the issues that he's having, obviously with some kind of power, that's probably the smarter line to take, because if he was to have an issue right here, you know, he's not plugging up the trail. He's still able, you know, riders or drivers are still able to go around him.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he's thinking about that, if I'm honest, Pam.
Right?
I think he's just making the line that's best for him. But I do like your school of thought. So AK Watley right now in resolution. This is one of the few places that the drone really doesn't show the severity of it. It is a really big drop as you're coming on down through this trail. This is a V gully that drops down a very acute angle. And AK just making this look very easy indeed. You've got a nice solid pace coming through there. As Andrew McLaughlin on our bottom screen makes his way and will be coming through the Bronco Arch at any moment.
And let's talk about Andrew really quick. Instead of, you know, having the issues and pulling off, he continued on, because we will have some people that will be DNFing. So it's a very good strategy to try to push forward, never give up. But AK Watley's elapsed time right now is at a 5:50. He is in resolution. So we'll see if he will be able to make up some time and get up top there with Mark Welch.
Yeah, got 116 runners and riders today in the 4400. Oh no, it looks like he's coming to a stop again. Nope, picks it up again. On, off, on, off. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Ultima Batteries. This is the qualifying session for the big guns. This is the 4400s. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Pam Hall. How you doing, Pam?
Wonderful. We're out here watching our Nitto Race of Kings qualifying, so I'm doing amazing.
Now, if you're watching, you'll see that Andrew's got a number board. There's white there with black numbers on it, and AK Watley's is white with red numbers. So what does that mean? Oh, did you see that? He just jumped down through back door.
I wouldn't put it past him to do that, and he just did.
No, he just did. So that's the first of our cars to jump back door. Right, gauntlets down, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going to see some real racing down through there, guaranteed.
So you were talking about the numbers right before he just jumped down back door. The red numbers mean that they are a rookie. So any of the racers that have the red number, the white backing with the red numbers on it, that means they are in our rookie program out here for King of the Hammers.
And he's not driving like a rookie, is he?
No, he's not.
This is absolutely fantastic stuff from AK Watley. And you can imagine all over Hammertown right now, the jungle drums are booming.
All right, in our bottom right-hand screen, that is the 308 of James Mahoney. James Mahoney is out of Colfax, California with Mahoney Racing. And his first Ultra 4 race was with us at the Fallon 250 in 2016.
Yeah, James Mahoney, no stranger to King of the Hammers. Great to see him back out here.
All right, so here we have AK at 7:47 going through the Bronco Arch. Can he make it around and beat the 8:28 lap time? So here's where we can do our time splits of how long it takes to get from that Bronco Arch down to the finish line.
Just had one of our co-hosts, Ian Johnson, come in the booth, go into his bag, pull out some welding rods, look at me and go, I'm going to go weld someone's car, and disappear again.
And then he'll be up here in the booth here in just a little bit.
Oh, look at this, AK Watley. He's got a left rear flat, or right rear flat, sorry.
But you know what? He's almost finished, and you know he's not going to let up. And that we were talking about this yesterday. It's better to have a flat on the rear than the front because it doesn't mess with your steering, but it does mess with your powering through these turns.
Tell me about it. Yeah, now also think you'll see most of the teams out here are going to be running what are called liners inside the wheels. So years ago they were allowed to use tyre balls, which was a total tyre inflation device. Those were banned a few years ago, but they are allowed to have an inner, which has to be a certain height, which will give them the benefit of being able to just run on a flat tyre for a little bit longer. Some people love them, some people hate them, but a lot of cars out here will be using them.
So AK just came through with an 8:52.839. That puts him in that number 3 spot.
Yeah, out on track right now, that is Glenn Page at 4.64. And you can also see he has a red number board, which means that he's one of our rookies. Over 64 rookies in our rookie program this year, which is astonishing.
Yes, it is. And he is out of Ontario, Canada with Northern Force Racing with a Get Bent Fab solid axle chassis with LS3. His first race as a driver with Ultra 4 was at Visions in 2023. And like you just said, he's a part of our King of the Hammers rookie program for 2024.
Yeah, if you don't know what the rookie program is, it's really worthwhile looking into. It's a fantastic opportunity. I don't know another motorsport that offers this. Basically, if you join our rookie program, you get access to all of the top drivers and all of the top teams who'll give you all the hints, and they also come out here to Johnson Valley for training, how to use winches, how to read lines, how to look at the trials. It's an astonishing program and great to see, and another reason why I just love Hammers Racing.
Well, and let's talk about that too. I mean, they come out here and get all of that kind of training and everything, but they also have people like Lauren Healy and Jason Scherer. They come out and they talk with them about all of their racing and their experience as well.
Yeah, we just watched Jake Mahoney come down there. He's got another right rear flat. So he's just clocked to 1. But the most interesting thing about that, did you notice as he dropped down into back door, there's a real hold starting to develop on that right-hand line?
Yes, and I believe that started yesterday with Sean Reisky whenever he had his flat tire on the front and his tires were just spinning, and he ended up having to get winched out of that spot. So it's definitely getting deeper in there, so they'll have to be thinking about that whenever they're dropping down that last ledge.
Yeah, so the tire attrition is starting to take its toll. So we've seen 2 cars come in so far with flats. And at the moment that is the 4.64 there at Glenn Page.
James Mahoney is putting down a good time. He's at a 6:55 right now, getting ready to go up into the Bronco Arch.
Yeah, he's keeping it tidy even with that flat tire. Takes that alternate line. Oh, he cuts really hard to the left. Look at that. Now, this is the line that Miles Hasselquist was talking about yesterday.
Now, taking that line right there, it doesn't set you up exactly quite good for entering into that short course, as you just saw, that he had to check up quite a bit. So it might have hurt his time just a little bit taking that line, but he is now into the short course. But it does look like he has that right rear flat for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Does look like you might have a liner in there of some description. You can see how the tyre, although it's flat, it's still holding a little bit of air, which would suggest the liner is in place. So James Mahoney is going to be coming in to complete his run. Single seat vehicle. And that's the other thing that's worth noting here. All the vehicles out here, there's so many different vehicle configurations. If you want to run with a passenger and have 2 seats in the vehicle, you can. If you want to run single seat, you can. It's all about what works best for you.
Well, James Mahoney's time, I think he might have just took over the lead. He did with an 8:08.382, so awesome run by James Mahoney, coming in with that number 1 spot, even with that rear flat.
Yeah, it just shows you the pace of these 4400 class cars. I mean, they're decimating the times we saw yesterday from the Everyman Challenge.
Yeah, exactly. That's an awesome time by him. So let's go through our top 5 as we sit right now. We do have James Mahoney in that number 1 spot.
Yeah, in second is Mark Welsh.
And in that 3rd position, the 416 of Brian Reed.
And in 4th is AK Watley.
And then the fifth position, Chad Owens.
And in 6th, we saw him having troubles out on track, and coming in with a 10:58 was Andrew McLaughlin.
But we do have Glenn Page out on course, one of our rookies. We do have another driver that took the green flag. I believe that is the 726 of Dennis Sterndahl.
Yeah, that does look like Dennis's car there. That's also a vehicle from Fishmouth Fab.
And he is from Santa Barbara, California with SEI Racing. He's in a Get Bent Fab 2C IFS chassis. And his first Ultra 4 race was at King of the Hammers 2020.
I'm going to apologise to Keith for that one, because the Fishmouth is very similar. Then it got taken on by Keith at Get Bent, and he makes these cars. So sorry, Keith. I will get it right. Okay, as we continue here with the action at the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. This is the qualifying for the big guns, the 4400. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you're on premium, you'll stay with us. If not, we will see you in 2.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yeah, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Well, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Box on top of the box, baby.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, get it done, Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Good morning and welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. We are in Johnson Valley, California, which is around about 3 hours east of Los Angeles. And we are here for the qualifying session of the 4400s. These are the biggest and best race cars we have out here. And right now, it is the 464 of Glenn Page coming into our short course to complete our 3.5 mile qualifying lap. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth this morning is Pam Hall. Pam, how are we doing?
Amazing as usual. Again, out here at King of the Hammers is amazing to always come to. I always tell people, you know, they say it's on their bucket list to come here, and I'm like, don't wait, just keep going, or just come on.
Just get on out
come
here.
Join us.
It feels like half the world's out here joining us already. The size of Hammertown is just remarkable.
All right, Glenn Page just came through with a 464 of 9:22.219, puts him in that number 5 position.
Yeah, that's a solid run there. But looking at these sort of times, I mean, you're going to have to be down into those 8-minute times if you want to be inside our top 20 or even our top 30 today. It does look that way.
Yes.
Dennis Sterndale now coming down through Resolution in the Get Bent Fab car.
And up in the top left is Jonathan Dawes in the 4417.
We're getting some whoops in the crowd there for Jonathan, so that's all good.
I heard that too. Jonathan Dawes with Corey Day riding shotgun and the 4417 out of Mooresville, Indiana, with Dirt Weapon Off-Road and a Trent Fab chassis. Raced 2013 to 2017 and made a comeback last year in 2023.
Yeah. It's amazing to believe that we've had 18 years of racing out here at King of the Hammers.
I know. How many years have you been coming here, Jim?
My first time here was in 2013.
Okay.
And they haven't got rid of me yet.
I don't think that we will, ever.
I don't know.
So we have 15 cars that'll be qualifying in our 8 o'clock hour.
Yeah, there's so much great action, but let's just talk about what is my favourite. I love this. It's Power Hour at 3 p.m. today, and what a stacked field we have. We have Waylon Cameron, Cameron Steele, Paul Herschel, Bailey Campbell, Paul Wolff, Brian Crofts, Lauren Healy, Erik Miller, Shannon Campbell, Jason Scherer, Josh Byler, Randy Slauson, and last year's king, Raul Gomez, all looking for that top qualifying spot. And you can't see that top qualifying spot is going to come from anywhere else other than Power Hour, although there's some other guys out there who are going to be trying desperately hard.
Yes, you never know. I mean, we do have the young Darian Gomez coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, and he's one that's pushing to try to get up there and be on the podium with his family as well. So we do have Chase Caprar also in the 10 o'clock hour. So we've got a lot of heavy hitters coming up. Max Gordon will be the 15th racer to take the green flag this morning in our 8 o'clock hour. So that's going to be very awesome to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Then we're going to have Marcus Gomez out there. Then we've got Hunter Miller who's going to be putting it up on people. Let's not forget Levi Shirley, Jordan Pellegrino, Kevin Stearns and that amazing Triton engineering machine. There are so many people out who can really lay it down and do something very special indeed. It's I cannot wait.
There is a name that you have not mentioned this morning, and I have not either.
Go.
Erik Miller.
Ooh, yes. No,
Erik
I just
Miller?
mentioned him. He's
Oh,
in
you
Power
did?
Hour.
Oh,
yes.
I wasn't listening to you.
No. It's not the first time, Pam.
Oh, goodness
it's
gracious.
not the first time. Right, that's the 417 there. Jonathan Dawes making his way down the drop, or the turn tumble, as Miles likes to call it, as Dennis Sterndale comes on through and also takes that left-hand line through the Branco Arch.
Again, that's very interesting to take that because it doesn't set you up quite right to enter into that short course, so you do have to let up just a little bit. Yeah. But James Mahoney did, and he has the fastest lap right now of 8:08.382.
Yeah, now that was sun run there from James Mahoney, particularly when you consider that he had a flat rear tyre.
So we've had, 3 cars now with flat tires so far this morning.
Now, I took a guess earlier and said that 7:23. Let's see what people can do. That is a very, very fast time indeed. All right, let's see if somebody can get there.
I didn't even do a guess.
Come on, give me a time. What are you going to guess?
You're saying 7:23.
I'm going to go 7:23.
Cade was 7:26 in the UTV. It's hard.
It's
I'm
only
going to say
numbers.
7:19.
It's only numbers, Pam.
7:19.
7:19, okay. I'm going to write that down because I will forget.
Perfect. All right. Let's see if we have a time. Dennis came through with a 9:21.632, sitting in that number 5 spot.
Solid is
Solid
the word
run.
you ought to use for that. And Jonathan Dawes now coming down through Resolution.
And Jonathan right now is at a 5:40 mark.
And we've got Joshua Batsky out on track right now. Just making his way through the cross grain. And this is so rutted out.
Yes, Joshua Bashi out of Orangeville, California with Havoc Racing. His first King of the Hammers was in 2016. So he's been racing out here with us for quite a while.
Oh, I'm loving this drone view. Look at this. He's getting right down tight into the rocks. And now you can see the size of these rocks. And you can get an appreciation of the drop these cars are making as they make their way down through Resolution. Fantastic stuff here from our production team. Let's not forget, we are absolutely in the middle of nowhere, in the Mojave Desert out at Johnson Valley, California, and bringing these incredible images. So thank you so much for our huge production crew for being able to do this and bring you all the action from the greatest rock race in the world. Now, as he picks way down through Resolution, let's not forget he has that split. Is he going to go left or is he going to go right? I think a majority of our cars today will take compact door.
I think you're correct on that. I don't know why they wouldn't. We did see one already go through taking the bypass.
Yeah, Andrew McLaughlin was our first car to do so today.
Yes.
But AK Watley just made backdoor look so easy, didn't he? I mean, it was like it didn't exist. Okay, now we've got another one taking on the bypass line here.
I was talking to AK yesterday, and he had not practiced he hadn't gone out and ran the qualifying loop at all. So he was watching the qualifying very carefully to see what the lines were that the racers were taking, and just doing his homework on it and everything. And I told him, I was like, just be smooth. You're going to do great.
And he did. He listened to you, Pam.
He did.
Does your husband listen to you?
Yes.
Oh, well, see, you've obviously got
and
the gift.
And I listened to him.
So Jonathan Dawes there picking his way through. Now, you see, this line here, where they come through, particularly the big IFS cars, they're going to chew up this sand and they're going to be able to carry incredible pace. This is the hill here that some guys were saying to me, just launch it. There's nothing on that far side there that can hurt you. So I think we're going to see some guys taking that on.
All right, Jonathan Dawes is sitting at an 8:07 right now. And we have 116 cars that should be taking the green flag here this morning.
It's astonishing. It always amazes me just how many vehicles we have. Over 880 registered vehicles to race here in what can only be described as a festival of off-road that is King of the Hammers.
Exactly.
It all started not last weekend, but the weekend before with the King of the Motos. Then the weekend just gone, we then had the Desert Challenge before we moved on to this, the big dance.
Did you watch any of our King of the Motos?
I didn't get a chance to. I was busy back at home in
Yeah,
England.
I know you weren't here yet, but man, it's pretty cool. And Cody Webb getting a 6-time, now he's a 6-time King of the Motos champ.
That man is just astonishing, isn't he?
Watching those guys, I mean, being in a 4-wheel vehicle, with a cage around you and everything is pretty cool, but man, those motos, they're insane.
The strength it takes and the mental agility to be able to do that is absolutely staggering.
All right, we do have Joshua pulled off to the side.
Oh.
Not sure what's going on.
Tough break there for Joshua.
I think that is one of our production guys.
Yeah, body language is, he's lost a rib. Yeah, that's a link broken off the frame. So that's going to be the end of his run, that's for sure. That's going to be, get it back here, get it out to fab school, or go and find a friend with a welder and get it welded back up. But you can see it's actually torn out the whole link off the frame.
Ian can go weld that one up next.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe we'll get Ian out there with his welding rods.
All right, Jonathan Dawes just took that checkered flag with a 9:52.949, sitting in that number 8 position.
Again, I think the term that describes that is solid.
Solid.
Yeah, part of the Brannick Racing crew.
I can't say it with you, though. Solid. All right, that, I believe,
is the 24 of Cole Clark. Now, this could be a very exciting running indeed. Cole Clark is super, super fast. Let's see what he can do. He is one of the guys that is capable of taking top spot here today, so I'm really looking forward to this.
Yes, Cole Clark is out of Cortez, Colorado, with the ZRP Army and a Polaris single-seat Pro R, 465 horsepower. Wow, that's pretty amazing. His first Ultra 4 race was at King of the Hammers in 2018. He won Moab in 2020, also 2022. Reno in 2019. He's won Oklahoma twice, and first in the Stampede in 2022.
Yeah, incredibly talented driver. Really knows his stuff. Now he's just got to mind that rock there. Yeah, just skips by it like the consummate professional that he is. And the evolution of these UTVs is astonishing, Pam.
Yes, it is.
When you think back, a few short years ago, where we literally used to take the mic and say, oh, get your golf club, stick them on the back and do a round of 18. Not anymore. These are serious race machines, and every year they get closer and closer to taking pole in the 4400.
And Cole Clark is one of those that is not going to hold anything back during the qualifying or the race, but he's making great time so far.
So Cole Clark here, he's certainly one to watch as we watch him heading into the desert. What sort of time do we expect him to be laying down? Can he worry that time we saw from Kyle Cheney the other day? That incredible, what was it, 7:26? Yeah.
With the pace he's going right now, if he continues with that pace, I'm pretty sure he's going to be up in that top 5 right now for sure.
Oh, just certainly in this top 5, I don't know any doubt about that, but can he get below that 8-minute mark?
I don't know. He possibly could. Like I said, he doesn't hold anything back, but we shall soon find out.
And sitting on the line waiting to go there's the 44.89 of Dalton Hamilton.
And Dalton is out of Grass Valley, California, in a Bomber chassis LSX 454. His first Ultra 4 race was at King of the Hammers in 2017. Has Austin Thompson running shotgun.
Yeah, those Bomber frames built for a purpose, and that purpose is to race here at King of the Hammers. Built by two-time king Randy Slauson.
And Austin Thompson, he qualified yesterday, so great having him in the passenger seat. Cole Clark at a 3:07 right now.
Yeah, Austin Thompson. Do you know who his co-driver was yesterday?
I do not.
Shannon Campbell.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I remember hearing
So
that.
Austin Thompson, of course, is the nephew of Joe Thompson and son of Brendan Thompson. Look at the speed here of Cole Clark as he makes his way down through the drone drop. That's incredible.
He is definitely
Oh, he is
on
absolutely on it right here, Pam. This is awesome stuff here from Cole Clark. If you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. And we are watching an incredibly talented young man on track right now. He's coming up towards the back of Resolution. He's got to take care of these rocks, but that won't be a problem for this guy. He knows his stuff.
And I've been noticing a lot of people are taking that left line right there. The right line, you have to kind of crawl up just a little bit. So
Well,
a
the
lot of
right-
people are taking that left line.
Well, the
this
right
morning.
line is actually soft sand in the bottom, and there's two big rocks that protrude. Now, it was the line to take in when we were practicing qualifying, but it's been so dug out now that you have to really go to the left to be quick. Straight off over the top, over the ridge as if it doesn't exist. Incredibly fast pace here. I think this is going to definitely be sub 8 minutes if he can keep this together. Now, this is a shorter wheelbase vehicle. This is one of the. This is a UTV.
Yes.
Is he going to jump off a back door?
Yes.
I think we already know the answer.
We
don't
already know the answer to that one. And he is in the, the ZRP products. Those are very well known to be strong products, and they hold up. So it's being put to the test right now for sure with Cole Clark driving, but they are holding up very well. He's making his way down the backdoor drone area, but we will definitely see him 100% jump.
He rolls a rock that's nearly half. That's the size of one of his wheels out of the way. And Dalton Hamilton is off the line. Letting that bomber eat as it picks its way out towards the cross-grain tracks. Okay, here we go. He's coming down into back door now. This is Cole Clark. Was our fastest qualifier here a couple of years ago, but technical issues stopped him from racing. There he goes. Oh, he just makes the drop down. So makes it nice and smooth. Doesn't jump it, but it's still quick.
He just proved me wrong. I would have put money on it that Cole Clark would have jumped that.
I have to say I'm with you on that one. But he proves that you don't need to do so to be quick. And this is quick. I'm just looking at his elapsed time at the moment. He's still sub 6 minutes. Wow.
And earlier on, I kept saying, what time frame that was going to take them once they get to the Bronco Arch. I'm going to have to start taking notes here so I have exactly the time splits.
Yeah,
so right now at a 6:10, making his way around, he will have the one little rock section to go through.
Yeah, as we watch Dalton Hamilton in the bottom of our screens. But in the top left, it is Cole Clark, and he'll be coming up through the Bronco Arch. My guess is he will take the further line so he can maintain speed, but we will see. We've seen the fastest time so far today take the inside left-hand line.
All right, 6:36. I'm going to
And
write
he
it
takes the
down.
middle line down through for Cole Clark. We saw some rollovers here earlier in the week, Paul Wolff most notably. But Cole Clark makes no mistakes, and he's really hauling now.
Making his way through the short course, has just a couple more turns and another jump.
Yeah, he's coming around that top end. He'll be heading down towards the Hearst turn 19.
He is definitely right. I mean, he's at 7:05 right now.
Yeah, this is going to be right around that sort of 7:30 mark, I think.
7:40-ish. What did I say? What was the fastest time I had?
7:19.
7:19. It looks like he has a possibly. Maybe I was wrong. It looked like he had a right rear flat, but.
No, I think he's got all
think
four
he's
wheels
all
on his
good.
wagon as he comes around the final. Can-Am Talladega. Pushing
All right.
hard all the way. Our drone right in there.
You can hear everyone in the crowd rooting for him.
Oh, that's a
Wow.
fantastic time there from Cole Clark. And is our fastest qualifier at the moment with a 7:41.
Wow, what a great time by Cole Clark.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that time is going to be top of the box for quite a while this morning.
You know that makes Mr. Zollinger proud because of products on his car. Out here watching the qualifying on the Jumbotron.
Yeah, and as we look at the top of the page, top of our screens there, that is none other than Mr. Christopher Branton, Mr. USD Sticky. Now, this guy likes to put on a show. Do you remember him last year? He broke the internet as well, putting on that huge jump on the qualifying course on the other side of town.
Yes, that was definitely an exciting moment to watch for sure.
Not planned, but it certainly worked
Right?
out.
Is anything ever really planned? The 4046 of Christopher Branton with Team Kryptonite. He has a new Jimmy's 2C IFS chassis, LS446. His first Ultra 4 race was with us at Nationals in 2020. He has a new sponsor on the side there. They also wrapped his trailer for him as well, Liqui Moly. Liqui Moly was also our King of the Motos sponsor, so awesome to see them coming into our world here with our 4400s. The 4489 of Dalton Hamilton down there on the bottom right-hand side, making a great run over in the drop section.
Yeah, so Christopher Branton is off the line. What can this young man do? He's a great guy to chat to. Absolutely 100% committed to his race program. And those big USD sticky tyres, if you go and see them, the lugs on those tyres are the size of my fist. They are absolutely huge.
They are definitely they look like they would do really good in the mud as well. But Ryan Webb is in that number, riding shotgun with Christopher Branton.
So Dalton Hamilton coming up now into the back of Resolution. And we've seen almost everybody taking that central line. What will Dalton do? And he does also take that central line. Good pace here from the bomber. As we watch Christopher Branton going up through the cross grain. And those USD sticky tyres are throwing stones like you won't believe. There's little hand grenades coming off everywhere.
Definitely, that would not be fun to be behind him during the race, for sure, during the rock section.
Yeah, he's literally chucking hand grenades out the back of that car as he makes his way down the course.
James Bond style.
Yeah, quite literally. It's the only way Christopher Branton knows. But
all right, Dalton Hamilton's time right now is at a 5:42.
yeah, it's a good pace. He's not going to challenge for the lead, but it's a solid pace. Looking really good down through Resolution here. I mean, that is some of the fastest pace we've seen through there today. But this course is awesome, and the reason I love this course is you've got to be a specialist in all areas. You've got to be able to hit those goat trails. You've got to be fast in the sand. You've also got to be quick in the rocks. This course has a little bit of everything, and it literally shows you who is the most rounded of our King of the Hammers drivers. It is a mini King of the Hammers in 3.5 miles.
Yes, it is. It's 3.5 miles is definitely going to get you in some of the areas, but like you're saying, it's like a mini Hammers in the qualifying course.
Yeah, you can see that really starting to dig out there into back door. But no problem for Dalton Hamilton. He's down safely and on his way. Heading back towards town as Christopher Branton is still punishing those rocks, pushing hard into those desert sections.
Looking really good and really smooth.
Yeah, I have to say I'm loving this new car. It looks awesome. If you don't follow him on social media, do so. Posts up some really good stuff, and the quality of the build of this vehicle is astonishing. Just look at the way those tyres just throw the sand up into the air in great big sheets. This is a full attack lap. I'm really excited. I think this is going to definitely be a sub 8 minutes here from Christopher Branson if he can keep up this pace.
Do you think he'll go and jump back door? I don't
Do you know
think so.
what? I'm not sure. I'm going to say he won't, but you never know with Chris.
I'm thinking the same. I don't think he will. But
he's
he is
coming
running
up
a
at the
great
top.
pace.
Well, look at that. Now, that is a completely blind crest. You have no idea where you're going until you actually exit the crest. And there was no hesitation there. There was no backing off. It was 100% attack, attack, attack. Look at this. Oh, this is quick, Pam.
Yes, it is. He pressing over that. He didn't really let up that much. So, like you're saying, it's blind coming over that crest.
Do you know what? I think this is faster than Cole Clark. This is looking quicker than Cole Clark.
Well, we shall see here in just a moment.
Yeah, look at the sheets of sand flying off of those massive tyres as he lays down the power.
But let's talk. Dalton Hamilton is in the short course. He's at an 8:14, so he's got a pretty good time going.
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with Dalton's time, but this is the quality of the field we're playing with. These are the best of the best. The world's greatest 4400 class race car drivers right here. And he's not going to lift as he comes to the top, is he? No, he's not. Straight down into there. Zero hesitation here for Chris Branson.
Okay, I'm saying I don't think he would jump it, but at the way he's driving, he might.
Yeah, Chris has really matured in the last couple of years. He's really got on his A game. He surprised a lot of people. Oh, now that's an interesting line there. He's just cut across the top there. Very interesting stuff here from Chris Branson. He's obviously been out there pre-running, doing his homework.
Sitting on the line, the 44.51 of Mel Wade will be taking the green flag here in just a little bit, but Christopher Branson right now at a 5:23. So great time.
Yeah, no, so Chris Branson here really pushing on. He's just got to keep that flow. And it's so difficult. The thing with these cars is you can actually throw them at the scenery. You can go down there faster than this, but you're going to blow the wheels off it.
Yes.
Okay, and that's one of the reasons they actually took tyre balls away from the sport, was to stop people from being able to do that, because it was clear that it was going to become a problem. But Chris Branson's pace here is awesome as he picks his way down through Resolution. This is the bottom end of it here. Now, Chris, you need to pick up a little bit here.
Oh, he must have heard you.
He did indeed. He's listening to the live feed. And he'll have Ryan Webb in there with him, just saying to him, keep it smooth. Oh,
hit that rock.
Yeah, that's the first mistake there we've seen from Chris, and it just checks him up a bit.
He's going to have to make up some time. He's at a 6:13 right now.
Yeah, I've got a feeling there might be an issue here. Oh, there he goes. He jumps down back door, so that's your answer.
There we
go.
go.
It made it look like it didn't even exist.
So he is at a 6:24 right now. Cole Clark entered into the Bronco Arch at a 6:36.
Yeah, he lost some time down there coming through Resolution, and then he made a mistake, which is massively uncharacteristic. So I'm just wondering if he's got a steering issue, or if there's something going on there, because he's lost a bit of time. He was right on top of Cole Clark's pace, and he's certainly 30 seconds off it now.
Yeah, he is about probably 45 seconds off of Cole Clark's pace. And there we do have our unofficial results right now of our qualifying run that popped up. Cole Clark sitting in that #1 spot at a 7:41. In the second position, James Mahoney with that 8:08.382.
Yeah, so Christopher Branson now coming on down through the Bronco Arch. He's also taking that left-hand line. James Mahoney took that earlier on. Was very quick indeed, and our pole setter, who is Cole Clark currently, to the middle line.
I was saying that taking that left line doesn't make them enter into the short course quite right, but you know what? He made it look very easy just now.
He did. He's carrying good pace. I love those USD stickies. They're absolutely fantastic. Like literally a pack of diggers on each corner.
I think he's going to be end up in that #3 position.
Yeah,
roughly.
he's coming around the Herbst turn 19. Then he has the Can-Am Talladega. But watching his pace before he dropped into Resolution there, he was on for pole, but he just seemed to lose time in the bottom of Resolution.
He did. He kind of checked up just a little bit.
Checked up, just...
But like you're saying, maybe he was having an issue, but right now it definitely does not look like he has anything going on.
No, it looks very smooth as he finishes his lap with an 8:17, which will put him into 3rd position for Christopher Branton.
Yes, his official time is 8:21 and 9:23 in that number 3 spot. So great run by Christopher Branton.
So, okay, if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. You're joining us for the 4400 qualifying, and what a morning of action it's been so far. But we will have more action very shortly. If you're with Premium, you'll be staying with us. If not, you will see you in 2.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco. Good morning and welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. It's a beautiful day here in Johnson Valley, California. The sun is shining, some slight clouds in the sky and a little bit of a breeze. Perfect conditions for qualifying, and that's what we're doing today. We're qualifying for the 4400, the biggest and the best races here at King of the Hammers. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Pam Hall. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful, and right now we are watching the 4451 of Mel Wade on course. Took the green flag while we were at the break. 4451, he is out of Fort Mojave, Arizona, and he is an Evo manufacturing Campbell 2C IFS Jeep chassis. He bought the car for King of the Hammers 2022 from Wayland, and he is also a Best in the Desert champion in the 4400 class and a Mint 400 winner as well.
Yeah, solid stuff there. And Mel Wade's been around for, should we say forever?
Forever.
Forever?
Forever and ever. Isn't that a song?
Now, Mel Wade also, let's not forget, he's another one that broke the internet a few years ago with that fantastic rollover during qualifying where he came back over onto his wheels and then shot back up into the hill again. I just watched Hunter Sparrow there lining up, getting ready to go. Hunter out here with his wife, Kimberly.
And we saw Kimberly qualify yesterday.
That's the thing with Ultra 4 racing. It is a family affair. And Pam, last night you were doing the kids racing, weren't you?
Yes, and that was so cool. The crowd out here in front of the Jumbotron.
It was huge.
It was huge. Everybody was here watching. It was so cool. The future of our sport is definitely a fun race to watch. We had 3 different classes. We had a limited class, we had a stock class, we had a modified class. So awesome to see the kids out here racing, having a good time, smiles on their faces, get to celebrate with some sparkling cider and get those awesome laser nut trophies.
Yeah, no, it was really good fun to watch as we watch the 44.51 here of Mel Wade. As he makes his way up through. And this is towards the bottom of Resolution. Now, there are multiple lines here, but everybody is taking that left-hand line this morning.
Yes, exactly. That's what we were talking about earlier on. We saw some drivers taking the right-hand side, but that's where you were saying if you take the right-hand side, it's kind of a sandy, deep sandy wash right there, and you also have to climb up a little bit of a rock section.
Yeah, we saw Brexton Glines getting stuck in there yesterday in his 4600 class car during power hour, and he dug some very big holes indeed. And let's not forget, these guys, when the course closed last night after the kids' races, you were open course for these guys to go out there practicing. And as I was laying in my RV trying to get some sleep, all I can hear is the roar of V8 engines as they practicing this course.
Always such a great sound. It's always such a great sound to wake up to as well. Mel Wade right now is at a 5:30 where he is at on course. And Hunter Sparrow has taken the green flag.
Yes, Hunter's on the very first part of our course, which runs alongside Hammertown. Just look at that. A sea of RVs and people, all here to celebrate the greatest race in the world, which is King of the Hammers. So we've got Mel Wade at the top there, making his way down through Resolution, and Hunter Sparrow pushing on into the desert. Hunter Sparrow in a Miller chassis. Another chassis builder that is absolutely synonymous with King of the Hammers. We've seen Erik Miller and Josh Byler becoming kings in these. Great to see what Erik Miller can do later today, and he'll be lining up in Power Hour with all our other kings. And right now it's Mel Wade coming down through Resolution. This is the bottom of Resolution, and now he'll make a decision. Is he going to go on the bypass? No, he is not. He is taking on the 2 waterfalls. Oh no, so Mel Wade there takes a big hit, and this is what we're talking about. It only takes a momentary lapse of concentration. So he's down the first of the waterfalls. Just the second one to take on now, and it's getting very dug out indeed. You can just see the car bottoming out, but no problem at all. Puts the IFS to work and heads out at the bottom of back door, and we're making the swing into the sand wash and coming back past Shore Bus.
Well, Jim, I ran out and got a guest speaker up here with us. Mr. A.K. Watley just came off of his qualifying run. A.K., give us a little bit of a rundown of what you're thinking, because you told me you did not go out and pre-run it at all. We'll get him talking here in just a second. We got to do a little technicality stuff here.
Yeah, while we're waiting to get the bikes up and running, we're watching Mel Wade down the top of our screen, heading back towards Hammertown. We just saw him clobber a big rock as he was coming on down through back door.
All right, we're all set now. We had to turn your mic on here. A.K. Watley, give us a little bit of a rundown of your qualifying run that you had.
So I didn't get to pre-run the course at all. I tried to do it last night. We went really slow. I ended up getting turtled at the bottom of back door. No tires touching. Had to get winched off the bottom. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, if those rocks are still there, that's it. It's all over with. I'm not going to qualify. Our only option is to go driver and huck it off the top of back door. Didn't practice, didn't try it. Trust the bump stops, trust the Fox shocks, let it eat.
Now, we were sitting here trying to work out, we're saying, now, is he going to go or jump it? And we're saying, well, you know, he's part of our rookie program. He's only raced for us a short time. He's almost certainly going to crawl. And literally, as we were saying these words, you sent it. It was absolutely fantastic to watch, and you are the first person to send it off the top. Do you think we're going to see more people doing that today?
I think we are. I think once you set the bar, you know, yesterday in UTV qualifying, we saw UTV huck it off the top of there, and that's what kind of let me know, hey, maybe I've got a chance to do this. But if a rookie can do it, everybody can do it. But I had to put it down for the rookie program.
Absolutely. Do you know what that is? That is the sound of gauntlets being thrown down. That is, and I love that. And we were saying, as soon as you jumped it, jungle drums will be beating all across Hammertown. The bar is set, and we are expecting to see the other big guns, particularly Lauren, particularly Vaughan, and Paul Wolff being sending it off the top. So thank you very much, AK.
Absolutely.
And we can't wait to see you on course on race day.
I had to represent for Funhaver and had to earn that nickname Flying Hawaiian.
Well, you certainly did that, that's for sure. I'm going to ask you this. So have you got any secret weapons? I mean, obviously you're great friends with Vaughan and with Lauren, you know, guys who've been so successful here over the years. What tips are they kind of giving you for the main race?
The tips they're giving me is keep the car together. That's really the only thing that matters, and that's what really echoed in the entire rookie program is keep the car together, finish the race. And the other thing is the community. I've watched so many people come together to get these cars going so that we can just race. If it wasn't for Funhaver and Vaughan and Lauren and hooking me up with their spare parts, I don't know that we would have had a car to qualify today. We blew up the transfer case, shock tuning.
Wow.
We were able to overnight it, pull it out, rebuild the transfer case, get it going again to be out here and qualify today.
Yeah, and that's a story that's echoed right the way around Hammertown. Even for myself, I've got a transmission at the moment that's whizzing its way off to some wizard somewhere to get fixed and before it comes back so we can get racing on Friday. And that's what I love about here. Doesn't matter how big your problems are, it just means you just need to find a whole new set of friends to help you out.
That's it. There's another rookie in our tent, Zach Savage. He accidentally rolled his vehicle, he blew apart the rear axle, and the entire community, Yukon, East Coast Gear Supply, everybody came together to help him get the parts he needs so we can cut the spindles out and completely rebuild his rear axle. Hopefully he'll be qualifying later on today.
Yeah, because Zach was supposed to be in our first qualifying bunch and he wasn't with us, so that explains it. So you've solved many things this morning, okay? So thank you so much.
We're rebuilding it right now in the tent.
Okay, AK is a man with a lot of knowledge, that is for sure. He makes his way around talking to everybody, but being a part of that rookie program, you've met so many people. That's how we met, actually, before you got into the rookie program. But you've been out here doing your homework as well. You've been coming out here for the programs, running all the races, or the races, but the lines and learning them. And here you are, King of the Hammers.
Absolutely.
Oh, and Hunter Sparrow just took a tumble in back door.
Oh, no one wants to see that. That's a real tough luck there for Hunter Sparrow.
Hunter was having a great run going, too, for himself. That's
Indeed.
So bummed.
AK Watley, going to say thank you very much for joining us in the booth today. Go and get your car prepped for the main race on Saturday. We can't wait to see you out there, and just thanks for the entertainment.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
So Hunter Sparrow there will be awaiting our course crew to come on over and pull him back up on four wheels. And it happens so quickly. 1 minute you're a hero, the next minute you are just meat for the recovery crews.
Well, and it'll all be about, will he be able to get himself flipped back over in the position that he is in?
No, neither the driver or the co-driver are making any signs of wanting to get out of the vehicle. I think they are just sitting there waiting for recovery right now. Now, is he racing with his wife Kimberly, or?
You know what, let me look. I will find that out for you.
Okay, I think we might have a replay coming up as we watch one of our course workers there. Seeing quite a few rollovers. Oh, look at that. Wow.
Oh, he hit that rocket first, and then he was,
something
was broke.
I think, he's got broken steering there.
Yeah, he was not turning the right way, that is for sure. Such a bummer for Hunter Sparrow.
Yeah. You know what they say, if in doubt, power out. That was not the moment to apply that logic.
That is true. No, he has Drew Broughton in the passenger seat with him.
Okay.
And Hunter's out of Colorado. His first race was at King of the Hammers in 2012, so he's been racing with us for quite some time as well. But Craig Allen in the 595 up in our left-hand screen in the drop drone area. Craig Allen is out of Norco, California with Allen Racing, races in a Jimmy Chassis LS, 750 horsepower. First Ultra 4 race was with us at Glen Helen in 2016, but he has been coming to King of the Hammers since 2009.
Yeah, Craig Allen, we saw qualifying yesterday.
Craig Allen making his way up Resolution. This is the area where we've been seeing some drivers checking up quite a bit. We have had 13 cars so far this morning take the checkered flag in our qualifying, with Cole Clark in that number 1 spot still with that 741.171. You can see our recovery crew is getting Hunter flipped back over right onto a rock that there was no option of making sure he wasn't going to be on that. But now he's kind of high centered. All right, Craig Allen is making his way through Resolution. Right now his elapsed time is at a 5:44. There we have the recovery going on down in the bottom right of driver Hunter Sparrow. We could see it looked like something, I think you were right, something in the steering might possibly be broken.
Yeah, so Craig Allen there making his way through. Now, Craig was qualifying yesterday for EMC as well. So multiple driving duties here. In fact, I've got something in the back of my head that's saying to me that he might be a different driver in for today, but I might be mistaken on that. There is so much information in my small little brain right now. As he takes the right-hand line, making his way down into back door. Now, he's going to have to negotiate around Hunter Sparrow, but that shouldn't be a problem for Craig Allen.
We'll just have to make sure he stays to the right-hand side, as we see him doing there.
Yeah.
That's where that hole is getting really dug out.
Yeah, it is indeed. Really dug out indeed, but he makes it nice and simple. So officially, we've had 2 vehicles jump back door.
Yes.
Just one not quite successfully as the other.
Yeah, I don't think he had an option though. I think you're right. Something in his steering looked like it was not working quite. When he hit that rock before he was going to jump down back door, I think
something had broken in the steering for sure.
All right, Craig Allen out of 709.
That's worth noting. There's so many different vehicle types and options here. So the IFS cars, they have like a rack and pinion style steering, and whereas the solid axle vehicles run full hydraulic. So whether you had a problem with a pump or with an orbital valve, or whether it's just purely operator error, which I very much doubt from Hunter Sparrow.
Right. I don't think he had an option whenever he pretty much hit that rock with his driver front. Craig Allen making his way up through the Bronco arch.
Yeah, so Craig Allen yesterday was racing his Legends class car. And this is his 4400 IFS car. Putting together a nice solid run here. He won't be challenging for the race lead, but he will be there about mid-table, I'm guessing. Just shows the pace of these vehicles. Yesterday, anything that was below 10 minutes, we were going, wow, fantastic time. And then the 4400s turn up and boom, straight down into the 8 minutes. The power and pace of these vehicles is absolutely remarkable. And we saw it a few years ago. This race went from being a survival race to win to becoming a sprint race to win.
That is 100% true, and we do see Craig Allen making his way through the short course, the drone doing a little bit of acrobatics itself. Craig Allen coming through, getting the checkered flag, sitting in that number 7 spot at an 8:46.939. And here we do have on the line the 1505 of Tim Hooper. Tim Hooper is out of Arkansas, and that fuel works, as we can see on the side. Tim Hooper out of Bentonville, Arkansas. And Trent Fab top shelf solid axle chassis, Thompson Motorsports with the LS 427, 750 horsepower. He went to King of the Hammers in 2009 with a tent and a dream to one day race, and here he is. He started racing with Ultra 4 in 2019, and he is highest place finishing is at the MAO race, 918 race in 2022 in 3rd place. He has Daniel Parker riding shotgun.
We can see our recovery crews there working with Hunter Sparrow, trying to recover his vehicle. They'll just be wanting to get it off the course onto a safe place, and Hunter will be wanting to get it back to the pits. Now, the nice thing about being able to qualify today, it does mean that they do have a couple of days to fix their junk, get it back together, and they'll be able to get to the start line for Saturday's main race, the Nitto Race of Kings.
Yes, that is definitely a bonus. And there we do have Tim Hooper taking that green flag.
Yeah, so Tim Hooper, the 1505 there. As you say, 750 horsepower, Pam.
Yes, sir.
It always amazes me just how much power these vehicles have. And this course is becoming so rutted out.
And it's only going to get worse. I mean, we got lots of cars to go today.
And you'll be pleasing the people who are watching, who are still to come no end by that statement.
And he is entering into that section that we were talking about. You can kind of see on the camera view here, but it gives no justice to how rough that actually is. But Tim Hooper is making quick time through there.
He got very lucky there, coming over the top of that crest. That is a blind crest when you approach it. And as you go over the other side, you've got to watch out for those rocks. He just basically went over all of those rocks. So hopefully he didn't pick up any flats or punches.
That right there, the area he was just in, is where that gotcha is, right before the right-hand turn. It's roughly almost a mile into the race course where you make the right-hand turn to make it out into the desert part of the loop.
Yeah, now there are 3 what I call gotcha rocks out there, and he's already passed one of them. I think more by luck than judgment, actually, with that time. So he's got 2 more out on the course that have been really hurting people.
And his tires,
fingers crossed he'll be okay.
His tires are looking good, so obviously he didn't pick up a flat. Yesterday, I cannot remember who it was. We actually saw on the screen where he hit the rock and popped the tire.
Big hit there. Oh, he really is trying very hard out there. Got to calm it down a little bit, Tim. Smooth is fast. But you know there's so many people out there who are going to be on full attack. You know there's so many talented people out there who can lay down fast times. And that's why Tim's going for it. He knows if he leaves anything on the table, he'll only be as good as mid-pack.
And there he just did pass a mile marker there. And I say mile marker because this is also part of race course as well.
Absolutely. He's just gone past the second of the gotcha rocks. As you make that turn into that corner, there's one that just sticks out on the left-hand side.
And this is where he's getting into the silty sand area, but there's a lot of hidden rocks in there as well. You want to stay on it and stay on top of it, but you will center punch some of those rocks, and that's also what will give you those flat tires. But hopefully he makes his way through smoothly and has no issues.
Yeah, it's a nice solid looking run here. And as Tim Hooper makes his way around the course, our recovery crews are still working hard to get Hunter Sparrow away from the bottom of back door. There is a line past him on the side, and cars will be allowed to pass under a yellow flag caution. And you can watch our drone there flying alongside Tim Hooper. There it is.
The drone operators out here, they have a race in their own world with those drones. It's pretty cool to watch them. They're so fast, and the way I can't fly a drone. Can you fly a drone?
No, I can't. I can crash everything, but not even drones. Yeah, that looks like that's John Webb down there nodding his head on the finish line, on the start line, should I say. Now, this is normally that time where I say, John Webb, and I get whoops from, yeah, there we go, baby.
John Webb in the 4468 out of Concord, California. Hammerheads is his team name with Fish Mount Fab 2C IFS chassis LS7 stereo blaring. That's
Now,
what it's saying here.
Anybody who doesn't know John Webb, John Webb is a legend out here at King of the Hammers. All those years ago, we first saw John Webb on camera when Randy Slauson made that famous pass before he went on to win his first King title. Now, it looks like he has a row of lights across the front of his car, but they're not lights, baby. Those are speakers, and he brings the party to Hammertown. So this is John Webb off the line now. Now, it's a really interesting story as well. John Webb, unfortunately, he had a fire in this car, okay, before the start of this race. So everyone's been getting together, trying to get his job. Oh, no, that's Tim Hooper stopped.
Oh, no, and Tim Hooper was having such a great time. Look, he has a 424 where he's sitting at.
Right now, can he get this restarted? Because he's in one of the sand washes. I have no doubt that John Webb will be able to get round him, but he'll have to work hard. That sand is really super soft in that area. So come on, Tim, get that old girl running again, please.
Oh, there we go.
Told you, he's listening to the live feed, Pam.
Seriously, or they're mind readers to you. You telepathically tell them.
So John Webb is out there on track right now. He'll be blasting out his favourite playlists.
Yeah, his first race was with us at the Stampede in 2010.
Now, I think it was 2013, that infamous shot of him making his way up through Elvis. So it goes, Tim Hooper, we've got going. So Tim Hooper is up and running again now, picking his way down through. So I wonder what that was. Now, a lot of these vehicles have what we call PDMs. Those are power distribution modules. And what can happen is they can trip out. If they trip out, you have to do a hard reset. So you have to shut the whole car down, power off, wait for everything to settle, turn everything back on. It takes a few seconds for everything to do its handshake, say hello to the ECUs, etc. Then you can fire the cars up. I'm purely guessing, but I'm wondering if that's what's happened there. Or maybe he lost a fuel pump. Now, most of these cars run multiple fuel pumps, and maybe he had to switch across to the secondary pump after a problem. We can only guess, but we'll have a chat to him later and try and find out. But joining me in the booth right now is none other than Andrew McLaughlin. How you doing?
Hanging in there, man.
Yeah, now we saw you out on course. Now, we expect you to kind of be like doing that fly thing, and you didn't. What was going on?
Man, first turn around there, first turn, the car just died on me. Just like you were saying, the PCM in the car just shut down, and we don't know why. We were chasing an issue a couple days ago, thought we had it fixed, and after that, it continued to happen about 6-7 times. So it's pretty scary when you know you got big cars coming behind you. I wasn't sure when they were going to send AK, that big chaos car. Yeah, I thought we were doing all right there for a minute, coming down Resolution, died again right in the hole.
Yeah.
And then I opted to take the sand hill just so I didn't screw up anybody's race. But we got it around, but it was tough. So if anybody has we're running a Holley, the EFI HP system, we could use a hand.
Yep, no worries at all. And that's really cool thing about this place, isn't it? There's almost certainly going to be somewhere out there who's probably got one stuffed in a box.
Yep. You got people in and out of our tents every day. We're going to other people's pits, they're coming to ours, and yeah, it's just one big happy family out here just trying to get them to the race day.
Absolutely. So what is it you're looking for again?
It's a Holley. It's the EFI HP system is the one we're working with now.
So. Okay, so if anyone's got one of those out there, if they can pop down to the Let's Roll Off-Road tent or let us know here in the booth, and we can let Andrew know where it might be located, and we can get this man back on track and ready for action on Saturday for the Nitto Racer Kings.
Yep, thanks guys.
No worries. Thank you, Andrew, and good luck in the main. Right, we are back on camera right now, and in the bottom right of our screen it is John Webb pushing hard towards the finish. Also in the top left there it is Tim Hooper. We saw him stopped on course earlier, but it looks like he's flying now, putting that 750 horsepower to the ground. Takes that right hand line coming off the Bronco arch, and as Pam said earlier, this line does set you up a little bit better to come into the short course, but the fastest guys so far today have been taking that left hand line. So John Webb now going up through, and this is into Resolution.
And it's good to see that Tim Hooper is running still. I mean, he did stop, so hopefully he's not having computer issues as well.
Yeah, these cars are Now, that's a very interesting line from John Webb. I didn't expect him to take that. We expected him to go straight off the top. Makes his way down into resolution. Yeah, but these cars are incredibly complex. The technology that goes into them is absolutely remarkable. Yes. I'd say the days of fuses and relays are long behind us for many of these vehicles, and custom-made PDM units that are sealed are in just the way of the world and the way things happen. But by using PDM-based units, what you can do is lose up to 50% of the wiring in the vehicle. And everything is computer programmed. So even the switches on the dashboards, you set them up by using a computer, so they virtually talk to the next ECU down the line.
Yes, John Webb making his way down resolution. And then we have the 777 of Harold Fidgman making his way through. Harold Fidgman has Mike Miller running shotgun out of San Ramon, California, with Aaron's Body Shop Racing and a Jimmy's 2-seat Dragon IFS Turnkey LS3. His first race was at the Ultra 4 race at KOH 2012. All right, Harold is in that cross grain hill, making his way through. And if you haven't been in that area, there's a good reason why it is called cross grain. And we do have John Webb took the bypass line instead of going down back door. We'll have to see if we do have Hunter Sparrow out of the way down there. Wasn't actually blocking, but there is 2 different lines you can take down back door. So that could be an option that John Webb just took, was to completely bypass it so it doesn't slow him down. But Harold Fidgman up in the top left-hand corner.
Yeah, and Harold Fidgman's looking good there. IFS car. Looks like a Jimmy's Red Dragon style chassis there. Did you say what it was?
I did. Yes, a Jimmy's 2-seat Dragon IFS.
Yeah. It's almost like I know what I'm talking about, occasionally. One of my favorite frames. I was fairly sure I got it right. And there's Jimmy's Red Dragon chassis. They are absolutely synonymous out here.
So we have quite a few guys getting ready to come up that are on the line. We have Edwin Abb coming up. Brett Harrell also coming up here in just a moment. Darian Gomez will be down here in the bottom of the line. Mark Nicholson. So we are in our 9 o'clock hour for our Nitto Race of Kings qualifying out here for the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto and powered by Optima Batteries. We do see John Webb. He is in our short course finishing up his qualifying run.
Yeah, John Webb's usually around about sort of mid-table. But once he gets out on those trials, he has this amazing sense. He has this amazing way of pushing forward, and always tends to be a strong finisher. No stranger to being in the top 10 is John Webb. And he's making his way around through turn 19. And I think I just saw our 2-time king, Raul Gomez, walking past our
He walked past us, gave us a little bit of a wave and big old smiles on his face.
Were you there the other day for the drivers' meeting?
I was actually up here doing the awards for the Desert Challenge, so I saw a replay of it later on.
I got to tell you this, as we watch John Webb just crossing the line now, we're just waiting for a time for John Webb. John Webb goes into 8th position with an 8:51, so a solid run there from John Webb. No, Raul Gomez was absolutely fantastic. We have all our drivers present, and Dave Cole said to him, you know, Raul, have you got any advice for our rookies out there? He said, yeah, I have. He said, it goes like this. He said, hey guys, if you see the helicopter coming, yeah, that's not for you, that's for me. Get out of my way.
That is true. I did see the replay of it because I did, like I said, I was still up here doing work, but that was pretty darn funny to hear.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely brilliant. And taken in the jest that it was meant to be. So if you're joining us, welcome to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. We are here today for the qualifying for the 4400 class, the big guns of our rock racing world here at King of the Hammers. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break. If you are with Premium, you will stay with us. If you're not, we will see you in 2.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved. The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Hey, old man, where'd you buy that monster hat?
What are you guys doing?
We're just trying to figure out who this old guy is.
You're asking the wrong question. It's not who he is, but how he got here.
Wow, no way. What the? Okay, that didn't really just happen.
And that's how he got here.
Okay, I guess he's pretty cool. Yeah, for an old guy.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true, all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires and powered by Optima Batteries. We are in Johnson Valley, California, around about 3 hours east of Los Angeles, and it's a beautiful day here in the desert. We got some light cloud, we got some wind. It's perfect race conditions. And what are we doing out here, Pam Hall?
We're qualifying for our Nitto Race of Kings right now.
Really did just drop that on you, didn't I?
You did, but you know what? I was going to jokingly say to you, you said the W word again.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
That was stumped me more than anything. But let's talk about who is on our screen right now. We have Harold Fidgeman getting ready to finish the qualifying loop up here on our left-hand side, and in the bottom right-hand side, we do have the. I'm not sure of his number right this second, but that was Edwin Abb in the 4475. So Edwin Abb running a great pace right now. Harold Fidgeman at a 9:58. Just took that little bit of a left-hand line down the Bronco Arch as we were talking about with some of the drivers doing today. So the 777 coming through here in just a minute, getting done with the qualifying loop, getting ready to make it into the mini Talladega. one more turn, one more jump. Harold Fishman will be taking the checkered flag, right now sitting in that 10-minute and 45-second mark. Looks like he probably will be sitting in that number 17 position whenever he takes that checkered flag. He has about 2 seconds to go. All right, so what is his time? Yes, he's in that 17 position with 11:02.444. Sitting on the line, we are looking at the 44.56 of Brett Harrell. Brett Harrell is out of Oregon with team change order, a Paul Horschel built 2C IFS chassis with a Danzio LS7, 750 horsepower. His first race was out here at King of the Hammers in 2020, and he got first place in 2022 at Legends.
He did indeed. Now, we saw his son Brent yesterday qualifying in the 4800 Browning Motorsports Legends class, and Brent put it up right there on the front row of the grid and will be starting in second place in Friday's Everyman Challenge. So what's his dad Brett got for us? Now, Brett's not the fastest of qualifiers, but he's a really fast driver out there on the main tracks. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can do with this Paul Horschel car.
And you were talking that Brent yesterday, he went on the outside line. He took the bypass, and he still finished in that number 2 spot.
Yeah,
so I'm wondering what Brett is thinking about doing, if he's going to try to run that same kind of line his son did, or if he's going to run his own race. I think he's going to jump it.
You didn't die. I'm really not sure, to be honest. Now, the thing is, if you'd said to me yesterday or last night, I'd have said he'd do exactly the same as Brent and he would take the bypass line, because this car is built by the twisted genius that is Paul Horschel and is remarkable. It handles so well in the desert and it's so smooth through the rocks. But there's been a little bit of a curveball thrown by that man, A.K. Watley, who made the rock jump look so easy that I've got a feeling we're going to see more people attacking it. So it's going to be interesting to see what exactly he does as we watch Edwin Abnell, the 44.75, making his way towards the finish.
Getting a little bit sideways there on that right-hand turn. Right now he's at a 9.03. So a little bit of a fun fact about this 180 turn right here, speaking with John Gooby about how he built the course, he made that a little bit flatter to make them work harder for their qualifying runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Normally we see that's a huge bank turn there.
Oh, it looks like he has a right rear flat going on.
Yeah, he does indeed. Now, these tyres on these vehicles are purpose-built race tyres. They have a softer compound, stronger sidewalls, and tyre manufacturers use King of the Hammers as a testing zone to develop their products. And I know there's at least 2 tyre manufacturers out here this weekend that are using secret squirrel tyres on race cars.
I love how they put a camera in that final jump so we can see the cars launching over. And there we see.
What I love about these vehicles is there's actually so many technologies that have been tried and tested and found and made out here in King of the Hammers that are now making their way not only into motorsports but also into professional and defense applications. And it's all because of what we do here at King of the Hammers.
Yes, and Brett Harrell is patiently waiting for his qualifying run.
Yeah, now this is tough. When you're sitting on the start line, you're not sure why you're being held. So there's obviously some kind of recovery going out on course at the moment. They're just clearing the decks. And these big engines, particularly something like this Danzio engine, okay, they don't want to be idling on the start line. They want to be eating. They want to be out there on the track. So if they leave them sitting there on tick over for too long, they'll start to foul the plugs. And when you pull away from the line, you'll hear them popping and banging and trying to clear their throat as they make their way out. So this is not ideal for Brent, but he slams the visor down. He's just about to get the green flag by the looks of it. When you're sitting on the starting line, you will have your starter come up to you who will say to you, I'm going to give you a 1-minute warning. I'm going to give you a 30-second warning. Then I'm going to give you 10, and then that man there is going to show you the green flag. And that looks like Rusty has shown him the green flag as Brett Harrell makes his way out into the desert.
One of our very fast drivers out here. And again, like we said, he is in that Paul Horschel built. Very unique looking vehicles. You can always tell which ones are Paul Horschel built.
Yeah, absolutely.
Same with Miller chassis. We all know what the Miller chassis are.
And also the same with bombers and
the UFOs.
To be, in fact, any of our vehicle manufacturers. And that's what I love about this. You know, people take an idea and then they push the boundaries of that idea. But the interesting thing is they're all within tenths of a second of each other out there on the track.
All right, we have had 18 cars take the checkered flag this morning for our Nitto Race of Kings qualifying. Out here for the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima batteries. It's been a great weekend so far. It's in the middle of the week. Today's Wednesday,
it feels
right?
Like
or
a
Thursday?
It feels like a weekend because we're having fun.
Exactly.
Now, I just said a minute ago that Brett Harrell isn't the fastest of qualifiers, and historically he's not, but check this out, Pam. This is an awesome run here.
He's definitely a very fast driver. He's letting it all hang out. He's not going to hold up. You know, everybody's going for that number 1 spot, so we'll see, though, if he's going to take the bypass like his son did yesterday as a faster line, because you know that they chit-chat about it and they talk about it and, you know, give their thoughts on it with each other. But look at him jumping. That is that back section that's really, really rough, has those rocks hidden in the sand. But he's making it look super easy right now.
He is indeed. And the sun has just gone in behind the clouds here. And as soon as it does, it just gets a little bit chilly, doesn't it?
I know. We have to put our jackets back on.
Exactly. Got to say a big shout out to Roxy in the merch tent. If you get a chance and you want some King of the Hammers merch, and it's fantastic merch this year. I'm absolutely loving the new flannels and t-shirts. Pop up and see Roxy and the girls. You can also find them at kingofthehammers.com and be able to purchase all the stuff that you need.
And she does have items that are actually out here on the lake bed that you will not be able to purchase on the website. So that's a bonus to make sure you go see Roxy.
Do you know what? I've made a schoolboy error because I normally go and see Roxy as soon as I land so I can get some cool stuff to take back home. I failed, and I bet she's sold out of the bits I want.
That's not good. Well, you know what? They got 2 different shipments in, too. So they had some really cool stuff come in, and then they ended up having another shipment of really cool stuff come in. But, yeah, the Roxy and her team is amazing over there.
Yep, I'm going to have to run up there later on.
I thought you were setting your pen down and was going to go right now.
No, even I'm not that brave. Right, Brett Harrell on the main track now. Look at this. I love this obstacle car. It really is something very special, and it'll be putting down around about 850 Danzio horsepower.
Well, we have 750 down here, so he might have picked up an extra 100 for you.
No, it's definitely over 750. I'm telling you that for nothing.
This drone footage right here, that really goes to show how steep that is right there on the drone drop. That is something that's very unique that we don't normally see, how steep the corner or the hills are because of the way the camera angles are, but that's an awesome footage of it.
Yeah, we should talk about that a little bit. Of course, King of the Hammers, we're not only driving forward with the technology of the cars, but also with how we bring you this for live footage and the changes that we make every single year. This is world-leading production in off-road motorsports.
And we have cameras in places we've never had before, so we're able to cover more ground for everybody watching at home and everybody that's watching here in Hammertown on our Jumbotron.
And this is Brett Harrell as he makes his way. This is towards the bottom of Resolution, and he makes his way past that other gotcha rock, so he's passed 2 of the gotcha rocks. Great drive here from Brett Harrell. And you know what they say, smooth is fast. Now, has he just tagged a tyre there?
Hopefully not.
I've got a feeling he might have just tagged his right rear. Yeah, I'm fairly sure he tagged his right rear. Frustration. Just keep an eye on that.
Oh, he just hit it again.
Now it takes that different line down into Resolution, so there's about 4 or 5 different lines there at the moment.
And we just saw Matt McCowan take the green flag out of Queen Creek, Arizona. He is in the 4409 and the Campbell single-seat IFS chassis, 468 LSX, 750 horsepower. It's Waylon's old car that he purchased back in 2021. His first Ultra 4 race was at Toole, Utah in 2014, and he's an industrial engineer by trade. Look at him driving super hard through that area, and you can see he's hitting those rocks that everybody was getting flats on yesterday.
Yeah, that's it. He just drove straight over one of the big gotcha rocks there, so I hope he hasn't done any damage to his tyres. I'm just watching that left side front. Now, what's quite interesting here, he doesn't seem to have a spare wheel on the back. It looks like he's taking his cooler for a run.
You just took exactly the thoughts out of my head, so you're being a very good mind reader today, but I was thinking the same thing. It looks like a cooler. What would be the benefit of putting the cooler on and not the spare tire?
I don't know.
Well, no, that would make sense. I was thinking taking the tire off for the weight, but to keep the weight down for the shocks.
Maybe 150 beers. Perhaps he's expecting to be out in the desert for some time. Who knows?
Yeah.
But Brett Harrell here, as he picks his way down Resolution, he's taking it nice and easy. Now, will he go left or will he go right? We saw his son Brent yesterday taking the bypass, but not Brett. Brett is going into back door. Just trying to see if those tyres are okay. They do look okay. Yeah. It looks like it might be a little bit soft on the front there, but not a problem. Now, what's he going to do? He jumps the top off. Yes,
nice little jump there.
Little run there.
See, the problem with jumping off to the right-hand side like he just did is there's two gigantic boulders right there. You could see that he checked up slightly for them so he didn't hit them straight on, because that's going to definitely hurt your car if you hit them.
When you're in the car and you jump off something like that, he'll just be relieved, happy, and just so chuffed with himself. Great stuff here for Brett Harrell, and this is a good run we got going on. 6 minutes 30. I reckon he's around about 20 seconds off of lead pace right now.
I'd like
certainly
to know
going to be right up there, that's for sure.
I'd like to know the story behind the cooler on the backside. All right, so Brett Harrell at 650 right now. We have to remember Cole Clark entered the Bronco Arch at 6 minutes and 36 seconds into his run.
Yeah, Brett Harrell is around about sort of 25 seconds off of that pace right now, but this is still a very good qualifying run. And we're going to see a few of these vehicles, the Paul Herschel built vehicles out there on course today.
You're saying earlier it looked like a little soft in the front. I don't know, but that front right tire looks a little weird whenever he's putting pressure on it.
But we don't know what tire pressures he's running. He might be running a little bit softer.
That's true.
Oh, look at Matthew McCowan here.
Looks like he is flying down.
Yeah, he's really on a charge. I'll follow Matthew on social media. He posts some really funny stuff. Really putting that Campbell car to work. Now, do you think he's got a cooler on the back and he sort of unfolds the spare wheel out, pumps it up and sticks it on? As Paul, sorry.
You almost said Paul Wolff.
I nearly did there for a moment. It's an orange Horschel car. But no, it's Brett Harrell. He comes across and he will be taking the checkered flag. That's a great run there. And Brett Harrell goes into second place behind Cole Clark with an 8 minutes.
Wow.
Dead on the nose.
He really picked it up in the short course, because when he entered into that Bronco Arch like we were seeing, he, you see that rock right there that the 727 just hit? That's where we were talking about. That's Brian Hayes. That rock was getting a lot of people yesterday. A lot of people were getting flat tires from it. So he's doing great. And like you're saying, these tires are different. These are specific. So they're a little bit stronger and they withstand the rocks a lot better than the ones that we were seeing yesterday.
We just got a results ticker out there at the moment. Doesn't actually show Brett Harrell's time, but Brett Harrell at the moment is in second position with an 8 minutes and a .981. So just under 8 minutes and 1 second. So fantastic stuff there. Oh, and there we go. Ticker updates. So in first place is Cole Clark. In second is Brett Harrell. In third is James Mahoney. In fourth is Christopher Branson. In fifth is Mark Welsh, highest placed of our UTV style vehicles. Sorry, no, Cole Clark is.
Cole Clark is.
Then in fifth is Mark Welsh. In sixth is Brian Reed. In seventh, Dalton Hamilton.
All right, so Brian Hayes that we see on the top left-hand screen is out of Ridgecrest, California with DP Performance with the Trent Fab chassis, LS 675 horsepower. His first race was King of the Hammers of 2015. Making a great run. And then we have Matthew McCowan at a 537 right now. Matthew McCowan in that single seat. Oh, and he just got stuck on a boulder, having to back up. Very unfortunate. That just those couple seconds will get you. And he just launched off a back door. That's the biggest jump I've seen of the day so far.
Yeah, great run here. Now, such a shame that he got caught on that rock a minute ago. Well, you can break me.
All right, great lap times going down right now. Matthew McCowan at a 6:35, putting down a smoking fast time. So he's running about the same pace that Brett Harrell is running as well. So it's going to be very interesting, but Matthew McCowan having to do that little bit of a reverse definitely took a couple of seconds off of his time. But right now he is roughly about in the same spot as Brett Harrell.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's really laying it down. He's putting that car to work, that's for sure. Does look like that left rear might be a little bit soft as well, just keeping an eye on that. And just seeing he's getting a little bit squirrely here and there. The car's just kicking around like there's an inconsistency. Yet I'm absolutely confident now that that left rear is certainly down on pressure.
You can see our drone following him through our short course, and that's going to make it definitely difficult to power through these turns like we were saying earlier on.
Yeah, you can see it. The car was rolling away from him there. He's working really, really hard to keep it on the track. So I'm wondering if he might even have a drive shaft issue here. Just the way that car's squeal, it just is swirling around on him. It just doesn't look quite right.
But he's still right now at a 7:43, getting ready to go into the Talladega turn.
Yeah,
so
he comes around the
jump.
Can-Am Talladega, just keeping it tight, keeping it smart. And I still want to know what he's got in that cooler.
I think that he might actually end up beating Brett Harrell. We shall see in just a moment.
No, Matthew McGowan, he
goes
into third position with an 8:01, approximately 1 second behind Brett Harrell. So if he hadn't hit that rock, we could have been looking at our second place car for the day.
It hit that rock, have to back up, and also not having that rear flat tire that he wasn't able to power through all the way in the short course like he should have been doing.
Absolutely, but our fastest pole setter right now is that young man Cole Clark in his Zollinger
And up
UTV.
In that upper left-hand screen, we do have Brian Hayes with the 533, but down in the bottom right-hand screen in the cross grain hill is our number 90 of Darian Gomez. He took the green flag. Darian Gomez, one of the Gomez brothers racing. He's the nephew and Raul's son, and then he's out of Folsom, California with a UFO IF single seat. His nickname is Flacco, and they started racing UTVs. And then his first race in the 4400 was in KOH 2020.
Yeah, and I believe that was in the old Faravanti machine. He didn't do so well that year. He rolled it on the outside of the bend at the start of the race and actually hurt himself. As we watch cars still going down through resolution. Darian Gomez is becoming a very fast driver. We saw him out in the Desert Challenge as well. His father, Raul, got out after lap 1 and said, there you go, get out into that desert and see what you can do. I wish my dad had a T1.
Yeah, those T1s are pretty amazing.
Yeah, they are indeed, but so are these UFOs built by Joe Thompson. And this is Raul's old car. It's still an incredible piece of weaponry. High horsepower, amazing suspension, and state-of-the-art steering make it very special indeed. And such a force to be reckoned with out on these trails. See multiple versions of these UFO cars out there now. And for the last 2 years, they've dominated with Raul Gomez winning the King title. Can he make it a threesome though? Can he do 3 up this year?
He's trying. He's going to try.
Yeah. And he looks super confident as well.
And Darian making great time down the drop.
If he does, he'll be joining 3 other kings that have 3 titles apiece. Shannon Campbell was our first 3-time king. Our next 3-time king was Jason Scherer, and of course followed by Randy Slauson. 9 king titles between them. As we watch the 727 of Brian Hayes coming down on through back door.
So Brian Hayes taking it easier than we've seen others, but you look at that. It was a little bit of a handstand, the back of the car, drop back down to get the traction, but making his way down back door.
We call that safe.
Very easy, exactly, safe. All right, let's see what Darian does here. He's going to take that middle line.
Yeah, he's coming across that center line. I didn't expect anything different. Kisses over the top. Now, Darian is very fast in the rocks indeed, so let's see what he's got for resolution.
And this is where you see the drivers can't drive quite as hard because you don't want to get a flat or hurt your car in here, because those boulders, they don't look like they're that big, but they actually are, and you have to, you know, maneuver around them, I should say.
Yeah, and if he wants to get into the top 5, he's got to beat an 8:20. Christopher Branson sitting there at the moment with an 8:21. And that was a fantastic. Now, that was an interesting run from Christopher Branson, wasn't it? And we saw him, he had all the pace, and then he sort of seemed to sort of check up as he was coming down through the bottom of Resolution.
Yeah.
And we were trying to work out if he had a problem, then picked up the pace again when we got into things.
All right, the 727 of Brian Hayes getting ready to make that right-hand turn up over the Bronco Arch.
Now, Darian's putting together a very good run here as he comes down through Resolution. Showing good pace. Now, there's multiple lines there. You just see him taking that high line. If you go down through the other centre, there's a large rock that hits on the centre of your vehicle. So, good line there.
And Darian getting ready to get to the split to where you go left for the bypass or right down back door.
There is no hesitation here at all, Pam. He's
Nope.
going to be straight into back door. And once again, the jungle drums have been booming. And it's almost certain that Darian will be jumping back to it. Oh, look at this view from our drone. Down the first of the waterfalls. He switches to the side. Off he goes.
And there he goes.
Great leap down there from Darian. What an awesome view that was.
We've been watching that view from, you know, a still camera down in there, but watching the aerial view just now was pretty awesome to see.
Now watch this. He'll jump that ridge. Yes, he does. Big air. We were talking about that earlier. I think you're going to see all of the UFO cars taking on that jump today.
That's where you were talking earlier about the right-hand side is not really the
No,
preferred line.
Yeah, no, it's not. These guys, they want to be on the skinny pedal and they want to be hitting the metal hard. And that's exactly what he's doing right now.
All right, we'll get his time split up here in just a few moments as soon as Brian Hayes crosses that finish line.
But that just shows you how fast Darian is. Darian is nearly catching Brian Hayes. And there was a 4-minute time split between them.
Okay, so he's running a great pace. He's running a faster pace than we did see Brett Harrell doing, but he's actually faster through the Bronco Arch by 2 seconds than Cole Clark.
Absolutely. Now, Cole Clark, he has a very fast, but he wasn't that quick in the short course. We know Darian will be fast, and we know that his uncles and his father will be watching this right now. They'll be standing outside their pit, probably screaming. As Darian heads on down towards the finish, we're into the 7-minute mark now. He comes over the second to last jump. He's going to be coming into the turn 19, Herbst corner. One more bend after this, which will be the Can-Am Talladega.
All right, he's at a 7:15 in Mini Talladega.
Oh, this is going to be so close, Pam.
I know, right? And Cole Clark was a 7:41 right now. Darian Gomez going through the Talladega turn is at a 7:25.
And it'll be hard on the throttle. Here we go, over the launch.
Wow.
Crosses the line, and Darian Gomez.
He's going to have it by like 9 seconds or 8 seconds.
We're just waiting for his time to pop up. Any moment now we'll be getting those times as we look at the next car that will be off the line. That'll be car 100, which will be Jeff Bergman.
The suspense.
I know, I'm absolutely certain that he's got it, but we are just waiting for scoring. We can't actually confirm that until it appears. Suspense is killing me, if I'm completely honest, Pam.
All right, we have the 424 on screen, has taken the green flag for our 10 o'clock hour.
Yeah, hopefully timing will be able to read from their sundial. Maybe that's the problem, the sun's gone in.
Well, I'm not sure. Okay, all right, Tyson Shell, the 424 on course out of Spring Hill, Tennessee in a Trent Fabrication. 2C IFS chassis at LSX 450. His first King of the Hammers was in 2022.
Am I right in thinking that this might be the old Bailey Cole car? I might be wrong on that. It looks like it.
Yes, I am not positive on that one.
Yeah, I'll get confirmation from my good buddy Mars Hasselquist. That's a might be a maybe. There's not too many. Well, there's not too many IFS Trent Fab cars out there, so it's a fairly good guess that it could be.
Ooh, coming down back door. Or no, going through Resolution, excuse me.
That's all right.
A little bit sideways there for a second. Looked like from the angle we're at.
Resolution and Backdoor are two of the most infamous trails. They've been part of this race.
Oh, goodness. Darian's time just came through. He
Hit
has
me.
it at a 7:33.949.
Wow.
I guessed by 8 seconds it was a 7.22.
Wow,
Second difference.
What a fantastic run there for Darian Gomez. That means our current top 5. In 5th, it's James Mahoney. In 4th, it's Matthew McGowan. In 3rd, it's Brett Harrell. In 2nd, it's Cole Clark. But right now, our pole sitter, the young man himself in his UFO machine, is Darian Gomez.
Well, what a great run by the young Darian Gomez. I know that he's going to be happy, but now, guess what? Now he's got to, his dad's going to be having to pick it up.
Well, he's got his 2 uncles. He's got JP and Marcos. And then, of course, he's got his dad, who's 2-time king, Raul Gomez. And they'll all be wanting to beat that time, I'll guarantee you.
But definitely a great run. Cole Clark, I mean, had that number 1 spot for quite some time, had a 7:41.171, but just getting bumped out by Darian Gomez. Tyson Shell is in the drop drone area at a 4:20 right now. Tyson Shell making resolution look super easy going through that area. And then we have Jeff Bergman down on the bottom right-hand side in the number 100. Oh no, and Tyson Shell just flops over.
That is a desert turtle. Nobody wants to see a desert turtle. Oh, tough break there for the 424.
So Tyson Shell.
Tyson Shell
up on his lid. He had a great run going too.
Yeah, no, he looked like he was really pushing hard. It certainly looked like it was going to be a top 10 and possibly even getting into the top 5. But the margin between success and failure in this sport is so small.
And on the
looks like we're going to get a replay of the rollover. Looks like that might have been last night. Oh, here we go. This is just takes that hit there.
Oh, he
just
center
changes.
punched. He center punched that rock. He got a little bit sideways on the rear end and center punched that rock.
Yeah, it's the first rock that he actually hit that was the issue. So if you watch him come down here, he just tags the rock on the left-hand side. So here you go, you'll see him here. Tags that one, there it is, sets him up wrong, and boom, over she goes.
He had it turned. He was trying to go around it, and obviously we saw what happened. So such a bummer. Mark Nicholson down in the bottom right-hand side, getting a little off the Talladega turn. Or not that actually is not the Talladega turn. That is that flat turn corner that's making the drivers have to work for it.
Yeah, this is just before turn 19. And they'll be coming in and taking the line in a moment. Right, if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. We're going to be popping out for a short commercial break, and I'm going to be stepping out of the booth and passing over to my good buddy, Ian Johnson. So we'll see you in 2. If you're on premium, you'll be staying with us. If not, we'll see you in 2 minutes. Goodbye.
Take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Since day one, American Outdoors was built on providing active people quality products at reasonable prices. Our original soft-sided AO coolers are known for being convenient, durable, and keeping ice for over 24 hours in extreme heat. Over the last 30 years, AO has expanded our product lineup with high-quality coolers to fit any adventure, as well as a variety of marine, outdoor, and off-road products to complement your high-octane lifestyle. So whether it's the next trail run, the next fishing trip, or anywhere in between, be sure to AO and go.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4,500 Yukon.
To the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima batteries. Today is the Nitto Race of Kings qualifying. I am Pam Hall. Alongside of me, Ian Johnson has joined the booth. And Ian Johnson, we are seeing our second rollover of the day. That is very unfortunate. That is the 424 of Tyson Shell that is on his lid. But that was Jeff Bergman that just now took the pass cleanly around him.
Yeah, it didn't look like Jeff was affected too much by that rollover. The rollover kind of happened off to the side, so Jeff has a good run going on so far. But yeah, I was able to walk up here just in time to see Darian secure that pole position right now at 7:33. So the question is Pam, we saw our fast qualifier for UTV at 7:20 something.
7:26.
So are we going to see a Ultra 4 car come in at a faster time? And is it going to be 6 minutes?
I'm going to say yes, and Jim and I actually have our number written down of what our thoughts are.
I'll put my number. Did you pick a person or just a number?
Did not pick a person, just a number.
Well, I just saw our good friend Jason Scherer, three-time king in the VIP tent, talking to some rookies, and he said he's jumping back door like nobody's business.
Oh.
So I'm going to say, but then I also talked to him, and he said he didn't want pole position. So
well,
it's hard. But then he says that, and then he gets in the car and then gets pole position. So
I always say what happens when you put your helmet on, your race brain, takes over and everything. So completely different things. But the 100 right there on screen of Jeff Bergman, I given a little information about him. His first KOH is this year with us. He's in a custom chassis LS3 with BFG, Mickey Thompson method, KMC, and Fox. So there we see him in the number 100. Now that looks like it's almost like a UTV built.
I think it's just a little, this is camera angle getting to you, Pam. It's just a little bit different design. It looks like it's a little squared off tubing kind of thing, but it's definitely a smaller car.
Yes, it is.
Solid axle front.
All right, and Jeff Bergman's time right now is at a 7:09.
Yeah, 7:09 coming out of the bottom of back door like that. We've been kind of keeping up with split times yesterday, just sort of unofficially looking at stuff. And a fast driver comes out of the bottom of that section of backdoor trail, and they take 2 minutes to get back into town. A little bit slower pace would be 2:30. So if he's coming out of the bottom of that at 7:09, we should see him back in here at about just around 9-minute mark, which would put him top 15.
Yes, and keeping some time splits here this morning. Cole Clark entered into the Bronco Arch at 6 minutes and 36 seconds into his qualifying run, and then Darian Gomez entered into the Bronco Arch at a 6 minute 34 second.
Yeah, that same split time right here, we were looking at it, and it's about a minute through the Bronco Arch, depending on how fast you can do that through that short course. But definitely lots of action. But Pam, I wrote my number down here for you guys. I'm going with wait a minute, is this Price is Right rules?
No.
I'm going to say it is. Price is Right rules. I'm going to write on the note here. My time, I'm going with a 6:58.
6:58, okay.
Yep. All right, we're watching Jeff Bergman make his way through the short course. High on that turn. The turns in the short course are a little flatter this year than previous years.
Yes, so like we were saying earlier on, John Goodby was saying that he made that turn, the 180 back into town, he made it a little bit flatter instead of making that a berm this year to make the drivers work a little bit harder for their racing. Oh goodness, okay, so they're getting him trying to get him flipped back over. Unfortunately, there is a gigantic rock right there that he is actually being held up sideways by.
The tricky part is he's not in an easy spot to recover, but once you get the car past center, it should go, and I think that's the plan right there from the recovery crew. You can see what they've done is they've taken the winch line and they've got underneath the front of that belly pan, so it's kind of riding on the basically the skid plate, which would be covered in like almost like a plastic, like a UH ultra high molecular lightweight volume plastic. That basically it's going to be pulling across. It looks like they put a snatch block in that corner to make the pull come from that bottom piece, and they've pulled, but they've run out of line. They can't pull it anymore. So option one would be to let it out, make the strap shorter around that rock, or hopefully be able to just to rock it back over onto four wheels. It's got to be so close.
Yeah,
so close.
You could see they were doing that. They were trying to rock it, and not sure exactly what they're going to be doing here. How they're going to get it.
I think they're going to let the winch out, and then I think they're going to let the winch out and then probably shorten up that strap.
Okay, so we always like to have a little bet, right, of what the fastest lap times are going to be. Miles is usually pretty close to what it's going to be, but getting a word from our producer that he is saying it's going to be a 7:22. So
Miles is off on that.
I think Miles is off. I mean,
go home, Miles. You're drunk.
Bit. All right, so the 99.01 taking the green flag. That is Brian Caprara out on his qualifying lap. Brian is out of Salinas, California with Rockage Racing. He is in a 2021 UFO 2C IFS. And his first race with us was in 2013 here at King of the Hammers. He has multiple podiums. He is a vegetable farmer by trade, and his son Chase is following in his footsteps and also an up-and-coming racer as well.
Yeah, you can always. Brian's been racing with us for a long, long time. He's got great pedigree, and he's in that UFO car, and you can see it's out there doing work. Always fun to watch these Joe Thompson UFO cars. It's always very, very interesting build. Everyone has subtle differences, which is one thing that I really, really like about Joe's builds. This one being an IFS front, solid axle rear.
And you can see he's done his homework because he completely avoided that gotcha rock that is on that back stretch.
Yep. You can see one thing that's kind of almost like a signature to the UFO solid axle car is that rear differential is offset to one side of the car. It is a rear engine, so the drive shaft comes out of, obviously, kind of, I guess, the easy way to describe it, the engine's in the back. So, whoa, Brian, keeping it. There he goes.
Nice
He got
save.
it. Good job, Brian. That's seat time right there. Being able to stay in it and drive through that. That's very impressive.
That's probably the best save I've seen of the whole entire King of the Hammers this year so far. Wow, what a save by Brian Caprara. It looks like he might have a left rear flat happening, though.
I don't know if that's flat or if he's just picking up dust. It's a little looser and a little dustier out there this morning, Pam. We took a quick run out there just to sort of have some look at that course first thing in the morning. It's got to remember we had that rain for a while, a few days before we started qualifying. So the desert was kind of wet for a little bit, but we haven't had any rain past 3 days. So it is getting a little softer, a little sandier, a little dustier out there, and you can kind of see it with these 4400 cars.
Yes, and we're supposed to get a little bit of moisture in the air tomorrow, so we'll see if that has any advantages to us out here on the race course.
I heard that moisture may be in the form of snowflakes, Pam.
Oh, goodness.
All right, so we are watching Brian make his way through the course. Still a very good time, 2:33 right now. This is sort of like a soft sandy, well, I say soft sandy, but it's a little bit better than the rough section that's just on the outside of town. So you can get a little bit of speed going up through here, which is really, really fun to watch.
It does have some gotchas in there. There are some rocks hiding, and I think you're 100% correct on that. His tire is looking just fine. It looked a little wonky earlier on, but he looks like it's holding strong. But this sandy area that he is in, definitely the extra horsepower that these guys have is a benefit in it as well.
Yeah, I bet you he was thankful for all that horsepower when he was flopping around on his side there too. Is that patented line, when in doubt, throttle out 99% of the time. That's going to help you. So you watch him come over the ridge, not checking up at all. Very, very good. This is where we see a lot of our competitors make up a lot of time in these two ridges that they come over, kind of like the drop zones. This is the first one. And right there, that is the 4482 leaving the line.
That is Cole Johnson. And Cole Johnson is out of Utah in a 2021 SXOR 2C IFS chassis with an LS3 with a 530 horsepower. His family's been involved with Ultra 4 since KOH 2008. His first Ultra 4 race was at Area BFE in 2019. So he has started out young. He's out here racing still with us. He finished second in the 2020 Baja 100 in a brand new build. So
Good to see.
Cole Johnson with his uncle Casey Johnson riding shotgun.
And as he's working his way through that rough section, just on the north side of all the, you can see everyone's camper in the background. We're watching Brian Caprera. He's coming up to the second sort of like blind hill that you go over. Once again, you can see he's slowed down a little bit, but just carried some speed. But also, this is where he's got to work his way around our tipped over car. So he's taking a little bit of speed off, but it doesn't seem to be slowing him down too much. And he is off into Resolution. It's going to drop down this sort of sandy wash, these big rocks. And that top section right there, right at the top of your screen, is where you kind of drop into the start of the rock trail. So, Pam, we watched all the qualifying yesterday, and we saw the UTVs. And have we seen more of the 4,400 cars heading into backdoor, or has it been a mix?
It has been more going into backdoor. Because Andrew McLaughlin, he came through here earlier. He actually took the bypass because he was having issues, electrical issues. So he wanted to make sure he wasn't going to become a plug in the trails. So he ended up taking the bypass. But the majority of all of our drivers have they've gone down back door.
Yeah, I think we've learned now that there's a huge speed advantage depending on the vehicle. I think the 4,400 cars, they definitely have the wheelbase and the setup on the front end to clean through backdoor, no problem at all. They should be able to just drop the two ledges and then, you know, as everyone said, everyone wants to basically jump off the ledge and break the internet like our current pole sitter UTV driver.
So Cole Clark jumped off of it earlier on, and our rookie A.K. Watley, he came through. He was our first one that actually jumped off, and you can see down here in the bottom, is that Cole Johnson on the side?
No, that's the wrong.
Name on there.
They're still recovering that.
That's still Tyson Shell.
Yeah, they're still recovering Tyson's car. They finally got it back over. I think they had to just reset the winch line to a different rock to be able to get him over. But we're watching Brian. He's now out of back door. That should be about 2 minutes to get back to town, so he should be right around the 8-minute mark, I think, from where he's at right now, if he keeps up this pace. But we'll see when he gets back into town. He's got to go through the bottom of this hill and up through the Bronco Arch.
Yes, and Cole Johnson has been out on course for 3 minutes and 19 seconds so far. And Brian Caprara making great time down the last stretch in the last rock section through that Bronco Arch.
Yep,
now, what we've seen here, we've seen a lot of the drivers when they come over the Bronco Arch are taking that left-hand line. They're not taking this right-hand line. So that's what one of the things I've noticed this morning. Jim and I were talking about that. A lot of them are taking the left-hand line.
Yeah, it shaves a little bit of distance off to get into the short course. The question is, how well does it set you up for that first turn? Because you do basically come down off that Bronco Arch and make a sharp left to get into the short course. So it just sort of depends what you're more comfortable with. But yeah, there's definitely multiple lines through that arch.
Yes, and that's something we were talking about. I mean, coming off of the arch, taking that left-hand line, it doesn't set you up quite as good as you would want to before that right or the left-hand turn into the short course. But Cole Clark did it. Brett Harrell did it. I mean, there's been some drivers that did take that left-hand line, and it did help them out quite a bit.
All right, as we are watching Brian Caprara come into town, he's got the last little jump over the Yukon launch, is what we call it, and then he will be done. And we'll have a time for him shortly. Pam, where did he come in?
Well, he just now came into the number 3 spot in the 990 run of Brian Caprara with a 7:57.074.
Great time, great time. Oh, and look at this. This is the awesome thing. We got these in-car cams right now that we're going to be able to bring to you live from the lake bed.
And that is the number 750 of Oracle Lynn with the in-car camera.
Super exciting to be able to bring you guys this. First year for this, we're bringing, we're seeing some action on screen.
Whoa.
All right. What we're seeing is
Cole Johnson.
Yeah, the 44.82 of Cole Johnson. I think he got a little excited when he got to catch up with Tyson there, and he got a little skinny pedal action there. But we're probably going to see a pass coming up here shortly, because Tyson's probably just sort of picking his way through resolution slowly. And on the line right now is 48.48.
Yes, and the 48.48 of Amber Turner.
Amber Turner, my favorite and the crowd favorite. You know her from the Suzuki, but now you get to see her in her, I don't want to say real car. That's just mean. Sorry, Suzuki owners. But Amber, we've watched her for years try to battle through in the stock class in her little Suzuki Samurai. She actually works at Bomber Fab, so Randy slipped her into this. This is his 4800 car that he's going to race on Friday. And he said if the car's still together, she can race it on Saturday. So this is her leaving the line right now to get her spot in the big race. Super excited to see her in this car.
Yes, and she's out of Gardnerville, Nevada. This is a new Bomber chassis. She has been volunteering out here at King of the Hammers since 2014, but her first time racing it was in 2020. She also is a great welder. She is a part of the Jesse Combs Foundation, and she, like you said, works at Bomber Fab. So out of Gardnerville, Nevada, with Mike Slauson running shotgun.
I was about to say, unless I'm mistaken, I think Mike Slauson's in that passenger seat. Mike has many, many races under his belt as the right-hand seat in those Bomber Fab cars. It'll be super interesting to see, because we talk a lot about the difference between the 4800 and the 4400. That is a legit 4800 car, no changes from the looks of it. It's still running a single shock at all four corners. What some people do is with the 4800 cars, they'll build them to do both. So they'll basically prep it for 4800, which means you pull the bypasses off and just leave the coil carriers on. Maybe you swap out to a different shock package. But then when you want to race it in the 4400, you put the extra shocks back on to have those bypasses, to have that suspension control. But it looks like Amber's running that thing in straight 4800 trim, which will be interesting to see what kind of number she pulls down and how well the car does.
And she's looking like she's doing great out there right at this point. And we do have Cole Johnson down here in the bottom right-hand side coming through for the qualifying loop. Obviously got around Tyson Schell, who just got righted right before Cole Johnson came through. And Cole Johnson almost went just like Tyson Schell, got a little Western down in resolution.
Got a little excited, yep. I love watching those Bomber Fab cars rip through the desert. I'm fortunate that I own a Bomber Fab car. I have one at the shop.
Nice.
So does Mr. Dave Cole. We both have Bomber Fab trail cars. A little bit differently. They're the trail versions of the race cars, but so much fun to drive.
I've never driven, but I've ridden passenger seat in the one that Dave Cole has. Came out here for the rookie program back in August, and my son was a part of that program. Unfortunately, we are not racing this year, but it was pretty cool. He let my son drive the Bomber. I'd never been in a Bomber chassis, and I'd never gone up Chocolate Thunder, and I got to do both with my son driving, and he's only 15 years old.
Yeah,
so he took me up Chocolate Thunder and Dave's Bomber.
The Bomber Fab trail cars are like cheating in the rocks, to be honest with you. I don't know what they work so well. Randy's had that car figured out so well over the years, and I love driving mine. It's absolutely one of my favorite trail cars to take out. Dave's a little bit different than mine. Dave's got the smaller engine. I got the big 500 horse V8 in mine. So it's a little much, but it's fun. But right now we're watching Cole Johnson come in, and it looks like he's going to be just under that 9-minute mark.
Yes, so Cole Johnson sitting in that number 12 position at an 8:51.080.
And I don't like what we're seeing in our in-camera, in-screen. This is Brian Caprera, I believe, is it not?
Yeah, that is the 9901 of Brian Caprara.
Yeah,
for sure.
And he is sitting still in resolution, and he had a great run going on. So we'll have to figure out what is going on there. I can't tell from that camera angle how far down resolution he is, but on our big screen we're watching Amber Turner about to take over the drop zone. So we'll see. She's getting close to the. She's got two little flat sections and then another hill to climb up and over, and then she'll be right up behind him. So hopefully it doesn't impede her run at all. But right now in our in picture we have our in car for a second. We lost it, unfortunately. But right now 3 cars on course, I believe. I think we got Brian Caprera, Oracle Lynn, and Amber Turner. And that's where the helicopter lands.
And we have Brian Caprara stuck right there on resolution. So Hopefully they have a bypass around it, but let's talk about this for a minute. The drop zone is about halfway through the race, halfway through the qualifying loop, and Amber Turner just made the crest at the drop zone at a 3:29, so about halfway through, so that'll be another good indication of timing for us as well.
Yeah, she has to get up through this rock section right here, and then you go over the top of this hill and drop down, and then you're almost set up at the top of Resolution, and then we'll see if we can see Brian Caprera come into screen as this drone is chasing Amber up over this. This is the second, unless, is that? No, that's a staff car. I just saw the red car. I thought maybe that was Brian Caprera, but I don't believe it is. All right, we're getting clarification from our audience here that is not Brian Caprara, that is Chase Caprara out in that car.
Which makes sense because Brian Caprara is right here sitting in our number 3 spot. So sorry about that. So good clarification there. Thanks for coming over and letting us know that. So the 1481 of Chase Caprara is in the middle of Resolution. They said they were not sure. It's a part of his team, so not sure exactly what's going on with him. So maybe once they know, they can come let us find out for us and let us know.
I don't honestly. I would expect to have seen him by now with Amber making her way down through Resolution. So I'm wondering if that was him. It looked like his car was sitting at the top with the staff. And so I'm wondering if they've already pulled him off and maybe they were able to get him up out of the way. But right now we are watching in the big screen, that is Amber Turner making her way down through Resolution. And this is Oracle Lynn, I believe, in our picture-in-picture. We had, there's, no, there he is right there. That is Chase Caprara. Looks like Amber's going around for the pass. Unfortunately, he's kind of stuck in a good line, but she made quick work of it. Able to put those Suzuki skills to the test there.
Yes, that is Oracle Lynn right there in the bottom right-hand side of our screen. They're the ones that do also have that in-car camera. They're out of Colorado in a Bomber chassis, LS7. And the first race for them at King of the Hammers is this year.
All right, let's see what Amber does here at backdoor, making quick work of it. Looks like she's just going to do a standard drop. Probably feels way better in that car than in the Suzuki ever did. And she's coming out of the bottom. She's got a great time. We don't have a clock on her, but we'll get one as soon as we can. But she's moving very, very quickly. As I said before, yeah, she's coming in the bottom right about that 6:20 mark, which should put her in high 8s, which would put her low 8s, which would put her top 10, which is pretty impressive considering that's just a 4800 car out there doing work.
So I'm getting a little bit of information. It might actually be Mike Slauson driving right now, not Amber.
Oh, someone's yelling at me. Mike Slauson's driving, Amber's not driving. That ruins my story. Look at Amber go.
Just go with it.
All right, so yes, we just got clarification. That is Mike Slauson driving, not Amber driving. That would make sense why, not to belittle the transition from a Suzuki to a 4800 car, but I was about to say she's doing incredibly well.
Well, she is a great driver. She's been out here practicing as well, too, so she will have great seat time under her belt when it comes down time for race day.
All right, as Amber Turner / Mike Slauson.
AKA.
Has got one more jump, 2 more turns, and then they'll be back into Hammertown as we watch Oracle Lynn coming down through Resolution. They should be coming up onto Chase Caprera, who we saw earlier. Stopped on course. We still haven't got any information as to why.
Yeah, we haven't got any updates on that, but the time for Amber Turner's 48.48 is a 8:26.252. So sitting in that number 8 position, Mike Slauson driving.
And here comes Oracle Lynn coming down through. This is the top section of Resolution. And on screen right now is the 2404 of Blake Holland.
We are almost done with our 10 o'clock hour already. It's going by super fast this morning.
Yeah, according to my my schedule here, I think we missed a few drivers, Pam, so I think they may show up later on in the day, or maybe they'll show up at the end of the hour.
Or some could possibly be having some issues and having to fix it. But Blake Holland in the 2404 out of Simi Cali. Okay, can't even talk.
Simi
Valley, California. Holland Racing, Genwright, 2009 JK LS3, 625 horsepower, and is a rookie out here for King of the Hammers 2024.
Oh, look at this! We've got some fire suppression going on Oracle Lens car at the bottom of resolution.
And he's already down past Chase Caprara, I'm guessing, correct?
I can't tell from this camera angle. I didn't see. I don't think so, because Chase is down near the bottom of the
Chase.
trail.
He's just past Chase.
Just past him. So just past him. So now this is not a good place to have two cars. We basically have two lines blocked off on that section of rock trail. Oh, that's a shame to see that happen out there. That's the worst thing that can happen out there is some type of fire, but you can see the safety crew quickly taking care of it. Hopefully was able to prevent any extensive damage to the vehicle, and it looks like everyone is safe from here, which is good to see. When you see those course workers out there in those orange vests, make sure to give them a virtual high five or a high five. They're out there volunteering their time to keep everyone safe and happy and keep this race moving.
Yes, we have a lot of volunteers out here this year. This event is just growing every single year. But up there in our Cross Grain Hill, that is Blake Holland. That is not Blake Holland, actually.
All right. Well,
that
while
is
we
Justin
wait.
Wicks
Oh, look at this! It looks
792.
like Oracle, whatever it was. It could have just been. My speculation is going to be a small splash of power steering fluid onto an exhaust manifold, which looks a lot scarier than it is because that car is still moving. And it's headed down back door, and it's about to do the second drop and come back into town. But good to see that not only is the fire out, but everyone's okay, and the car is rocking and rolling. Well, as we wait for Oracle to come back into town, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. Remember, this is qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings, part of the 2024 Progressive King of Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima Batteries.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima batteries. We are here for the qualifying of the Nitto Race of Kings, and I'm Pam Hall. Alongside of me, Ian Johnson. We are watching some great action on course. We have Justin Wicks up in the top left-hand corner, making a great run down Resolution, but we do still see Chase Caprara getting winched out there.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for him because it looked like he had a great run going on, and we just sort of came to a dead stop, and they have been working on recovering him for a while. But as Pam said, that's Justin Wicks. He just made the turn at the bottom of Resolution, headed over into the two waterfall drops and backdoor. There's the first one, and then we'll come up to the second one, which is going to drop in right here, and then he will be out the bottom. And from there, all they have to do is work their way through the wash, up the hill, through the Bronco Arch, and then through the Ford Performance short course here in Hammertown.
Yes, and Justin Wicks is out of Beckworth, California with Wicks Family Racing and Rufus Racing in a Bomber number 6 with the LSX 454, 750 horsepower. First Ultra 4 race was at King of the Hammers in 2019. Trying to make out the car number on that bottom right. Red numbers, so that means that it's a rookie.
Yeah, that is the 4453 of Robert Carras.
Okay.
I think I'm pronouncing that correct.
All right, and like I said, those red numbers indicate being a rookie of the year. So 4453 of Robert out of Johnson Valley, California with Lazy K Racing. IFS car with the LS1, and again, a 2024 King of the Hammers rookie.
All right, we're watching Justin Wicks come in through the short course, making quick work of it. He's probably come in, he's got to work the way through the short course, probably about a minute before he, well, a little bit under a minute before he crossed lines. It's probably be like low 8s, which is good to see. We still have our, everyone wrote down their official time. Pam's guessing our fast qualifier for the day is going to be 7:19. My good friend Jim Marsden, he said 7:23. That would be like UK time though, right? That's a British Standard Time. And then 7:22 was our good friend Miles Hasselquist's guess. I have more faith in our drivers. I put 6:58.
Well, if they get down in that 6:58, that's going to be awesome. And winner chicken dinner to you on that for sure.
I'm looking at you, Jason Scherer. Put the pressure. I'm putting the pressure on Jason. Look at them slinging that bomber across the finish line with a time of 8. What's going to come in? 8:24, Pam.
Let's see. Got to move. I was looking at the bottom of the list here. Justin Wicks, the number 792, is sitting in that 8th position with a 8:24.159.
And on the line is the 4480. I have to go back a little bit. That is Chris Hicks. He was in our 10 o'clock hour. A little bit out of order there, but Chris Hicks sitting on the line, ready to go.
And Chris Hicks out of Geyserville, California, in a Genwright Triton Engineering IFS chassis. First King of the Hammers was in 2018. With Justin Wade riding shotgun.
All right, let's see what our rookie does here. Coming up over the top of the hill climb. This is kind of the second drop they have to do.
You know, I just now realized what the R means after their name.
That means rookie.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was looking at that earlier trying to figure that out. Now I understand what it is.
It means rebel.
Rebel. Rebel without a cause.
It means rabble rouser.
So Robert Carras with an elapsed time so far of a 5:37.
Yeah, and he's working his way down. He's headed into the rock section of Resolution where we saw Chase Caprara before. Stopped. We'll see if they've got the safety crew's been able to get him moved out of there. We're watching him pick his way down through the rocks. Chase is should just be coming up at the bottom of the screen unless they've cleared him of the course, and it looks like they may have gotten him off there, unless I'm mistaken. I think he's gone out of the way, which is good. And there is Chris Hicks in the big picture coming across the wash right now in the section we're kind of calling Cross Grain Hill.
And I know you've ran it, and it's named that for a very good reason. There's a lot of cross grains there. These areas right here, there's jumping rocks, as I call them. I know that's funny, but yeah, jumping rocks that come out at you. But it's very rough through that section right there. That is the first mile of our race course as well.
Yeah, it is super rough, Pam, because when you get out there, what you get is the standard trail that's headed out into the desert, which everyone's driving on, and then there's also trails that are tracks from people coming back into town out of the trails, and they cross the main road. And as more and more traffic does that, it ends up chopping it up really, really hard. That's where you get that cross grain from.
And there we are watching our rookie Robert Carras making his way down back door right now at a 7:12. Probably will be sitting, well, we'll see what his time will be here in just a moment, but it's still doing a great run for one of our rookies out here at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, he's going to come down, as we said before, into that backdoor wash is what they call it, which is this desert sand section here. As we're watching Chris Hicks drive away at the top screen. There. Oh, now we're back in close to him. It's got to make their way through this. This is where it starts to clean up a little bit, and we see our competitors pick up a lot of speed. This is where we've seen a little bit of action from a little bit of the kickers that are starting to get dug up out there. But this is where you lose those big ruts, but you just get into like regular whoops in the sand.
Yes, and this is where the horsepower really comes into play too, to make it through this sandy wash area just a little bit faster. We were talking about that earlier on. When Brian Caprara did that little
we'll call it a whoop-de-doo.
The little whoop-de-doo. There you go.
Little
whenever he did that
or
acrobatics.
Little bibbity-bop.
The horsepower definitely was really good, but it was right before that section that we were seeing.
Yeah, you can get a lot of speed through those whoops if you have your suspension tuned in right. As we watch Robert Carras come down through the Bronco Arch, going to drop down into the Ford Performance short course, having a little fun drifting it around that corner.
Can hear the horsepower in the background, can feel it in the floor of our duck blind, as we call it.
Chris Hicks making quick work of that drop zone coming over the top. Looks like he didn't shed any speed, which was awesome to see. This is where we're seeing a lot of these cars make up a lot of time, is on these transitional areas where you're climbing up the hill and then you kind of crest over the top. It's hard because you can't really see anything. You really got to trust in your pre-running, trust in your GPS, come over the top, and you will come down the other side. It's just how cleanly you'll come down it.
And Robert Carras almost making his way to the finish line here in just a moment. And the 4480 of Chris Hicks making his way down Resolution.
Yeah, he's got to go through one more drop before he's actually technically into the rocks that make up Resolution Trail. He's got to come up over this crest that should be coming into screen pretty soon, and then down a little hill. There's like a little left-right action that he's got to do. I think that's the 1444 of Ignacio Arana. I hope I'm saying that right.
Ignacio Arana. So we have a few racers that are coming in towards the end of the hour for their qualifying run. Ignacio having those red numbers on there indicates a rookie of our program out here, and a Trip Fab chassis with a Ford 408. First King of the Hammers is right now.
And they have that little R on the screen, Pam.
Yes, exactly.
All right, we're watching Chris Hicks come through that sandy wash section, about to drop into the rocks of Resolution Trail. Great shot right there. This is basically coming down Resolution.
And we'll see if they have Chase Caprara completely out of the way yet. We did see they were hooking up to the winch line earlier.
I think I saw the last car that went through there, Pam. I think he was out of the way. I think he's gone now, clean. I think it's a clean run down this section of trail. Because I believe that's where he was right at that big rock section right there. That big rock right there to the screen left, car right of Chris. That's I think that's where he got hung up. Oh, little center diff punch there on that. Looks like I got to back up, hit a little harder. That's always the answer. Digging through these rocks. There's some big rocks down in there. You got kind of, especially with the IFS cars, you got a lot of clearance in the middle, but you can also get high centered pretty quick on them. You kind of got to plan a few rocks ahead as you work your way through.
Yes, and that's what's so key about any kind of off-road racing, whether you're on a dirt bike or out here in four wheels, you're always looking ahead at what is coming up. You can't be looking straight down at the front of your car, because if you look straight down at it, guess what? You're going to hit those rocks in the wrong spot.
Yep, as we watch Chris line himself up for a backdoor, that top drop. Looks like he's going to take sort of the traditional drop here. Oh, he's stacking rocks for the next car to come down there for him, make it easy for him. All right, we'll watch Chris Hicks come out the bottom of backdoor, and he'll be into the wash at just over 7 minutes.
So probably, but checking up, not sure what's going on.
I was about to say I'm assuming he's just going to switch into high range, but maybe not.
Still rolling, but
yeah, it's definitely not. This is not what you'd expect unless he's really fighting. It almost looks like he got reversed for us. Oh, the window net's coming down. That's not good. We're hearing from our production crew that whoever's shooting there said that when he drove by, it sounded like a box of rocks. So hopefully he didn't end up with a transmission full of neutrals. That's the worst feeling, Pam, when you have all neutrals.
I love your verbiage.
All neutrals. Do you know what all neutrals mean to me, Pam?
What?
That's what paid for my house. All neutrals in your transmission. Bring it on over. I'll help you out. Yep.
Well, you know, at least
I would say pay for my first house, but I only have one house.
But at least he got off the course there, so he's not in the way of anything and have to hold anything up. But wow, not a good feeling for sure. But
well, it is a shame, but you know, there's a good and a bad about it. Really, you know, if something happens during qualifying, there is the green sort of silver lining is the fact that at least he has a few days to fix it. There's 2 full days before he's got to line up and race, and that's what our good friend Jim Marsden's dealing with. We watched him try to qualify yesterday, and he didn't get full neutrals. He just got no reverses in his transmission, and a couple of worn out parts that he has to deal with. But his pit crew's working on it. They're going to get that car back together, and I'm sure that good old Chris Hicks's team will get out there, get his car back into Hammertown, and start tearing it apart and figuring out what's wrong.
All right, we are rounding out our 10 o'clock hour of our qualifying. Our 11 o'clock hour, we have quite a few people with some names that you guys will all recognize. We'll have Kevin Stearns coming up, Pip Justice from Australia, Chip McLaughlin, who cannot hit any trees out here. And then we have Benjamin Miller, Kenneth Goodall. We got some really heavy hitters. Rick Levezzo also, Cade Rod. I think Cade Rod, he will definitely launch off of a backdoor for sure.
I think he will too. There's a Gomez in there as well with Marcos. We got Tom Pendergrass. A pile of people that we're going to want to keep an eye on. I think our 11 o'clock hour will certainly be action-packed for us, which is good up here in the booth, and for all of you at home.
Yes, and rounding out our 11 o'clock hour will be Philip McGilton, will be our last runner for that qualifying hour. But let's talk about this. Darian Gomez still sitting in that number 1 spot with a 7:33. So, you know, a little over 7 seconds in the lead from Cole Clark in the number 24, who threw down a super fast time at a 7:41. But with Marcos coming up in this hour, you know that Marcos is going to try to beat Darian's time.
Yeah, let's not forget, we haven't even got into the big heroes of the sport when we get down to power hour. You know, we've got you got the Lauren Healy's, you have Vaughn Gittin, you've got Casey Gilbert, Casey Curry, Kyle Cheney, JP Gomez, and then we have Waylon Campbell, Shannon Campbell, Paul Horschel. There's still so many, not only amazing drivers, but amazing cars to see out there and see what they can do. And then we'll be rounding it all out at the end with our current king, Raul Gomez, who I'm sure, did you go to the drivers' meeting, Pam?
I was still doing the awards for our Desert Challenge, so I was not able to go to it.
Raul was there to let all the other drivers know that if you're in the race and you see the helicopter, they're not filming you, you better get out of the way because he's coming.
Right, exactly. I did see a replay of it. It was shown to me, and I was just laughing. And, you know, great energy from the whole Gomez crew, Gomez Brothers Racing. But, yeah, I saw that, and I cracked up laughing.
It is whenever I'm out here wheeling during King of the Hammers, it's always my biggest fear when I'm on a trail and I see the Gomez's come up, because they attack this trail pre-running like they're racing. They get and so when I see them coming, I kind of just get the car as far out of the way as I can and let them go through, because they're there to do work, and it's fun to watch.
Right, and let's talk about this. Tommy Dykstra has taken the green flag for his qualifying run in the 710 down there in the bottom right-hand corner out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, with 710 Motorsports. A Trito engine IFS with the 74 World Portals, Danzio P600 big block with 960 horsepower. First Ultra 4 race was with us at Moab in 2020. So Tommy Dykstra in that number 710 with Josh Hager running shotgun.
Yeah, he's just left town. He's breaking his way through that rough section that we've been watching everybody work through. But also in our big picture is Ignacio Arena, I believe. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Arena or Arana?
It feels like it's an arena.
Arena. Making their way down the ginormous, I keep saying ginormous rocks.
Yeah, they're right at the turn where you come out of Resolution, and they're headed down through back door right now. Looks like it's got a little Toyota FJ40 hood on it. Is that a Trent Fab car, do you know?
Wow.
Lots of fun.
What a way of powering out of that, though. I mean, could have completely turtled on top of that rock.
That looks like they're ready to party.
It is a Trent Fab chassis.
That's what I thought. The Trent Fab cars, they were, for a while, a lot of the Trent Fab cars went for that Toyota FJ40 look. It's got that FJ40 hood. Seems to be having a little bit of trouble right now. It doesn't look like there we go. I think maybe the car shut off. Sometimes, believe it or not, when you hit these rocks hard, it'll shock the computer enough to basically shut down the car, depending on the engine management system that you're running.
Yeah, the computers in these, like you're saying, that's actually personally happened to me in a desert race where I going through some pretty rough terrain and it shut the car off as well. But these guys making their way down back door. There we go, picking the speed back up just a little bit. But Tommy Dykstra down there in the bottom right-hand screen.
Yeah, Tommy's in the what we consider sort of the go fast section of the course. You can see he's getting good speed through this sandy wash. This is the sandy wash. It's almost like a slow climb that they end up going up, and then there'll be a sort of a little we call it the drop. They'll crest over a hill. They come down on the backside. All right, Ignacio got the legs back under them now. They seem to be flying through this section of the trail. They got to come around the bottom of this hill and then up through the Bronco Arch. That's them in the main screen right there, coming back into town. And on your in-screen, there's that drop that we were just talking about. It's Tommy Dykstra carrying good speed through there.
Yeah, I mean, that is not sped up. He's literally on the rails, hauling the mill going downhill.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of action here yesterday with car taking a little bit of a tumble coming down that hill, carrying a little too much speed. You kind of got to carry that speed, but then slowly sweep to the right as you make your way through it. But yeah, Dykstra is making quick work of this desert section. They have to go up through one more little climb. There's a couple gotcha rocks in here on the trail.
Yes, there are. That's what we keep talking about too. And you know, it looks like it's all smooth and sandy, but it's not. And coming up into this area, a lot of the drivers have been taking that left-hand line today. The right-hand side, you know, is an optional line, which is a sandy, more of a sandy wash with a little bit of a climb at the end.
Yeah,
so
it's It's kind of a choice. It certainly sounds like he has the horsepower to just sort of pick and choose what he wants.
Yes, we have Ignacio Arena coming through, getting ready to do the mini Talladega. So
Yeah,
one more turn, one more jump, and Ignacio will be getting that checkered flag. One of our rookies out here in the number 1444.
Yeah, good to see him back in town. Car looks good. Nice and clean run. All 4 tires still full of air. Those look like a big, that's like a big 42 on that. That's a big old tire on that car, I think. Could
It
be
is
even
a big
43. All right, and that right there on the line is Mr. Kevin Stearns. Kevin Stearns with his co-driver, Mr. Steven Watson. Captain 205. If you need to know anything about a new process 205 transfer case, you call Steven Watson. Tell him I'll give you stop up by the booth, I'll give you his number. No, I won't. I can't give out his cell phone, he'll get mad at me.
Oh, goodness gracious. So Kevin Stearns in the number 11 out of Hurricane, Arizona in a Triton Engineering 2-seat IFS chassis named Gina with 800 horsepower with a Massed Motorsports LS. First King of the Hammers was in 2010, a top finisher in our 4500 class, moved to 4400 in 2020 to see if he could hang with the pros, and Steven Watson, like you just said, is the co-dog.
Yeah, and I think that's actually wrong. I think Kevin's out of Hurricane, Utah.
Oh, okay.
Just because I know where he lives.
Perfect.
Yep. So Hurricane, Utah, also home to Sand Hollow. If you've heard of Sand Hollow, you've heard of Hurricane.
I'll have to get that note updated here.
And we're waiting for Kevin Stearns to leave the line. As Pam said, Kevin's been a very, very successful EMC driver. Made the transition into 4400. He's in that IFS machine. And they've been working on getting their program dialed in to come and play with the 4400 boys and girls. 4400 people. All right, and we're watching Josh. Oh, no, I see his time for Josh pop up on the screen, but I don't see him. This is in a picture-in-picture. Who's this, Pam?
That is the 710 up there in the top right-hand, the 710 of Tommy Dykstra.
Tommy Dykstra.
In the bottom right-hand.
Yep, and that's Kevin Stearns leaving the line right there from Hammertown.
All right, we are going to take a quick commercial break, but we will be back with all of the action. If you have the premium, you're not going to miss out on any of it, so that's a good indicator to get it. But we'll be back right after this.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
If you're wondering why we totally reinvented the fire extinguisher, we've got about 8 billion reasons. And if you're wondering why now, we've got another 45 million reasons. That's how many fire extinguishers have been recalled recently because they might not work. We created the Rousseau to keep people safe. It's easy to use, and most importantly, it works when you need it. Yes, the Rousseau costs more, but nowhere near as much as it's worth. Rousseau, the world's most valuable fire extinguisher.
To Johnson Valley, California for the qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings, part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima batteries. Right now we are watching Kevin Stearns, and if you were watching on the premium feed, you got to see him clean that drop zone drop. Just come over the top, wide open throttle, hardly checking up at all, and flying down the hill, carrying great speed in this Triton Engineering car.
All right, taking off the line, we do have the number 78 of Pip Justice out of Australia taking the green flag. Pip is a part of the Rufus Racing crew with a Tribe 16 solid axle named Donkey with a Grom LS7. His first race with us was at King of the Hammers 2019.
I stopped over to Kevin's pits earlier. I have some friends sharing the pit tent with him, and I asked him if he had any strategy to get through qualifying. What was his plan? And he honestly said, I just want to make a good, clean run, carry a little bit of speed, keep the car together, and end up with a good starting position. And it looks like exactly what he's doing. Picking his way through resolution, making quick work of the rocks. And as we've said for many days now, this is where we're seeing our leaders pick up a lot of time, is in these rock sections. If you can come down through these rock sections carrying a little bit of speed, you make up a lot more time in these rocks.
And you could just see how deep some of the rut areas are getting out on those rock sections, but it's very steep downhill as well, as you can see Kevin Stearns bouncing around, going through the rock section.
Yeah, Kevin is no stranger to these hammer trails. As we said before, he's had many years racing with us in the EMC class, moved up to 4400 to take on some of the quote-unquote big dogs, but he's definitely got the seat time underneath him, and I'm sure coming down that trail in the 4400 car was no work for him at all. You can see that IFS working at IRS in the back. I was over there. They were adjusting the ride height of the car to give himself about an extra inch of clearance, is what he said he was after for the qualifying course. But he's coming down through the bottom of resolution, and then he'll be making the decision. Oh, sorry, this is actually back door. He's way ahead of where I thought he was. Going to jump off back door here.
Yeah, he's making great time right now.
Yeah, he's kind of come out the bottom of this back door trail section right at the probably 6:15, sorry, which should put him into the low 8s coming back into town, which would be great to see. This might be definitely top 10. We may even see a top 5 out of him, depending on how he tackles this part of the desert.
Yes, we do have the fastest time of the day, still holding on strong with Darian Gomez with a 7:33.949, and we all have our bets of what we think the fastest time is going to be, but we shall soon see. And I think you're right, it's probably going to come from somebody in that power hour.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of strategy that comes into play in this race. I've heard many drivers say maybe they don't want to be in the podium, or sorry, on the pole position. Maybe they want to have a little bit of space, use the adjusted time to their advantage. We have seen in the past couple of years that adjusted time comes into play at the end of the race a lot. You can be the first one across the finish line, but you might not be the winner of the race just because you came in first. And Kevin Stearns coming through the Bronco Arch at the 7:12 mark.
Okay, so 7:12, and that Cole Clark came through with the, where did my timing go here? Came through with a 6:36, and Darian Gomez came through the Bronco Arch with a 6:34. So Kevin picking up a little bit of speed here, you can see in the infield.
Yeah, it's about a minute flat to get through the short course with the cars from the Bronco Arch. As we are watching Kevin Stearns, he's got a couple more turns, and then he'll be back into Hammertown. We'll have a time for him. He's probably going to be just in that 8:15 mark, I believe. Maybe 8:10, 8:15, which will probably put him definitely going to be top 10, but will he be able to break into the top 5 is the big question. And there goes Stearns across the Yukon launch with an 8:13. Very good time. Very good time.
So an 8:13 will put him in that number 7 position. So 8:13.280.
I'm sure he'll be happy with that, but I don't think it's going to stay all day. We still have a lot of fast qualifiers coming through, but right now we have on screen, we've got in our picture-in-picture, that is Pip Justice, I believe.
That is Pip Justice on the bottom right, and that is Chip McLaughlin up there in the top left. So teammates out on course right now at the same time with Rufus Racing.
Always easy to see them. They have a, they like that Texas flag.
Oh yeah, Texas pride. We got people out there yelling for us for Texas here. We got Chip McLaughlin in that number 4 out of Denton, Texas with Rufus Racing in the Tribe 16 2-seat. Irene is what they call that one. First Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2019. Finished 3rd in Eastern points. Got first place at the 918 race at Mid-America and in the podium on the 4400 class.
I'm going to share a little history with you here, Pam, because I know we have some Texas fans in the house. You know, Texans like to brag about being the only state to secede from the Union. Do you know that there was actually a state that did secede from the Union? That would be a county in Georgia that actually seceded from the Union. So Georgia already has them beat. Roll Tide.
Oh goodness! All right, a little bit of history schooling here. So,
just some information about your country from the Canadian. Just keeping you up to speed here.
So we do see Pip Justice down there in the bottom right. Chip McLaughlin up there in the left-hand screen.
Yep, Pip's coming down that section of resolution, basically drops down through. Then this is kind of where the turn happens, and like most what we've seen all day is everyone's taking that turn to the right to head down into the back door drop section of the trail. That's the first little ledge right here. And then, this is a great shot. There you can see the big ledge right there. Drops down, making quick work of that. And out the bottom at a 620-ish, 620, 630. He's going to come out the bottom of that back door trail.
And there are no trees here for Chip to hit. So hopefully he doesn't turn the rocks, making the rocks look like trees. Jokingly, Chip happens.
I did watch him strategically maneuver around the rock that we've been watching all week. There's one rock in that front section that has gotten many, many tires.
No tires yet so far today, which is good, but Chip was also down here. He's been down here watching the Jumbotron and watching what everybody's doing as well, so doing his homework. But here we do have Pip Justice coming down that straightaway, going to make the right-hand turn right up over into the Bronco Arch, the last of the rock section for our qualifying course. We have a 3.5-mile qualifying loop that we are doing out here for our King of the Hammers. And Pip Justice is definitely on the rails coming down the Bronco Arch.
Yeah, he certainly picked up his pace from when he came through that the bottom of back door. He made quick work of that desert section in that Tribe 16 solid axle car. Good to see. It's always good to see those Tribe 16 cars out here. Love seeing the work out of that shop. Do you know why it's called Tribe 16, Pam?
I've heard the story, but I do not remember it.
Because they build 4x4s, and 4 times 4 is 16.
That's right. That's right.
I love things like that. That's just fun.
I'm like, I've been told the story before, but I couldn't remember what it was. Pip Justice has that Texas scheme on his car, even though he is from Australia, but part of that Rufus Racing team. So Pip Justice coming through with a time of 8 minutes, 21 seconds, .117, sitting in that number 8 spot.
That's a great time. He actually made up a lot of time on the back half of that course. That was very good for him. And we're watching Chip McLaughlin in the big screen, and I can't see who that bottom picture-in-picture is.
I'm not sure, but it might be Benjamin Miller.
We'll have to see.
We'll find out. Chip's wrap on his car with a Z on the side. Zandy Willems, Mr. Rufus, We miss him dearly. The team is out here racing and keeping the racing team alive. Chip McLaughlin making his way down Resolution.
Yeah, I can't see the number on the car in our picture-in-picture, but that's Chip making his way down through Resolution right now, through that rock section. All right, we're seeing Chip pick his way through the rock section in Resolution, and he's going to make a...
That is the 1981 of Benjamin Miller down there on our right-hand screen. And Benjamin is out of Texas in a 2022 Horschel-built 2-seat IFS. His first race was with us here at King of the Hammers in 2021.
There's Chip. He's made his turn. He's into the top side of back door. There's 2 drops in here they have to go down. First one should be coming up here shortly. There it is.
So he's right now running at a 6:28. Woo, little nose diving.
Yeah, that section trail is going to get more dug out as the day goes on. You can see our leaders went to that far left side to basically launch themselves down back door.
Yes, the ones that have been jumping in have definitely been going on that left-hand side. That right-hand side, as we were talking about earlier, that is where Sean Reisky yesterday had basically had to get winched out of it, had a flat tire and made him get stuck in that area.
Yeah, we're watching, there's Chip McLaughlin making his way through that sort of sandy, washy section on his way over to the Bronco Arch. As we're watching Benjamin Miller, he's now through the rough section that's just outside of town. He's into the soft, sandy, basically this whoop section that we see them head off into before they head up into that big drop on the top of the ridge, which we're looking at right now. Call it the drop zone.
The drop zone, and look at it.
You got a drop zone.
I mean, it speaks for itself right there with that drone footage, how steep it actually is on the other side.
It's very droppy. See Benjamin Miller come up. We've seen 2 different race lines, actually multiple different race lines, but far left and far right.
Or the middle. Some people have been taken straight down the middle.
Yeah, the middle's a little rutted out. I could see how if you stay left or right, I think you'd get a little bit, it seems rougher because it's got more rocks, but it's less rutted, so it actually would feel a little bit smoother. But yeah, definitely can tell that's a Paul Horschel built car. It's absolutely beautiful.
And there we have Chip McLaughlin on the infield right now, sitting at an 8:10 on Mini Talladega. Making his way around. I'm guessing he's going to be around the 8:30 mark. One more turn, one more jump. Taking that straightaway right now, going over the tabletop here in just a moment.
Excellent job. So he's going to be right around that 8:30, as Pam said.
All right, see, he just came through with an 8:35.475, sitting in that number 13 position.
And on screen, that's Mr. Dan Fresh, number 8.
Yep, Dan Fresh out of San Juan Capistrano with Dan Fresh Racing in a bomber chassis. LS3 is a veteran racer. Fresh started racing pro motos, but says that with age comes a cage. He's also a 5-time Baja 1000 win over multiple classes, score championship, winning the EMC class in the 4500 at KOH 2018. 2020, he was our Ultra 4 national champion. 2019 and 20. And King of the Hammers 2022, he got first place overall in the EMC class in the 4800.
Yeah, I don't believe that is a bomber car.
I'm going by my notes I have here.
I believe it. I think last year he was in a bomber car. I can't tell from this distance. I can tell it's an IFS car, and I'm wondering if it's Jason Scheerer's old car. I'm texting our guru, Mr. Miles Hasselquist. He keeps up with all this stuff for us.
This is Miles's notes that I'm reading from here, so.
Yep. But that is definitely, I do not believe that it's a Bomber 5 car. But that is, either way, it's Dan Fresh out there in the dirt. Made his way through the rocky section just outside of town. He's moved up into the sand, heading up to the big drop zone. And in our picture-in-picture is Benjamin Miller coming down through the bottom of Resolution. Always amazing to watch these cars. That's a great, right there on your screen is a great comparison as to what makes King of the Hammers King of the Hammers. Big, go fast, desert stuff. Look at that, launches it down. That's a great line down that section of back door that Benjamin just took. But there's a great look at the two different parts that make up King of the Hammers. You have big, long desert race stuff, and you got giant rocks.
Benjamin Miller making his way through the sandy wash after back door. Going to be coming around towards Hammertown into the finish.
Yeah, he's certainly picked up his pace here. 7:25 coming at the bottom. If we head up that Bronco Arch, he could we could be looking at a mid-8 time. As Benjamin Miller comes back into town, certainly moving faster than he was in the front half. As we see in their big picture, that is Dan Fresh. Heading through the sandy section, you can see how fast he's moving in that car. It's going to come up to the drop shortly. That's sort of the big crest at the top of that hill that you just saw come up on the front top of your screen. As we watch Benjamin make couple turns, then he'll come across the Yukon launch.
Dan Fresh making some great time. But Benjamin Miller down here in the bottom right-hand screen going through mini Talladega. Benjamin Miller right now with an 8:38. Put a 1 in front of it. I was looking at his number.
Look at his number. It's got a 19 on it. He jinxed us. Jinxed us, Pam. All right, yeah, so as Benjamin Miller comes across the line, looks like he's going to come in right maybe just under the 9-minute mark as Dan Fresh makes his way through Resolution.
All right, so Benjamin Miller coming through, sitting in that number 20 spot with an 8:55.294.
And I do believe we just saw Gary Easley take off of the 4.445. That's him in your picture-in-picture. Headed out of town, just left the short course. And up in the main screen, once again, is Dan Fresh coming down through Resolution.
Gary is out of Roseville, California. First King of the Hammers was with us here in 2023. Travis Carpenter riding shotgun with AP Racing.
Yeah, he's in that rough section just on the edge of Hammertown. See all the campers in the background. As Dan Fresh makes his way down through the bottom half of Resolution. And then he'll be headed down into the 2 drops that make up the trail affectionately known as back door. Oh, Dan's got a little offline there. Got a little carrying a rock down with him.
That is the same rock that we saw somebody on earlier on when they looked like they got stuck, but the backside.
Well, that if you want to, yeah, if you want to, it's kind of tricky because it all depends how you're going to come down that section of the drop and back door. If you've seen everyone who's jumping it, they set up far left. But it looks like there's some big rocks moved around on the top, probably making it difficult to set up correctly. But Dan's going to come at the bottom at a 6:40, so that should put him at the mid-8-minute mark when he gets back into town. So we're watching Gary Easley right now head out. He is now through the rough, choppy part of the desert section on our qualifying course, and he's moving into sort of the high-speed, whoop, sandy, soft section. As we're watching Dan Fresh head through the backdoor wash all the way up into the Bronco Arch.
And right now he's sitting at a 7:13 as he's exiting out of the sandy wash here in just a moment.
All right, Dan Fresh up through the Bronco Arch. Look, looks like he's taking that far screen right, driver's side left line that you were talking about, Pam. Certainly seems to be a little bit faster.
Yes, it just sets him up a little bit different entering into that short course, but it looks like there's a little bit of a line getting burned in, but you have to turn a little bit tighter left to get yourself turned into the short course section. But Dan Fresh, he's very well seasoned. He knows what he's doing. He's got his lines down.
Well, you know, as you'd mentioned, Dan used to be a motocross rider. We see a lot of motocross riders make an easy transition into Ultra 4. If you're if you're used to two-wheel fun in the dirt, you become very, very adept at reading terrain, because if you read it wrong, it hurts a lot.
Yes, it does. And that's, again, you know, a lot of, like you're saying, transitioning into the four-wheel vehicles, they are really good drivers usually when they come into the four-wheel vehicles, because they're used to scanning the terrain in front of them and what they're looking at and what they need to be avoiding and all of that good jazz.
All right, we're going to watch Dan come up over that Yukon launch.
We'll get a time here in just a moment.
As we're looking at the 4.333 of Rich Goldman on the line.
All right, so Dan Fresh came through in that 17th position right now with an 8:49.333. And there we do have the 43.33 with the red numbers of rookie out here. Of Rich Goldman out of Montana, Trophy Wife Racing.
And Gary Easley is still making his way up through this sandy wash section, heading up to the area that we've called the drop zone.
All right, we are in our 11 o'clock hour of our Nitto Race of Kings qualifying day. We're out here for the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto and powered by Optima batteries. It's been a great couple weeks of racing already. We're going into our third week of racing. Basically, we started off with our King of the Motos, and then the next weekend we had our Toyo Tire Desert Challenge, but here we are for our big races of our Nitto Race of Kings qualifying, and our Nitto Race of Kings will be taking place on Saturday. Tomorrow we will be kicking off our UTV racing at 8 a.m., our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Lots of large names racing in our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. A lot of them are also racing out here with us in our 4400 class as well. So Rich Goldman making his way through. That is the area that's a tricky area, and you definitely cannot be going fast. We have those rocks that are hiding, but it is the cross grain area. It's very, very rough through that section.
Yeah, it's not an easy section to get through. We've seen, as we saw, there's that rock.
One of them, yep.
We've seen a lot of participants, unfortunately, yesterday lose a tire. The other difference probably, Pam, between why we haven't seen as many tires today versus yesterday could be the fact that those EMC cars, they have to run a DOT tire. And that compound is very different than the tires these 4400 cars can run. The 4400 cars, it's basically unlimited, so you can run true race tires. Some manufacturers are now building tires specifically for the 4400 class, so definitely tougher tire.
Yes, exactly. And when Jim was in here earlier on, he was going through all the specs of that and talking about that as well. And these tires, we've only seen a few cars with flats so far today. But within this hour, we are going to be seeing Rick Levezzo, Marcos Gomez coming up here in just a little bit. But right now, we do have on screen Gary Easley and Rich Goldman.
Yeah, Gary Easley making his way down through resolution, and then he'll be into back door, which he might be in right now. Yes, I think that's the first drop as part of that back door section. Then he's got the big drop where you either set up where he is right there for the sort of stair step. Anyone who's launched it has gone to the far driver's side or left. All right, well, while we wait for Gary to get back into town, we're going to take a quick break from the action. Just a reminder, if you subscribe to the premium package, you will not get taken away from any of these racing that's happening here at King of the Hammers. We're racing for the Nitto Race of Kings, qualifying all day today. We'll be back shortly.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Welcome back to the Nitto Race of Kings qualifying. We do have right now on the screen, Marcos Gomez has taken that green flag down in the bottom right-hand corner, but I'm Pam Hall alongside of me, Ian Johnson. It's been a great day of qualifying so far. What is your favorite part that you've seen so far out here on qualifying?
I think my favorite part of qualifying is what I say ever since we've moved it, when we moved it over to Chocolate Thunder where the qualifying got really, really long. I like the multiple cars on course. I think that's exciting. I like seeing traffic. I like seeing winching. I like seeing a lot of action on qualifying. I like when we see a pass in qualifying. That's my favorite thing. So I really enjoy these longer qualifying courses with these rock sections mixed in with this desert section. But as Pam said, if you had the premium, you got to see it. But Marcos Gomez has just left the line, and that is him in the bottom of your screen. Top screen, who do we got up there, Pam?
That is Rich Goldman, one of our rookies out here for 2024, making his way down back door area. I think he's right now in resolution.
Yeah, I think you're right, Pam. That's kind of the bottom side of resolution. As that drone will swing around, you'll see a sandy wash in the bottom. He's got to come down and basically make a right to head into the back door section of the trail or go up the sand hill, and it looks like he's making a right like everybody else. The excitement today has been watching these drivers make the decision as whether or not they're going to drop down back door and just basically take what would be considered a traditional line where you just drop the front end down and crawl through, or some of our drivers have been launching that far left side, which has certainly been fun to watch.
Yes, you are right in the 48.33 of Rich Goldman, making his way down the drop. That looks really good right there, but yesterday it became an issue. The people that came through with the front flats were having problems making their way through that, but we just saw our rookie Rich Goldman not having any issues whatsoever.
No problem at all in that car, and I can't tell, that's either a Trent Fab or a Bomber Fab car. It's hard to tell from this angle. It looks like a Bomber Fab car to me. As we're watching Marcos Gomez, he's in one of those Joe Thompson UFO cars. This is our second Gomez to see on track because our fast qualifier right now is, Pam? I set you up perfectly.
You set me up. I'm sitting here. Darian Gomez, the number 90, with a 7:33.949. So his uncle Marcos Gomez on course right now. Do you know that he knows what that time is, and he's going to be pushing for that number 1 spot as well?
Oh, he wants to push. I'm going to bet that they would love to see Gomez all at the front of the race course come Saturday. I think they'd be super happy about that. Certainly have the equipment to do it with those Joe Thompson UFO cars.
Yes, and here we have Rich Goldman going through our Bronco arch. Marcos Gomez getting ready to come up to the drop zone here in just a moment.
Yeah, and this is where we see right there, that is exactly what we want to see for a fast qualifier. No holds barred, up over the top, not slowing down at all. The one nice thing, in all honesty, Pam, I don't know if you've ever gotten to sit in a Joe Thompson UFO car, is you sit so far forward in that car. You can almost see Marcos in that car. The sight lines out the front of the hood are so good. The front end sheet metal of that car drops down so much. So when you're doing those big transitions like that, you actually get a little bit better. It's like being in the front seat in a roller coaster.
Right.
You could kind of just see a little bit more than the person who's 3 or 4 cars back. But yeah, the design of that chassis is all about the visual, being able to visualize and see through the front of the car, which is very, very impressive. And you can see Marcos is making his way up through. He's done through that drop zone. He's got through this one last little drop coming over the top where he heads into resolution. And there's 2 lines through here. The fast line is the straight line, which is what he took, just straight through. Some drivers will do a left-right turn to sort of stay in the sand, but we've seen our fast qualifiers just huck it over the top of that and come right down through the bottom.
I'm going to be very interested to see if he's going to jump down back door or not, because obviously that's where our fastest times are the people that are not holding up at all going down these big rock trails and down back door.
I will guarantee you that Marcos Gomez launches that car off back door the exact same way that we saw Darian do it. I would probably be willing to bet that they'd probably pre-run that launch 3 or 4 times in the past few days. But he's making quick work coming down through resolution. You can see working through this. Now this car is slightly different. This is the IFS IRS car. As you can see that the independent rear suspension working. It's almost like I think it's like a twin traction beam style in the back, so it basically swings off the opposite side of the chassis, but you can see how the chassis stays incredibly flat as the rear tires climb up over the rocks. That's the benefit of that, the IRS. Obviously the downfall, same as IFS, there's just so many moving parts in that car, but easy to spot that those chassis doing work as he comes out the bottom of resolution. It's an amazing time right here, Pam. Under 6 minutes out the bottom of resolution.
Yeah, he's definitely making great time. So taking the right-hand lane around. So 5:52 right now, entering into back door. So taking notes of that as well.
Yeah, looks like he got hung up slightly in the rocks there, but you'll see him. We'll see him go far left right here and just launch his way down. Perfect textbook drop through there, through that section. You can see that far left line. They just kind of carry the wall with the drive. Well, these are single-seat cars, so it's kind of hard to call it, but driver's side tires, left-hand side tires. They just carry them on the wall and launch the car down. They have definitely done their homework in these cars and on these trails. So he's come out the bottom at the 6-minute flat. I don't think he's going to put too much pressure on Darian.
I don't think so either, because right now Darian was going through the Bronco Arch at a 6:34. So right now he's at 6:42, and he's not to the Bronco Arch yet. So Darian definitely has the one-up on his uncle.
Yep, as we're watching on our in-screen, that's Patrick Peterson. Just left the line. He's just leaving Hammertown right now.
Yes, Patrick Peterson is out of Wisconsin with Bad Axe Racing. First Ultra 4 race was at Crandon in 2019.
Good to see him out here in Johnson Valley as we watch Marcos Gomez into the short course.
He still has a great time, though. I mean, 7:20 right now in the short course.
Very good time. Another benefit of that car, the way that those Joe Thompson cars are built, is you're basically side saddled by fuel tanks. So the weight distribution is very, very well designed. You can see how flat that car sits in those flat corners. The IFS IRS car isn't going to need as much of a berm to stay flat because of how the suspension is designed, and you can see it in action right here on your screen. You can see how the chassis just sort of stays flat as the two inner wheels pull up and the two outer wheels push down as they make their way through the Can-Am corner. We're watching Marcos come back in, and he'll come across the line probably just over 8 minutes.
I think he's going to be sitting around that number 5 position roughly. We'll know here in just a moment, though. Actually, in that number 7 position at an 8:13.280.
All right, great time for Marcos. I'm sure he's probably not very happy with that. I'm sure he would have preferred to be in a little bit higher up.
I just said Kevin Stearns' time, actually. Marcos Gomez is sitting in that number 7 position at an 8:09.874.
8:09, there we go. So between Marcos and Darian, there's still like 30 seconds between the two of them. That's a big gap on this qualifying course.
And there we do have Patrick Peterson on our Cross Grain Hill area.
It'd be interesting to find out. I bet you either myself or Miles could walk over and find out from the Gomez's. One thing that some of these bigger teams will do in the past is they would actually change out the gear ratio in the car for the qualifying run so they could go quicker. Not necessarily faster, but quicker. But I wonder if they're still doing that in these longer qualifying runs, considering the fact that you do have these long desert sections that you can get up some serious speed in.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But Patrick Peterson right now at a 3:23 in Trapdoor.
Yep, Patrick Peterson making his way through that. He just left. That's just leaving the rough section, and now you come up here and hang a right, and then you're kind of into a little bit of whoops, a little bit more manageable sand section where you can get up a good bit of speed.
Yes, you can get up a good bit of speed right here. You can see that the ruts are definitely burned in. The tracks are burned in, kind of keeping you on the inside. But there are some rocks hiding in there, but you know it's more sandy right in this section that he's in right now. Looks like he was letting up just a little bit. Now he's slowing down quite a bit. Hopefully nothing is going wrong, because normally they're going pretty fast through this section.
Yeah, we've seen most of our competitors keep a good amount of speed. I'm wondering if maybe that little lip there, he maybe may not be 100% ready for it.
making his way up. That is a very steep hill.
It is a steep drop coming off the backside of this section of the qualifying course. We just watched Marcos Gomez come through there and just not even check up at all, just basically launch over the top of that.
And Patrick taking that right-hand line.
Yeah, that far right line also gets you over into a little bit of rocks, a little bit section. You can definitely see the Patrick's car, solid axle car, front and rear.
But
Seems to be working well, but we're
smoke.
seeing some smoke come out of the bottom of that car, unfortunately, which you don't want to see.
And you know, looked like he was struggling just a little bit too. Like we were saying, a lot of the cars have been going a lot faster in the section he was in. But now the smoke is, well, there it is again.
It seems to be an intermittent amount of smoke. I'm wondering if it's a tire, Pam. It could be a tire rubbing as it's going down, possibly.
I don't know. It looks like blue smoke, though.
It does. It does look like the key to keeping a race car together on the course, Pam, is, see, every car is built with a specific amount of smoke inside it. And you don't want to let the smoke out. When you let the smoke out, they don't work anymore. So you need to keep that smoke inside the car.
Well, and he is trucking along here, still making his way through.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be slowing him down in any way, so it's hard to speculate as to what it was, but there definitely seemed to be something going on in that car. But right now, on the starting line, who we got here, Pam? Leaving off, we have the...
It's Clinton Peterson in the 44-49. Another rookie out here. No, I just misspoke. Not a rookie out here, but out of Fort Worth, Texas. .4499, Clinton Peterson. I was looking at Rick Lavezzo, but yes, first race was at Ultra 4 in Montana of 2023 with Peterson Racing out of South Dakota. In a Trent Fab chassis, 427 LS3 with 600 horsepower.
Yep, and as Pam said before, whenever you see the red numbers on their number card or that little R on our super in the bottom of the screen, that lets you know that person is part of the rookie program here at King of the Hammers, where the drivers get to come out, they get to spend time in Johnson Valley with former kings, with competitors. They get to learn the ins and outs of what it takes to compete. It's just as simple as where to put your pit tent and how you get fresh water and all the things that you just don't know until you come out here for your very first time.
Yeah, and it's really cool. You know, they get media training a little bit as well, so it's a great program, and a lot of the drivers that have been a part of King of the Hammers for so many years wish they would have had that whenever they were starting out, but it's an awesome program for sure to teach these guys, or, you know, show them the ropes, not teach them, but show them the ropes of King of the Hammers.
Pam, when you were doing the awards last night in our 170 kids race, I noticed that one of our drivers, he's ready for the big show, had his notes out, all the sponsors to thank.
Yes, Caden, yeah, he always has his sponsors written down, and he raced with us in 2023 through our whole Ultra 4 series.
And I believe he was from New Mexico.
I think so.
And I told him he should have added Blake's Lottaburger to his sponsor list, best burger in New Mexico. Pam, if you ever need to know where to eat, you just text me, I'll let you know. I know all the best food, any state.
That's my thing, is when I'm traveling, though, across the United States, I usually don't even stop. I just get me some French fries or something, and that's about it.
I've eaten steaks with taters and toast from coast to coast, baby, so you need to know where to get a good steak. I'll let you know.
A good steak is definitely something on my list. I had a really good one on my way out, stopped somewhere in Alabama and ate it. It was good. But up there on our top left-hand screen is the 44-47 of Patrick Peterson.
Yep, just made quick work of the two drops in backdoor. Still got that smoke coming out of the car, though, Pam.
I wonder if, it is definitely coming, obviously, from the right rear. So I wonder if the brakes are dragging.
You know what it could be, Pam, in all honesty? It could. So what speculation here, tell you right now, could very well be leaky axle seal, gear oil onto the rear brake. That's why we're seeing the smoke so intermittent, and why it's only at that right rear wheel. Or it could be a broken brake line, could be brake fluid spraying out onto that right rear brake, and that's why it's flashing off and smoking so fast. If I had to guess, I'm going to say that's what I think it is. Axle seal or a brake line on that right rear corner of the car. The good news is, if it's one of those two things, easy fix.
Exactly.
Better than an engine. Better than an engine.
But making his way through, coming down to make that right-hand turn to go up to the Bronco Arch through the last rock section of our qualifying course. Out here for our Nitto Race of Kings qualifying day. The 44.99 going down the drop of Clinton Peterson.
Yeah, came up over the top. He's coming down through that section. He's got one more hill to climb before they drop into Resolution. All right, we're watching Clinton make his way through that sort of sandy wash. He's got a little bit of a climb coming up.
So Clinton Peterson making his way through. You can see that the left-hand line's getting more burned in this afternoon. Or
Yeah.
It's not even this afternoon, this morning.
Yeah, you can definitely see the tire tracks in there in the sand, Pam. You're absolutely right. There is definitely a line that's been burned in. Popular, sort of a popular spot for everyone to go.
All right, so let's see. When he makes the puts on the brakes into this turn, that's where we're seeing the smoke more. So you're more than likely correct on what's going on there.
Well, that could be also just the heat from the brakes, but the diff fluid being flung out on those corners. We'll see if it doesn't smoke as bad on the right turn. Let's see what happens here. No, that's definitely probably something to do with the brakes in that back corner.
Well, hopefully it's just an easy fix, but Patrick Peterson coming through for a qualifying loop, our 3.5 mile qualifying loop, with a 11:19.120, putting Patrick in our 40th position.
Yep, and as we're watching 44.99, Clinton Peterson, one of our rookies, making their way through the top side of Resolution right now, about to drop down into the rocky section of the trail. The race course that these guys, what is do we have a final mile number on the race, Pam? That's probably a miles question, isn't it? I think it's 300.
I had the number, it's written down, but we do have Philip McGilton has taken the green flag in the number 47 with Tom Liu riding shotgun. Philip McGilton is out of Alabama. Out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, in a 2020 Jimmy's 4x4. 48P chassis 2C, straight axle. First race was with us at King of the Hammers in 2016. He's also raced in the ARCA Series and Craftsman Truck Series as well with NASCAR. His first Ultra 4 win was in Pennsylvania in 2023. And an interesting fact about that, when he won that race, he had tears in his eyes. He was super excited. Amanda, his girlfriend, was riding shotgun with him normally throughout the season, and that was the first race she wasn't in with him. But Phil McGilton right now on screen with Tom Liu riding shotgun. Clinton Peterson up there in our left-hand screen, getting ready to exit out of Resolution. Or actually, he's in back door.
Yeah, he's made the exit of Resolution into back door. He's done that first waterfall drop, and then he's about to come up to the second one. Taking a very traditional line down through there, coming out the bottom side. Very good, very clean move for the rookie.
So Philip McGilton is the last competitor for our 10 o'clock hour, or I'm sorry, 11 o'clock hour.
Yeah, we may have a couple stragglers out there, Pam, because I think we've skipped some people on my list, so there may be people picking up at the end, but he is our last official scheduled driver. You are right.
Yes, we have had some of the drivers coming in late here during their qualifying, but yes, we will see if we have any of them coming to qualify towards the end.
But we still have our fast qualifying time of Darian Gomez still sitting on the pole since his run this morning at 7:30. I think it's 7:31. That's what his time was. With no one really pushing up on him yet. Yeah, 7:33. Right behind him, Cole Clark, Brian Caprera, and then Brett Harrell with a 30-second gap between them. There's still a lot of space in our top 5. I think we're going to see that shuffle around a lot as the day goes on. Still lots of cars out there to qualify. We're only on, I guess, car 60, right, Pim? We still have a good 50 left to go.
We have quite a few left to go, so let's see what we have here.
We've got 116 cars. That number is going to change a little bit.
We've had 43 cars take the green flag this morning.
Yeah, on my sheet, Philip McGilton was car 59. He should have been the 59th car, but as we said, there's a few people that might have been having issues after pre-running or possibly rolled during shock tuning. I'm looking at you, Kevin Jones.
So Cade Rod, I did see him earlier on walking by the fire over here. We have the campfire right in front of us. He had his fire suit on and everything. He was supposed to qualify within our 11 o'clock hour, so maybe he's going to change his time and be qualifying at a different time slot.
Could be.
But Philip McGilton on screen on the bottom right, now on both of our screens, number 47.
Yep, he's headed up to the top of that ledge at the top of your screen. But right now, we are going to take a break from the action here in Johnson Valley. All day today, we're qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings that will happen on Saturday. This is all part of the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto and powered by Optima batteries. If you have the premium, you're not going to miss any of the action. We'll be right back.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4500 Yukon.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers presented by Nitto and powered by Optima batteries. I am here, Pam Hall, alongside of me, Ian Johnson, and we are here for the Nitto Race of Kings qualifying. And coming through our short course, making a very quick time, is the number 47 of Philip McGilton, running strong. Ian, what are you seeing right now on the bottom right-hand side? Is that Clinton Peterson trucking along, or is that Rick Levezzo?
I believe that's Rick Levezzo. I think that's the 4449 of Rick Levezzo, if I'm not mistaken. That's just outside Hammertown. We saw him leave the line. If you were subscribed to the premium feed, you also got to see him leave the line. We saw him leave the line, head out just outside of Hammertown, and then stopped immediately. Co-driver got out, just seemed to be looking around the car. Didn't seem to be doing anything, just looking, and then they got back in it and kept going. So I'm wondering if maybe there's just something that doesn't feel right in the back of the car, and so they're just checking it and before they continued on. But definitely stopped on course for a quick second as we watch. I can't see that. It was a 44-13. I think that's Tom Pendergrass.
Yep, that is Tom. So let's talk about this really quick. Philip McGilton was coming into our short course, finishing up his qualifying run. He just came through, and he is now in that number 4 spot with an 8-minute .017.
Yeah, we just watched That was Tom Pendergrass we just saw leave, and that was Rick Levezzo. What'll be interesting is based on how long Rick was stopped, we may see a little bit of action with.
All right, so Ian, I'm going to make a transition here. I'm going to step out of the booth. It is my time to go watch this qualifying from the front row over there. Mr. Miles Hasselquist is coming in to take over. So it's been a great time here in the booth, and I'll catch you all later.
Pam, it's been great. Thank you so much. Miles, it's great to have you in the booth. I know that I don't have to catch up to speed because you've been back in the production trailer, keeping us all honest, and then feed me any answers to any of the crazy questions that I had earlier, and I appreciate that. Miles, welcome. We're seeing a little bit of fun on screen here. Miles, welcome up front.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, Pam and Jim did a great job this morning. Yeah, I was keeping up to date with everything, and then you jumped in the booth and keeping everything flowing great. And we're gonna have another great afternoon. I think it's afternoon. Almost. We got another minute.
It's close enough to afternoon, but yes, we are going to have a great afternoon of qualifying as we just watched.
Tom Prendergast come to a complete stop.
Yeah, they got a little out of shape. We saw a second, and also further down the race course, we all have a complete stop as well. Looks like we have an all stop on course. For some reason, both vehicles have shut down.
That is a tough break for both of them.
But we have one vehicle still moving along out there. I can't see who
That's Kevin Porterfield, if I'm not mistaken.
I was going to say, it does look like, it's
wide open design.
You can always, Adam Woodley loves his tubing roller.
Yes.
It's so easy to see his cars. But yes, I think you're right. That is Kevin Porterfield out there in his wide open designed car. He's been out there racing that for he's been racing that for a few years. That's been a few races on it.
Yeah, he's had that for quite a few years. I'm going to say 5-6 years.
Yeah, I do remember it. I was talking to Adam the other day. He's on his way out. He's going to come out today, he said.
Good old Woodley. Always like having fun with him. Tim Hooper, you had a great run this morning, buddy.
All right, we're watching Kevin Porterfield right now making his way through the section just outside of town. But right in front of him, we've got Tom Pendergrass at a complete stop. And right in front of Tom, we had Rick Levezzo at a complete stop. So we're going to have to figure out what is going on out there on course. And we're going to see if Kevin gets into any traffic here shortly. Great big wide shot. You can see Kevin coming up through he's kind of through the rough section. It's close to town, and then you get out into this sandy wash where you can get a little bit of speed. And coming up, there it is right there. We have
Prendergast
just stopped.
And this is right in that area, if I remember right, yesterday where that rock was killing all the driver's side tires, right? Just past it?
The rock was a little bit further back, but I don't think it was the rock that got him, Miles. He just got a little bit out of shape in that whoop section. And looked like it kind of threw the back end up. But right when they left town, they had stopped. They'd stopped when they left town. Co-driver got out and was looking at something in the back of the car, and then they continued on.
When I was walking over here then.
So I'm wondering if there's something wrong in the back of the car.
Yeah, tough
and
break.
That may have caused it to get a little western, as we say, out there in that one section.
Prendergast car, that's a Eurofighter from Rob Butler across the sea. Him and Levi Shirley have very similar cars, and it's another work of art out here on the lake bed. And we still have Darian Gomez. I saw his run this morning when he launched out there with that 7:33. I guess the 7:22. I don't know if we can shave 11 seconds off that run.
I'm going with 6:58 miles.
6:58.
Someone's going to do it.
Okay, somebody's going to send it, huh?
I think what we're going to see before the day's out, I think we're going to see somebody roll up on that drop, that section that we're calling the drop zone where that big ledge is. I think we're going to see someone do full send off that, wide open throttle, and just clear air over that, which will be amazing.
Yeah, it'd be fun to watch.
I'm looking at Lauren Healy for that. And then I'm
highlight reel's going to get good this afternoon.
I mean, these guys know how to play this game, right? Like, we're looking at the Lauren Healys, the Jason Scheers, Vaughn Gittin. They know that it's just as important to be on the highlight reel as it is to have a good pole position. So I'm sure we're going to see someone basically send it over that hill, T1 style, which will be awesome. And then I think they're going to couple that with an amazing run through resolution and just launch off backdoor. And it's going to get into that 6:58.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of great runs going already, but it's only going to get better as the day goes on. As we see Kevin Porterfield and Brian McVeigh, the number 4426 out of St. Charles, Clairsville, Ohio, with Porterfield Motorsports. And that wide open design 2C IFS Jeff Ginter race engines, 800 horsepower, maximum turbo 400, Atlas, Mickey Thompson, PRP, Baja Designs, RCV, Liberty Mountain Fab, Diddy's Big Block, and Radflow. Porterfield's been racing with us here at King of the Hammer since 2016.
And we just right now we're watching Bailey Cole leave the line.
And do you recognize that car? That's an SXOR chassis, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you are right, Miles. Yeah, that's an old school IFS car.
So Bailey Cole's teamed up with Sky Johnson. Bailey's out of Everett, Washington, with Bailey Cole Racing in that 2021 SXOR IFS chassis, LS3 Turbo 350. Atlas, Jegs. Really cool to see Jegs out here in a heavy way. 74 Weld, FK, Ford Performance, Fox, Maxima Oil, OMP, Optima, Spider Tracks, Vision, Warren, Yukon, and ARB.
Yeah, we saw Bailey yesterday in his Bronco that's also wrapped in that same Jegs.
I don't think
did he qualify?
No, he was supposed to be in power and didn't. So I don't know if that's strategy or I know he did hurt the car in the desert race, but I think they had it back in action.
Yeah, I talked to him after the desert race. He said it was just a simple tie rod.
Okay.
So I don't think it's a seriously difficult fix.
So, but don't forget the 4600 Curry stock class does start behind everybody. So qualifying, I'm not going to say it's not worth it, but not worth hurting it, and he was probably out pre-running if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And then the other issue is he's got to get ready to come in and race this. And when I did see him the other day, he was fighting a head cold. So maybe the decision was take the day off, get feeling a little better, and then get out here and race for the 4400. But right now we're watching Kevin Porterfield make his way down through resolution. That's on your main screen. And down on your picture-in-picture, that is Bailey Cole out there in that IFS IRS car.
It's got a solid axle rear.
Oh, sorry, yes. IFS solid axle car, yes. Thank you, Miles.
Oh, all good, buddy. You've had some great information flowing today. Obviously, I do a lot of homework on it, but I try to share it with everybody.
I wanted to go smell the smoke that was coming out of that one car, and we could figure out
Patrick
what it was.
Peterson?
Yes.
Yeah. You called maybe tire, maybe engine. Did he end up making it through?
He made it through, yeah.
Wow.
I think at the end, I think just by watching it, it's either an axle seal or a brake line.
Okay.
If I could smell it, I could tell you.
Yeah, if it's gear oil, you can really smell that from a long ways
It smells
away.
like money to me, Miles. Money.
But Porterfield's making good work. He does choose to go down back door.
You know what, Miles? We've seen almost all of the competitors make that choice. I honestly think that these cars, there's no reason not to, and I think there's so much time to be made up.
That far left line, when I first saw that this morning, I was overly impressed. I've been back there
You mean
and never
that line
really
right
saw
there?
that. Yeah, I haven't visualized that. I usually just go down the center. So I'm going to have to go back up there and put eyes on it because these cars make it look so easy. I promise you, tonight after everything's done, go back there and just walk up in it. It's taller than you.
No, don't go there at night. Do not go to back door at night. Do not go there.
It's a party.
No, it's something all right. But what that line that Kevin just took, that's not even as far left as we saw the two Gomez cars take.
Yeah,
they almost
went
ride
way
the wall
and then landed on the right front tire.
Exactly, and they make it, as Miles said, they make it look so smooth. But that's an probably 8.5 foot drop.
Yeah, it depends on the day because it can get washed out in the bottom.
Yeah,
but yeah, at least 8 feet.
It's
insane.
No joke.
And these cars make it just look like it's nothing, and it's something. I promise. I don't want to drive down it.
No. If I did, I wouldn't launch down it at all. But right there you can see Kevin Porterfield making good work of that one little wash section.
So Porterfield going to be heading up through the Bronco Arch and then the Ford Performance Short Course as Bailey Cole is heading up and then heading down the Terhune Tumble.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
I saw him last night, and I said, I hope I didn't make you mad, buddy. He said, no,
like
it's all in good fun.
Porterfield just lost breaker bar up there by the Bronco Arch. When his team's looking for it later, let him know that's where it's at. We just saw it come out from his tool bag.
So Kevin Porterfield top left, Bailey Cole bottom right. Bailey Cole's racing almost everything out here, teamed up with Sky Johnson on this one, racing his car. And again, I'm going to go back to Jegs. I remember when I was in high school getting the Jegs and Summit magazine, and then it's kind of dropped off the radar a little bit, or at least for the off-road side. To see Jegs hopping up in a big way is really cool.
Just so you know, Miles, whenever you say Jegs, you got to say it like this. You got to go, Jegs.
Jegs.
Yeah, you got to give it that this week.
Canadian twang?
No. It's the Sunday voice, man. It's going to be on sale this week at Jegs. It's that race car sound.
So Porterfield's getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. We'll get a time for him here shortly. Don't forget to go to King of the Hammers website. Check out everything. Bailey Cole's making quick work through here.
Yeah, he's on a tear up through that section, headed up to this is the first big jump that I was talking about before that we're going to see somebody. I'm certain we're going to see someone just send it over the top. But Bailey not slowing down at all, headed
Just
down
a good
into
pace.
that's actually the second hill. So, wow, he's even further ahead than I thought, Miles.
Yeah, he's doing great. Yeah, we'll be at back door here momentarily. Off the line next should be Tim Rogers. Everybody's doing pretty good with staying in line. We got over 200 volunteers out here this year to make all this happen. We got the Aussie team really helping with lineup and everything in between. That's a TMR car for sure. So that is Tim and Mike Rogers out of Ontario, Canada with TMR Custom Racing.
That is Mr. TMR, just so you know.
Oh, all right.
Yes, that is the TMR. That is the Tim and Mike Rogers that make up TMR Racing. That is the owners of TMR.
Know that? Thank you,
I gotta know. Canadians
yeah,
have to know these things. We gotta say nice things about our fellow Canadians. So they're up there. I believe they're sponsored by the Tim Hortons Dutchie Donut, and
I got caught up on that too.
And ketchup chips. Yep. I believe this is their first year racing.
They are a 2024 KOH rookie.
Yeah. When I was talking to Tim, he said, they've been supporting racers for years with their parts, and they said they just wanted to come out and race.
Absolutely.
So this is one of their chassis that TMR makes.
Yeah, they are in a TMR solid axle chassis with an LS3 525 horsepower, maximum turbo 400, SCST case, TMR Customs. And he just wants to give a huge shout out to all his friends at home and in the pits.
And just to put it into perspective for you, if you were to get in a car right now, Miles, and start towing a vehicle to the head office of TMR, you can't stop for 44 hours.
44
hours of hauling will get you to their front door. That's how long it takes for those guys to get down here.
That's crazy.
It is a trip. But we're watching Bailey Cole come down through the bottom section of backdoor Chelsea. This is a really good time for Bailey. He's coming to the bottom right at 7 minutes.
And he doesn't have a whole lot of seat time in this, but he's got a lot of seat time in everything else.
Yeah, he's got a lot of time in him, no question. But Bailey's driven a little bit of everything. It was funny. He went to Australia recently to compete in Australia trophy truck, and I asked him was it weird to sit on the wrong side of the car. Jim would say it's the right, but he's wrong. But he said the hardest thing was every time he went to grab the shifter,
it was on the wrong side.
It was on the wrong side. He kept trying to put his hand out the door. That was the one
muscle memory there.
Yep, exactly. He'd say, go to reach for the shifter, and it was on the wrong spot. But we're watching Bailey make his way through that wash. He's going to head on the bottom of this section of the desert and then up through the Bronco Arch.
We have 116 competitors that have the option to qualify today for the Nitto Race of Kings during the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. And this is qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings as Bailey Cole comes through the Bronco Arch into the Ford Performance Short Course.
Miles, you got any little nuggets of talking through the pits. I know you guys always walk around, talk to everybody. You got anything cool to share with us?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much. My brain's a little overloaded, and I'm looking at that. That is a solid axle front. So I've got the cars mixed up. I know the Johnsons have a couple cars, but this is their older one. I think they built this when they were like 15, 16 in their garage.
So that's the old SXOR car.
Yeah,
Yep.
the old school one.
Center front diff, rear engine. That was, I remember when they first putting those together. There was a lot of interesting engineering went into those.
Yep. Yeah, I had my notes mixed up. I do apologize. But yeah, where do I start? Alex Fleming lost an engine. They got it going. They're fighting a shifter issue, but it's going. I saw John Webb this morning. I was watching it, and he qualified. He's the one that the car caught on fire while he was sleeping in the trailer.
Yes.
And so I hate to hear that, but everybody lent a hand. I know I saw the Gomez brothers offering their crew. Rufus was over there, and obviously Jason Scherer. So really cool to see them get that put together.
Yeah, good to see that car get back out there and on the trail. But this is right now TMR. Mr. Tim Rogers is driving over. That's the big drop that heads down into Resolution. That's the second of the hills where they go over. But in our big screen right there, Miles, who are we looking at?
That is Joe Gatlin. So we are missing Ken Hale, Robbie Gordon, and Brent Gagabert. I know Brent is not racing.
I did talk to Brent. He said he was not racing.
Yeah,
he did not
a medical issue.
Yeah, so he's not going to head out. And did we miss Robbie Gordon? I guess we missed Robbie as well.
I didn't see him for sure. So that
and Robbie's in one of the Joe Thompson UFO cars this year.
Yeah, he's in JP's. I'm going to call it his backup car, but I don't know. To have a backup, it's pretty impressive.
I think they have backups to the backups to the backups over there.
So that is Papa Joe Gatlin with Jesse Clark riding shotgun out of Chino Valley, Arizona with Fire River Racing. And a Jimmy's two-seat solid axle machine with an LS 418 with 750 horsepower. It's got a turbo 400. With an Atlas, Mickey Thompson, Dirty Life race wheels, the Happy Medium Approach, Adams drive shaft, HD signs, auto flow guard, QA1, Bazooka party bar, ironclad performance gloves, and advanced sleep centers of Colorado. He's been racing King of the Hammers since 2022 when he got second place in the 4,500 class.
All right, we're watching them make their way out of that rough section. Now they're kind of into that smoother wash. They can get a little bit of speed, and that's in our big picture. In our little picture, we're watching Tim Rogers making his way down through Resolution. He just passed this spot. I think we should call that Jim Marsden Rock, Miles. Right
I like it.
We'll just circle that on the screen. All right, they have made their way down through the bottom of Resolution. They'll come up here, and this is the split, as we're calling it. We certainly have not seen many people go up the sand hill.
Oh, and
I say that, and they go up the sand hill.
Yeah, Fish just gave me an update that our start list is a little wrong. Robbie Gordon got moved to Power Hour, so that's why.
Oh, so I'll just make a note on there.
Yeah,
Yep.
so Robbie Gordon will be qualifying in Power Hour later on today. That kicks off, I think, at 3 p.m. Yeah, is everything? Hopefully everything runs smooth. Ben Napier, our event director, has done a great job of organizing everything and kind of keeping the show flow. And man, he's got a big job on his shoulders. He's doing a great job at it.
Yeah, Ben's certainly doing an awesome job keeping. We got 116 racers wanted to go out and tackle. And these longer qualifying courses also make it a lot harder to sort of keep everything working. You know, you got a lot more action out on the course. You know, you see cars breaking down, you see cars rolling over, and so it certainly can impact the flow of the day, but Ben's been doing a great job keeping everything going. And also all those course workers out there hard at it, keeping everyone safe, getting these cars rolled over when they have to.
Yeah, we got 200 volunteers out there doing, just helping out. You know, we got a great core team, don't get me wrong, but all the volunteers that, you know, everybody's passionate about Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers. So Joe Gatlin top left, TMR bottom right.
Yep, Tim Rogers driving.
Yeah, I love the brothers. I love the father-son, the father-daughter combos we have out here. You know, everybody's here with their entire family having a great time.
Yeah, we saw that last night when we saw our little kids race down with our little 170s in the infield, which was fun to watch. Certainly a family sport out here. Lots of families supporting each other, and keeping these race cars together as Tim Rogers makes his way onto the short course. Tim Rogers just a few more turns, and then he'll come up over the Yukon launch.
It's been a great week out, couple weeks out here in Johnson Valley, California. Today is qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings. Joe Gatlin top left, Tim Rogers bottom right, and the Ford Performance short course.
Yeah, Joe Gatlin just dropping into that rock section of Resolution.
And he'll have the option to take a hard left and go up the sandhill, or straight down and go down back door.
Yeah, I was surprised to see Tim make the trip up around. I'm curious as to what his thought process was there. We certainly haven't seen any of the cars have difficulty coming down back door, but could be a situation where just save the car for race day and just leave it on, take the bypass and get around. Now, Miles, I was asking Pam earlier, and we were just kind of double checking. What is our race length on Saturday for the Race of Kings?
I've got it in my notes. Race of Kings.
3 laps.
Yeah, 3 laps. I think it's just over 200.
Yeah, I think I remember you when we talked a while ago. It was 200 and some odd miles. Joe Gatlin having a lot of fun on the top part of back door there. He's going to take that first waterfall drop, line up for the second one. Well done. That Jimmy's 4x4 chassis. He'll come out the bottom. Jimmy's out of Cortez, Colorado. For the longest time, the Jimmy's 4x4 was the staple of the car out here.
Yeah, they've been out here a very long time. There's probably one of the most produced off-road vehicles out here racing with us.
Pretty sure. We're waiting to see Cade Rod, who is Mr. Jimmy's 4x4 Junior. He was on my list, but I haven't seen him leave the line yet, Miles.
Yeah, he was supposed to leave about 10 cars ago.
And on the line right now is 906, Tad Dowker.
Tad Dowker. And Chris Paiva riding shotgun out of Elk Rapids, Michigan with North Shore Raceworks. Got a Trent Fab solid axle chassis, Bambi. This is Dave Cole's old car. An FTA 501 billet block with over 1,000 horsepower. A 4L80E, SCS, TubeWorks, Mickey Thompson, Warren, Amsoil, Baja Designs, Raceline, Hawk Performance, Off-Road Research, Tecton Tools, and Yukon. He raced King of the Hammers for the first time back in 2019. And this may be one of the bigger horsepower cars we have now. It was kind of a little bit of a secret, and I told him I wouldn't say anything until race day, and here we are.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I remember years ago we would sit down and talk to guys like Jason Scherer, and they would just say, you know, just a crate engine's all you need. Anything more, it just becomes unreliable. You know, we just need, and now it's a horsepower race out there.
Really,
you need that power.
I remember when 500 horse was a lot, and now that's like the little guys. I mean, you need to be in that 700, 800, 900 range to be able to really hang.
Well, you know, the tires are getting bigger. Everything's just getting bigger. The bigger everything gets, the heavier it is, the more rotational mass you have, and the stronger you build the parts, you need more power to move them. And we're getting up, like you said, Miles, 700, 800 horsepower is like the new norm. Heck, you can get 1,000 horsepower in your daily driver pickup truck.
You can now. So, yeah, I was going through my notes. Nitto Race of Kings will be 187 miles, so just shy of 200. And then the 2-lap race will be 131 roughly. But there's a couple spots this year that's a little different, that there isn't a race course for in certain spots. It's just hit this
so
VC
excited
to the
about
next
that.
VCP.
Yes, I saw that on the live show, and I hope Dave's going to join us in the booth this year, because I really want to pick his brain on all of that.
Oh, on main race day?
Yeah.
He'll be in here, I promise.
I'm super excited. It's kind of turned that one section of race course into like a choose-your-own-adventure book. You kind of got to figure out what you're going to do, and the amount of planning that will go into everyone's race, I think, in that section, it could be a game changer come race day. It could be kind of fun to watch play out. Now, that's for both our EMCs and our Race of Kings, correct?
Yeah, correct, yep.
Yeah, and there's 3 or 4 different ways to get to those 2 VCPs.
Yeah, I mean, you can take the shorter route with a lot steeper, bigger rocks, and the further out little laps you can do get a little easier, but it's longer. So
yeah,
I like
and that's
the
out near
strategy there.
out near Big Johnson, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm excited. I'm excited to get Dave.
Oh, Joe Gatlin in a straight axle just launched down back door.
Good stuff.
I don't know. Is that the first straight axle that's launched it?
I don't know. Everyone's kind of dropped it. You might be right, Miles. You might be the first one to give it that left hand side.
That's pretty impressive. That's a Tom Prendergast
That's
getting a little squirrely.
Well, that's a big jump right there. We saw that. We've seen a few people check up on that because it's a big lifter.
Hunter Miller could be next off the line. We're missing a few in the qualifying. I don't know if it's strategy or they're working on their car.
I think, honestly, our rundown just got a little messed up there, Miles, and some people have been moving around it inside
I think
the hour.
I just saw a 401, which would be Brent Moffitt, I think.
Could very well be. I do see Brent Moffitt on our screen. Yep.
Okay, so that's Brent Moffitt that just went launching.
Yeah,
not,
Brent
Joe
Moffitt
Gatlin.
just jumped down that. I think Pendergrass has already finished, Miles.
Okay, thank you.
So that would be Brent Moffitt. Yeah, great time coming through there to 7:33.
So I missed that because obviously they're both Jimmy's cars very similar. But, yeah, Brent Moffitt was mobbing out there. Great run for him.
Yeah, he's got a good time coming in. He's at the 750 mark. He'll come in mid or low 8s, 815, 817, somewhere around that. We'll have to wait and see how he makes his way through the short course.
Brent Moffitt with his brother Corey Moffitt riding shotgun out of Kyoto, Oklahoma with Catch This Racing. This is one of Derek West's old cars, with a Show Me Speed Supercharged LSA, Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Brannick, Raceline, Mickey Thompson, Indian Territory Stone, Come Get You Some Off-Road, and Radflow. And Tad Dowker in our lower right.
Yep, Tad making his way up to the top of that hill climb. That's sort of the second. There we go.
Oh, yes, you see the rear end get light.
Yeah,
you called that one.
I hope Lauren Healy was watching that because I want to see that Bronco do that, but with a couple extra 100 horsepower.
Well, I don't know extra horsepower. I think similar horsepower.
Yeah, you're right. He's got 1,000
more suspension.
More suspension. Yep, got more suspension. But yeah, he put all 1,000 horsepower up over that lip there, and that was awesome. That's a good time there, Miles. He's in the 5-minute mark, and he's into the top of resolution. And there goes one of our Can-Am UTVs.
So that is Hunter Miller with Chad Hughes riding shotgun out of Greenville, Texas with Miller Brothers Racing. He's in a Can-Am Maverick R. Well, no, he's in his X3 for this one, I believe. With Maxxis, Raceline, Liquimoly, UTV Race Shop, Elka, Double E, Baja Designs, Sparco, S3, Recaro, Pro Eagle, HMF, Hess Motorsports, Factory UTV, Evo Power Sports, Monster Seal, and Brinson Power Sports. His first Ultra 4 race was in Pennsylvania last year, and he won his first Ultra 4, but he's racing King of the Hammers with us for quite some time.
Yeah, I think the reason that he would have went with the X3 Miles is because it's because that upper control
I was going
line.
to say, you can't run a Maverick car because you have to run a 37-inch tire, and that will not fit on those new Maverick cars. So.
No. So, I at least right now it won't. Probably by this time next year, someone will have made a portal box for him.
I'll bet you're right.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. They can't fit that minimum tire size requirement in there, so he's in the X3. But X3, he was in an X3 last year as well.
And
did very well.
Yeah. We'll see his brother Cody Miller here in a little bit as well.
But there's Tad coming out the bottom of a back door at the 6-minute mark. Let's see if what he does at this little lifter right here. He checks up a little bit. Yes, he did.
We saw Brent Moffitt just mob over it a minute ago.
Well, we saw Darian Gomez fly over that in his qualifying run.
What a great day of qualifying. This is the Unlimited, the biggest and baddest names in our sport for the Nitto Race of Kings qualifier. And Hunter Miller in our bottom right in that Can-Am is really moving along. Remember the first time a few years back when they let the, because technically a UTV does fit.
Fits in the rule book,
It
yeah.
fits the rule book, so little controversy there, but we made a couple changes.
Well,
for safety.
The thing is all the UTVs, they've just. I think when the UTVs first came out, the concern was size. Because they were so much smaller than a traditional 4400 car. The UTVs of late, they're big cars. They're getting close to the size of an actual.
Oh no! Tad Dowker coming to a complete
stop
on the Ford Performance short course. Hate to see that. You can see the light flashing, so I would assume something with the electrical.
Oh, nope. Looks like he got her going there.
Yeah, so he probably had to shut it off and reset. I heard you talking to Andrew McLaughlin earlier, and I wonder if it's something similar to that.
A little hard reset of the computer.
Oh, that cost him 10, 15 seconds. Hate to see that.
It did. That is a shame. He's got 2 turns left before he heads over that Yukon launch. And as Miles was saying, in their picture-in-picture, that's Hunter Miller in that Can-Am X3, flying up through that section of course.
Yeah, the first section's desert with that, but that cross grain section's really
tough.
Nasty.
It is tough, but once they get past it into the softer sand.
Yeah, right where he's at now.
Yeah,
you can really.
Here we go.
Move.
Let's see how he handles the drop here. Let's see what we got going on.
Coming down the Terhune tumble.
He checked up a little bit there, but still carrying a good amount of speed coming out the bottom.
And this right-hander right here, it's really getting dug out. You can see people blowing those bushes. And
yeah, it's a sweeper.
What a great, great day of qualifying action we have for the Nitto Race of Kings. If you have that premium, you won't miss any of the action. If you don't, go to KOHUltimate.com. We're going to take a step away from the action for just a minute, but we'll be right back after this.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. I am Miles Hasquist alongside my good friend Ian Johnson, and this is qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings. There is Hunter Miller, your top left. He did not Cheney it down the hill. He dropped it safe-like. Looks like on our bottom right is going to be Brent Burton.
Yeah,
4406.
I was expecting Miller to launch off the top of back door, but I guess not. I guess he's not shooting for that pole position. Definitely cost him some time, but he's making his way through that desert wash on his way over to the Bronco Arch.
So bottom right is Brent Burton. And Jake Smith riding shotgun out of Colstrip, Montana with CEI Racing, a Trent Fab 2-seat IFS machine with an LS3, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Raceline wheels, BFG, CEI Electrical, and third pedal repair with some King shocks. His first Ultra 4 race was in Montana, up there with the Your Racing back in 2021. I'm sure Aaron and Grizz will be tuning in off and on all week. We really enjoy racing with their organization, the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. So Hunter Miller is in the Ford Performance Short Course.
Yeah, he's got a couple turns left before he gets over to the finish line at the Yukon launch. Looks like
so he's gonna be back there 25th or 30th, I'm gonna guess.
Look at that left front tire on that car, Miles, as he comes over this launch. Oh, it could just have been the weight of the car.
I think both left sides are a little. Yeah,
they don't
both
seem
lefts.
happy, do they?
Yeah, both lefts are low, so that's why he's a little off pace. Hate to see that for Hunter, but hey, it's not race day yet. As Brent Burton is making his way through that cross-grain, nasty desert section.
Yeah, you can see that left rear is definitely unhappy. You can see it starting, the sidewall starting to flicker out a little bit on there. That definitely, I think that's probably cost him some speed. But we're watching Brent Burton in our picture-in-picture. He's going to be headed up over. There's two little basically crests that these cars have to cross. One is right before they drop into Resolution, and this one is a little bit further back.
This is the Terhune tumble, where we saw Jonathan Terhune take a pretty good tumble yesterday. He is okay. The car will be just fine. I'm actually going to go over there this evening and check it out in person, but I saw him at the Ultra 3 last night, and he said everything's fine. It's nothing we can't fix. Just it is what it is. So Brent Burton, full stream. Really moving along. I love the livery on this one.
Yeah, it's definitely easy to spot.
Kind of reminds me of the Scooby-Doo theme.
It's got a Scooby-Doo Mystery Machine vibe to it, Miles. Yep. Speaking of cars that haven't been rebuilt, I went over to visit my good friend Kevin Jones over Ultra 4 Jones over
Ultra 4
his
Jones.
pit. Yeah,
is that who you were welding for this morning?
No, I was welding over in the Mischief Maker. She's a 4500 class car. I was welding for her. Kevin Jones is a good group of guys over there. They basically had to rebuild the entire car yesterday after he wadded it up shock tuning. Decided to take it for a rip through the desert about 4 times upside down.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah. So unfortunately, lost the car, but they've been working hard and rebuilding it. They've had to basically cut everything he's done in the past month. They cut apart and put back on. But Brent making his way down through Resolution right now.
Next off the line should be Kirk Jensen, I believe, in that ORI machine. And there they are, Russell and Kirk Jensen.
Oh, I'm loving this in-cap stuff,
Yeah.
Miles. This is just fun, isn't it?
Yeah, this is awesome. So Kirk and Russell Jensen, number 4401, out of Salt Lake City, Utah, with ORI Struts Racing. And a Jimmy's 4x4 2-seat IFS chassis, ORI designed front end with 74 weld portals. CBM LS7, Turbo 400, Atlas, ORIs, Raceline wheels, 4x4 Quest, Optima, and Warn. Their first Ultra 4 race was Nationals 2021. Their dad, Mark, started ORI, and this is Andrew McLaughlin's old car. We saw him running earlier today in that straight axle.
Miles, are my eyes deceiving me, or is he running a backup screen in the middle of that dash?
I think that would be genius.
It looks to me, at first I thought maybe it was an additional GPS, and I'm trying to see what it is. But yeah, it would be a great idea, wouldn't it? Have a little camera out the back, see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, especially for, if you have somebody coming up on you fast, you have time to get out of the way, or just in the rocks, you can back up and see how far you are if you're in a bottleneck or something.
Yep.
Brent Burton does the normal drop on back door in the old mystery machine. I love that wrap.
It's a cool looking color for sure. That's a good time out the bottom through there at 6:20.
One of our camera guys, Kyler, always getting the bangers out there. This is a great picture-in-picture with Brent Burton and Kirk and Russell Jensen.
Yeah, they're making their way through that rough section that's just outside of town. We saw lots of competitors yesterday losing tires right here in the race course. There's a couple of gotcha rocks out here that will sneak up and ripped the sidewall out of the tire, and the worst part about it is it's so early in your qualifying course to lose a tire.
Yeah, this qualifying runs right around 3 miles. And our fastest time of the day is by Darian Gomez with that 7:33. And it's been sticking for quite some time as Burton comes through the Bronco Arch as we speak, heading into the Ford Performance Short Course.
Yeah, car looks well sorted, looks to be in good shape. It's got a few little turns and a couple jumps before they come across the finish line. We'll get a time for him.
Again, we need to give a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto Tires, Progressive Insurance, Sylvania Off-Road, Griffin Race Radiators, Amsoil, PCI Race Radios, CA Technology, Furman Generators, King Shocks, LaserNut, The Beast Unleashed, Pacifico, Share My Coach, and Factor 55. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be here racing today. So please support who supports the sport.
All right, Brent Burton making that last turn, coming into town.
Hitting the Yukon launch, and Brent Burton will be clicking off a lap. If you want to see the same live timing we have, go to timing.usacnation.com/live. You can find the King of the Hammers link in there. Have the live show on the big screen. Get the iPad or the laptop out and have the timing up. As we can see, Kirk and Russell Jensen with ORI Racing coming at us. Getting ready to hit the next little section of the course. And we'll see if he can float over the Terhune tumble.
Yeah, he's got to come down this section. We saw a little bit of action here yesterday, didn't we, Miles?
Oh, man, and they really pick up some speed coming down this. It's super steep.
Yep.
And they are moving when they get out there. And then it's a really nasty right-hander with a bunch of deep ruts and some bushes and some sand.
Some big old sand, Bob. Yeah, you come in there. You're just, the problem is there's so many different tracks to make that turn. Some cars are able to make it a little bit tighter, and some guys have to go wide. And so you end up with multiple basically lanes burned in there. And if you skip out of your lane, it gets exciting.
Yeah, it can get a little western, as you were saying.
Little western.
Earlier.
That's right. Yep, gets a little western. You can get a little western down at the outpost, Miles. They got a mechanical bull down there.
Yes, they got a mechanical bull right here in the AccuAir General Store as well. Yeah, but talking about the outpost, if you want to go get a burger and a beer, go check out the Tiny Pony and Sonora Brewing up at the outpost. Go check out the Ferris wheel. I recommend doing that at night.
And Jeff Wagner has left the line in the 53. That Curry Rock Jock.
We saw Dan Fresh driving his old car earlier today because his bomber wasn't finished. But that's Jeff Wagner out of Kearney, Nebraska with Wagner Racing. And this is Lauren Healy's old car. He went up to Lauren and said, hey, I want to buy your car. He's like, well, it's not for sale. He said, anything's for sale. So Lauren had to build a new one, and Jeff Wagner's out in it. And that Triton Engineering 2C IFS and IRS Bronco with a Ford Performance 460 D3 with 780 horsepower with a Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, Nitto, Centerline, and Fox. Jeff Wagner, you probably recognize that name. He's an old school rock crawler, but he did return to Ultra 4 in the Nationals in Oklahoma just a couple years ago. Great to see him out here still playing with us with that Rock Jock livery on the side.
And I think Lauren's new car, unless I'm mistaken, Miles, is it a solid axle rear, the new
Correct,
one?
yep.
Yeah, so
and
he went back
mid-engine.
Mid-engine,
So
solid axle rear.
It's very
IFS
similar
front.
to Vaughn's, but mid-engine, and this went back to the solid axle just for less moving parts.
But that is the Bronco that made the super drop that broke the internet a few years ago.
Yeah, yep. With Lauren Healy behind the wheel. But Jeff Wagner's really moving in this nasty cross grain. And it's really cool to see that four-wheel independent suspension working out in the desert. I was talking to Joe Thompson a couple days ago, and he really thinks IFS IRS is the future of Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers. We'll see how it all shakes out.
I can see how as the technology in the half shafts and the CVs and the axles progresses, you don't have the weak links that you used to have when it came to the front ends. Thanks to aftermarket companies like RCV with their, they got their very, very, oversized balls and bells inside there, which makes it a lot stronger. So I think we've definitely figured out how to eliminate the weak link in the IFS. So it makes only sense that it would transfer into the independent rear as well.
Yeah, well, the growth of the sport in the last, 10 years has been absolutely insane. It used to be a rock crawler you tried to make go fast, and now you get a fast car to try to rock crawl, and that's, these are the Swiss Army knives of off-road. They can race the desert here in King of the Hammers. They can go out to Crandon, do the short course, do the tight trees in Pennsylvania, wide open up in Montana. I mean, they can do a little bit of everything and do it well. I mean, because you can't take a T1 truck and go rock crawling, but you can take an Ultra 4 and go desert racing.
You can take a T1 rock crawling once.
Yeah. One car, every car has at least one good jump.
Yeah, every car has one good rock crawl trail in it. Just ask Hertz.
See Brian Cross, one of our Power Hour competitors out in the field, doing a little homework, watching the new lines develop, having a little chat with Tom. Kurt Jensen, the first little drop, we'll see. Looks like he's going to do the normal
standard drop. Yeah, he's not going to launch off that far left side like we saw.
And Jeff Wagner making his way down the Terhune Tumble.
Yeah, he's got good speed coming down through there, Miles.
Yeah, this right-hand turn, I suspect to see somebody roll over right in this area because they're going to catch a rut just wrong with all that speed.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see it sometime today, Miles, because as we get further on in the day, we've got more and more competitors who are really, really, really going to want to get into that top 10, and that means they're going to have to get into that sub 8-minute mark to break in there. And to do that, that's where your speed is going to be made up, is coming down those big drops.
Yeah, we saw Kyle Chaney a couple days ago really step the bar up and set an example on what's going to happen today. And here we are.
I really do enjoy these longer qualifying courses, Miles. I think they're a lot more fun, to be honest with you. I think
100%.
I think to me it's a better mixture as to what we actually will see on race day.
Yeah, because it gives you a little bit of desert, a little bit of rocks, a little bit of go fast, a little bit of the nasty cross grains, and yeah, it's a great example of what we're going to see on race day as Kirk and Russell Jensen heading up through the Bronco Arch.
Yep. Yeah, I liked it when it was at Chocolate Thunder last year. I like how it's starting and stopping in Hammertown this year.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier logistically.
Yeah, it's more fun for the fans, easier for the racers to get in and out of.
And production.
Yeah, and our job a little easier too.
Yeah, again, speaking about production, thanks to Hammer King Productions, we've been doing this race live since 2012, and I was, just the little pit reporter back in the day, and have been with it ever since, and just see the progression of, a couple cameras and a couple helicopters to now we'll have 30-plus cameras on this race come tomorrow.
You got to throw it back further than that, Miles. You got to remember the days of the Pirate 4x4 kidnapper van parked on the lake bed with 400 feet of Cat 5 cable out doing text updates live on Pirate 4x4.
Yeah, the good old days, yep. Yeah, it was a lot of fun back in the day, and it's really cool to see this sport grow into what it is. I mean, it is an absolute freight train of an event.
It is. It's definitely changed a lot over the years that we've been coming out here, but always good to see these competitors watch. As we see Kurt come back into town, he's going to make that last turn, that Can-Am turn, and go up over the Yukon launch. While in our big screen, we've got Jeff Wagner taking the right-hand turn, headed down into back door.
And in the top left is Ron Prindle, number 54, out of Belmont, California, with Prindle Racing. That is a Get Bent Fab Tribe 16 single-seat IFS chassis. We've seen Jason Scherer and Tom Ways race this car before. It's got a Grom Racing LS416 with 750 horsepower, JR's Turbo 400, Atlas, Icon, BFG, Trail Ready, Willwood, Warren, Factor 55, Baja Designs, Parts Mike, Redline Oil, A&D Welding, Predator Off-Road, Cooltech Mechanical, and South Bay Driveline. He's been racing King of the Hammer since 2021. He's had a top 20 finish, if I remember right. He races a lot of the NorCal races. And I forgot Mike Boo drove this car for a little bit. So this is one of the cars that has bounced around a lot and is still competitive to this day.
Yeah, I think the one thing once a car seems to have its bugs shaken out and once it becomes basically reliable out there, it's just a matter of updating the drivetrain, changing a few parts, but the chassis themselves will last many races.
Yep.
A few updates here and there,
and you can cut a tube out here and there and replace it. And I mean, these cars are very robust for sure. As Ron Pendle heading down the Terhune tumble, and look at the speed he's got. He's gonna have some sand over his hood in here in just a minute.
He picked a good spot to shed off that speed there, Miles. He picked the one flat spot in that entire desert.
He danced that one just perfect.
Yeah, and he came off that drop really well as we watch Jeff Wagner coming back into town, making his way through the short course. The flat turns on this short course this year definitely changing up how these drivers are tackling it when they get back into town.
I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more bicycles on that corner that Wagner just went around.
Well, I think that, I think a lot of that, Miles, also basically applies to the cars. I mean, the technology, like the nice thing about that IRS car, they lay so flat in those corners. And the technology and the shocks that we're seeing nowadays, it just amazes me. They're able to basically push the car back up when it leans over.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Ron Prindle up and over resolution. Okay, so getting an update from Matt McCowan, said Cade is working on his car right now, trying to get it fixed to qualify. So we did miss him earlier, but he is actively working on his car.
Oh, we got a little flash in the back of that car.
And he probably doesn't know that yet.
No, but do you know what honestly I think that was, Miles? I think what happened was he hit a rock. Right,
so
when
look
that
at the safety. That's Moose right there flagging him down.
I think he's getting. I think it's just power steering fluid. I think he either lost a shock or lost some power steering. I think it's power steering fluid, Miles. He hammered a rock really hard, and I'll bet you it basically shocked the power steering system, pumped a bunch of fluid out of it. Yeah.
It looks it's still flaming.
It's still going. But the theory, I think he's working on the theory, Miles, that it's like a fire in your carburetor. Just keep rolling the motor over.
Obviously, it's behind him. He can't see.
He doesn't even know it's happening. No.
It looks like it's still barely there. Hopefully, it doesn't do any damage. It sounds like we got a little replay of what happened to Prindle. I was looking at the other camera angle.
Yeah, you can see it. Watch right here, Miles. He's going to hit a rock right there, and that's right when it happens.
Yep.
I'm going to assume that that's probably, the flash point in power steering fluid is incredibly low, and so I'm going to bet that he just basically pumped a bunch of fluid out with that hit.
And then it hit the headers.
Hit the exhaust and just lit off, because right now it's looking like it's gone, right? I can't see it in this wide shot.
And he's not giving up at all. He jumped down the normal section of back door. Gets a little hang time. Look at that.
There we go.
Ron Prindle's having fun showing off that Grom horsepower.
Yeah, certainly. I see a little bit of smoke coming out the back still, Miles, but we don't see any flame. And we got another car off the line right here. That's the 131. Looking through my notes, I don't see him in here, Miles.
That's a UTV of some sort. So that may be a late registrant.
I see that. But we're watching Ron Prindle come up through the Bronco arch. This is a good time, Miles. He's coming through there at 6:30.
Yeah, that put him right around that 7:30 mark. This may be battling Darian for the fastest time of the day. What a great run. So that is Phil Stratman. They were broke down on the military base last night, so they literally worked on it all night to get here, so that's why they're getting that little rate update. Thank you, AJ Stratman. He popped into the booth real quick and gave me an update.
Yeah, and that's a UTV qualifier, not a Race of Kings qualifier. But right now we're watching Ron Prindle. He's going to come around. 7:33 is the time to beat, and he is around the corner at 7:30.
It's going to be within a second.
Yes,
look at this.
Watch this. Look at
Darian
that launch.
has it by 1 second.
I think we're about to find out. Oh, the worst part is we're going to have to wait for a while.
1.5 seconds slower than Darian Gomez.
Look at that.
Darian Gomez is still there with a
7:35.
7:33.9. Ron Prindle hurdle with a 735.5.
All that time was lost on that one rock hit, Miles.
Yep. And a little bit of fire.
And a little bit of fire, but yeah, that he drove like he had a fire in his car. All right, well, while we watch, we have this late UTV qualifier out here. We're going to take a little bit of break from the action here for the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto, powered by Optima Batteries. Today, we're qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings. For those of you that have premium, you're not going to miss any of the action, but Miles and I are going to take a break, and we'll be back shortly.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. We are qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings, and we will do a little quick highlight reel. If you had premium, you saw it. If you're in commercial, Phil Stratman just tipped upside down. So let's check it out. He's coming down resolution a little too hot, gets squirrely, gets crossed up, catches some rocks, and takes a little dirt nap.
Yeah, it didn't take much for him to get a little out of shape right there, and that's a shame. This is he's out qualifying as a late I think something might have. Yeah, that was just a basically a domino tumbling of just all bad things happening.
Yeah, so they got to work on it all night last night. Now they get to work on it all night tonight.
How are you doing, Ian? Hi, good to see you. Nice to meet you.
Ian's
you guys
talking
out
with
here
the crowd
all
a little
week, or what? Just till tomorrow? Oh,
he hit the wrong button, so I got him tuned down. Tom, how's it going, buddy? Everybody's having some fun out here. So Phil Stratman's getting righted.
Sorry about that, Miles. Just talking with the other Ian from television, my good friend Ian Rosell. If you watch
and then you hit the
Full
wrong
Custom
button.
Garage, you get to see him cut up a bunch of cool junk and make fun things on and on the YouTubes.
Plural.
I like to say YouTubes. It's more fun.
The internets. So it's been a lot of great racing action, but let's do a little highlight reel from earlier today. Have a little recovery going on, but check some of this awesome action from earlier into the day. There's McLaughlin, A.K. Watley. James Mahoney had a great run in that Faravani car. That's Brian Reed with Monkey with a Knife. That's Jason Scheer's winning King of the Hammers car. And they just want to finish this year. One of the first cars off the line this morning. Mark Welch running the UTV in the 4400 class. And to do that, you do have to run a 37-inch tire on these UTVs to pass the rules. There's Chad Owens, Challenge, runs up with the Line Mountain crew. We raced in Pennsylvania last season, and that was an amazing race. I can't wait to go back. There's Andrew McLaughlin that was having a good run, but then his Holly system was goofing with him a little bit, so it sounds like he's getting it fixed up. A.K. Watley, the Flying Hawaiian. His first race with us was last Nationals in Havasu. Back to Andrew McLaughlin. Andrew McLaughlin's been coming to Hammers since 2009, I believe. Great to see him still out here racing with us. Back to A.K. Watley, but basically a twin to Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s car. Chaos Motorsports. We saw Darian Gomez jump down. Oh, well, no, A.K. Watley was one of the first ones to jump down there. Made quick work of it. Lenny Page, I believe. Back to James Mahoney, that Faravani car. I remember when that car got debuted 6-8 years ago, and it was a work of art, and it's still relevant today. Back to Lenny Page, out of Canada, one of your fellow Canadians. But now you're a fellow American, too.
I get to be both now, Miles.
You call that a hybrid then, huh?
That's right. I still means I get to eat ketchup chips and put white gravy on things.
Jonathan Dobbs, part of Team Indiana in his Trip Fab machine. Looks like Phil Stratman's he's on his wheels, but maybe some damage to that machine, not quite sure. Was Cole Clark running in Travis Zollinger's 2-seat Pro R. He was supposed to have a single seat done, but they parts didn't show up in time, so he hopped in Travis Zollinger's 2-seat Polaris Pro R and had a smoking run. It's still in third position, so our third spot is Cole Clark in that UTV. There's Kamikaze Chris Brand, Mr. USD Sticky, and then Ryan Webb. Sparrow that took a tumble early on today. Tim Hooper with Fuel Works. That car in Havasu. That is the 4412 of Erik Foster and Anthony Sanford riding shotgun out of Grand Junction, Colorado with Foster Racing. We are back to qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings. He's in his custom 2-seat solid axle machine with a Bodix LS 428 with a Turbo 400, Atlas, Dana 60s, King, BFG, and Walker. His first King of the Hammers was back in 2020.
Yeah, you can see the recovery crew has got that late qualifying UTV. Unfortunately, I think it wasn't just a tumble we saw there, Miles, from the looks of what's going on. I think there may be something broken in the front of the car.
I mean, as many big rocks as he hit, wouldn't believe if something wasn't broken.
Yeah, he hit them all. I think he just decided he wanted to hit all those rocks.
Is that called that pinball, right?
Yeah, a little pinball trip down the side of that down the side of Resolution. But they've got him far enough off course so we're able to resume our qualifying today.
So Erik Foster in your bottom right, Phil Stratman, who did not get a qualifying time in your top left. He rolled coming down Resolution.
Yeah, you could see there's one section right here. It's just nasty when you first get out of town. So you can see the drivers checking up through there, shedding a little bit of speed. They come through this sort of cross grain hill we're calling it. Just a lots of big chunky rocks and big dips and ruts.
So one thing we haven't really talked a lot about lately, weather. There's a chance of rain. There's a chance of snow.
So Miles, I planned ahead this year, and it may be my fault. So I was in Huntington Beach a month ago with my good friends from Yukon Gear and Axle, visiting Dynatrack and a couple other companies, and it was really, really cold. And I said to myself, oh, I bet you the Hammers is going to be cold this year. So I packed like I was going on a snowboarding trip, and then I showed up here, and it's been sunny and hot all week. But I think tomorrow I may have to break out the snow pants and the big parka, and I'll be the one warm guy up here.
Yeah, we'll see. I do remember a few years back there was a snow dusting on EMC race day, and you could see the white on the 2-track. But it's never had a full snow, and it's never had a full rain. It's
not on a race day.
It's rained a little bit, but not a rain. And if it rains like it did a couple weeks ago, it's going to be interesting for everybody. So the racers, man, I was talking to a couple of them in line this morning, and I was just like, it's going to be cold for them. I mean, their gloves are going to be wet. Visibility's going to be tough. The rocks are going to be a lot slicker. But then I was talking to some of the East boys. They're like, bring it on.
The East Coast boys will be fine with it. They'll be like, yes, sir.
This is what they're used to. I was talking to Robert Lee Bull about it this morning. He was pumped. I was like, I hope it downpours. I'm like, well, that makes one of us.
Yeah, I'd prefer not to see the snow or the rain, Miles. I'm not a fan. I'm not a cold weather fan by any means. So.
But I'll bet you the Warren VIP will be busy if we get that weather.
Absolutely packed.
And if you haven't checked it out, you can. I believe they're still selling wristbands for that, and I think it's $500 for level 1 and $1,000 for level 2, and they still have a few for sale, I do believe.
Just the food in there would make
amazing,
it worth
isn't it? I went there right before I came in here. Got a little snacky snack.
Nothing wrong with that.
And again, we have the AccuAir General Store just on next to the main fire pit. We got the outpost out by the entry gate with the Ferris wheel, Sonora Brewing, and the Tiny Pony. So you can get a burger and a beer and watch the Jumbotron out there. And I think we have
Mr. Jason
Jumbotrons out.
There's Jason Blanton leaving the line.
And you can never not notice that car. It's bright, it pops.
Yep, he always has the fun wrap and the crazy fire suits coming out of, actually, that'd be another person who wouldn't be, he'd be used to the rain. He's coming from that Pacific Northwest. He posted something, oh, this isn't good. Oh, he's just getting a better line, okay, all right.
You just missed his line.
I thought he was just coming back to town.
So that is Jason Blanton and Kevin Kaufman, number 966, out of Kirkland, Washington, with Blanton Racing. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 IFS 2-seat with a big block 572, ran by a Holly Performance. Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Yukon, King, Nitto, PRP, Optima Batteries, Trail Ready, and Rugged. He's raced every King of the Hammer since 2010. He's finished third in the national points in 2013, and he loves coming out here and having some fun.
And that is another car, Miles. That car's been around for a while as well.
Yeah, and talk about big block. No misplacement for displacement.
No, he loves that car with that big block in it.
Oh yeah, it sounds good.
Yep.
And it's pretty rowdy.
And I had a conversation with him not too long ago. He was building a house up in the Pacific Northwest, and he posted a picture online of it and said he was working and it was sunny. And it wasn't sunny. But I guess in the Pacific Northwest, if it's not raining, they call it sunny. So he said as long as there's not water falling from the sky, we consider it sunny. So he may be good for rain on race day as well.
Yeah, we'll see how that shakes out as we're picture in picture with Erik Foster.
Yeah,
Erik Miramon was supposed to take off. I didn't see him.
I didn't see him either. Erik Foster seemed to be shedding a little bit of a speed through that section, but right now on the big screen, we have a drone chasing Jason Blanton, making his way through the. He's already through that hard cross grain section. He's kind of into the moving into that sort of soft sandy wash right here. After he makes the turn, we'll get to see that car throw down some speed now.
And talking about speed, yeah, so Blanton's really moving, and then Foster's a little off pace. So I'd say there's about 3 levels of racers. We have people that come out here just to race King of the Hammers. We have people that come out that just want to finish King of the Hammers. And then there's 2 others. There's people that think they can win, and then there's people that can win.
That's true, yeah. Yes, I think of that. That's a very, very good statement, Miles. Yes, I do believe that winning in the past, I think every one of our former kings is probably there. I think the problem is once you win once, it's like, well, then you got to win again.
Yeah.
You know,
now a finish just isn't good enough.
Yeah,
you want to win again.
Yeah, once you win once, you want to be able to back that up with a second one. But the question is, Miles, this would be a good. Here's the question, Miles. We have 3 3-time kings. Do you think we're going to end up with a 4-time king this year?
I talked to all 3 of them, Shannon Campbell, Jason Scherer, and Randy Slauson, and they all say, absolutely.
Or do you think it's going to be a new king?
I mean, any of our former kings could win, and there's probably 20 others that can win as well, but you have to have that perfect day. And one of those that could win is Tom Ways. It's not racing this year, but he'll be in the booth later on. And, yeah, Ian, Blanton
is stopped on the race course.
And window nets are up already, so that's a tough break for them.
Looks like
Jaron Gunter cruising through, getting ready to go qualify.
Looks like they're getting out. He's kind of looking at something in the back of the car.
So I believe is that a rear engine on this one?
No, it's not. It's
You're right.
a front
I see the
engine.
breather.
Yeah, it's got a huge. It's set way back, but it's a big block front engine, IFS car. Jason just got done prep. I love this car, Miles.
Oh, yeah.
Number 91.
The 911 of Kevin Taylor and Heath Day out of Texarkana, Texas, with .1 off-road racing. Dazed Fabrication Porsche. LS3, 416, Fritz 4L80E, SCST case, ORI struts, Brannick, ball joint eliminators, Jensen Brothers off-road. His first King of the Hammers race was back in 2020. It's kind of a crossbreed between a rock bouncer and an Ultra 4 car, and it's definitely recognizable.
Yeah, it's got that sort of like we're gonna throw a car body onto it. Oh, looks like Jason's getting back in the car, maybe. So
it's moving,
but the question will be, do they continue or are they just gonna come back to town? And it looks like it's a hanging a left.
Yeah, he's way off pace, so something's going on as Kevin Taylor gets a little hang time.
Yep. He's out of the groove there.
Track.
Yeah, he's out of the.
He was going for a pass.
I think he thought maybe it's smoother over there, and then he realized it is absolutely not.
It's not smooth anywhere.
Over anywhere, yes. You just got to eat it. But yeah, he's got that, like you said, Miles, kind of like that rock bouncer look where you throw a car on a bunch of tube and give it a weird name and have some fun. Yeah, we can only speculate now, but I believe what we're seeing is probably Blanton is going to be pulling off the course, coming back to Hammertown. I think they're going to basically abandon that qualifying run.
Yeah, tough break for him, so he'll be taking a rear start. Remember, this is qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings. They'll take off 2 at a time, either every 30 seconds or minute when we do our math. And so this race will be on adjusted time on Saturday. So even though you're only racing the same person that's side by side when you take off, and then the rest of everybody you're racing your own clock. But once you see dust, you want that next person.
Yeah, there's always the two schools of thought, right? You want to maybe lead the race, get out in clean air, not have to worry about dust. But then also sometimes, as we've seen in the past few years, that adjusted time is often what determines the winner, not necessarily who crosses the finish line first.
We have tech and contingency for the 4900 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship happening in town. So go chat with some of your favorite UTV racers if you're here in Hammertown. But if you're tuned into the premium YouTube official page, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you back home. I've been tuned in all morning. It's been a great shot. This Hammer King production crew has done an amazing job this week.
Now, Miles touched on the Warren VIP. I wanted to give you a little piece of info there, Miles. So at the Warren VIP, you get the nice warm tent, you get the tasty food, the comfy chairs. So I don't know if you made the trip, but this year I buzzed out to Las Vegas to check out the first ever F1 race on the streets of Las Vegas. Can you guess how much a VIP experience cost during the Formula One race in Las Vegas for free food and a couple of chairs to
I'll
sit
bet
in?
you it was more than $500.
You got to add a zero to that bad boy, my friend. They started at $5,000 and went up to $50,000.
So you got 2 of them?
I did not. I just got a regular old seat bought last minute on StubHub.
That's awesome.
The seats that I paid $400 for were supposed to sell for $4,000 for a seat.
That's crazy.
It was crazy.
And speaking about that Warren VIP, we have the Beam NG.Drive and the United Sim simulator, so you can race. I raced Raul Gomez's UFO a couple weeks ago on that thing and was racing here at the Hammers. Realistic view of that thing is absolutely insane.
I got my first time sort of getting my eyeballs on that, Miles, and now it's on my Christmas list for the shop.
There we go. I'll come play that with you.
Yeah. Put it right beside my Ivan Stewart Off-Road Fury game. As Greg Adler leaves the line, Mr. Off-Road Warehouse.
The boss man, Greg Adler and Brian Kirby, number 210 out of Manhattan Beach, California, with Off-Road Warehouse Motorsports. And that Kirby-designed 2C IFS with 74 weld portals, Redline LS Tall Deck, Turbo 400, Atlas, ORW, ARB, Yukon, BFG, Raceline, Odyssey, Rigid, Warren, and King. His first King of the Hammers was back in 2010. He races the Unlimited trucks from time to time, but always finds himself back here racing for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. So Greg Adler, bottom right.
Yeah, Greg always puts on a good show. Pretty regular finisher for us here during the big race. I know we've had him on the stage multiple times.
Yeah, he sometimes shares driving duties with Rob McCachran.
Yep.
But I haven't seen him out here yet this year.
They kind of swap up between the rocks and the desert.
Yeah, you talk about a weapon. You put Rob McCachran on your desert lap, that's almost cheating.
It is cheating. It technically is cheating, yep. But right now we're watching Kevin Taylor make his way up. Oh, he's going to come over this little crest of this hill, and then he'll be headed down into Resolution.
I think it was Tad Dowker that hit that the hardest
so far
today.
Yeah,
he floated over it, and did a little donkey kick as he went up and over.
Incredibly impressive as he went over that. Yes, he was definitely showing off his 1,000 horsepower.
Speaking about showing off, Greg Adler's really moving at a fast pace through this desert spot.
Yeah, he is. He's through the sort of rough section as we talked about, that cross grain. He's moving over into the sort of sandy section that's right after it. You can pick up a lot of speed. As we're watching Kevin Taylor, he's lined up to, he's made the first drop into backdoor? No, he's still working his way down Resolution. That camera angle tricked me. So he's still about halfway in the Resolution trail. And as Miles said, we're watching Greg Adler. He's put on a clinic out there in that sandy section. He's flying up there, Miles.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to watch. We are here in Hammertown in Johnson Valley, California. Don't forget to go check out the KOH Outpost. Lasertown's definitely a cool spot to go check out. We have a Ferris wheel. We have the general store presented by AccuAir, the Warren VIP, and so much more. So be sure if you're in Hammertown or anywhere in the area, come on out. We're about to get some racing action starting tomorrow. But today it's qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings. Adler's taking a little different line. I like this, kind of picking his way through the
he's made himself, got sort of slipped out of that little 2-track, and he's kind of more into the unused portion of the desert, which seems to be working on his favor.
I was going to say, it looked pretty smooth. It's not all rutted out like Kevin Taylor just ran through.
Yeah, it seems to be. Everyone seems to go through there. It looks like they're getting a lot of basically rear suspension action, or kickers as they call them, where you see the back of the car get thrown around. But Adler's cars seem to be working really, really well as we watch Kevin Taylor drop down into the top section of backdoor. He's got 2 waterfall drops.
The first one's only about 2 feet. The next one's 8 feet, and everybody's been jumping it, and there he goes.
Oh,
took a little bit of a hard hit, but made it stick.
That was great. That was super clean. Good job.
And again, that's very impressive by anybody, especially in that solid axle machine, and that dazed and confused Porsche-themed rock bouncer / Ultra 4.
I think the thing is, though, Miles, I think that's one of those things that nobody thinks it can be done until the first person does it.
And then you have to do it.
And
You're like, dang
everyone's got to do it.
I love that during qualifying one. Yeah, just this morning when Darian did it, I was like, I didn't think it was going to happen this early. Now everybody that thinks they're going to be a competitor has to launch it.
Yeah.
I was talking to Clint Keenan, the crew chief for Lauren Healy, because I assumed he would be one to do it. And they said they've been talking back and forth. They weren't sure. And then Darian did it. I was like, there's no way he can't not do it now, right?
I was walking through the VIP right after it, ran into Jason Scherer, and he said, I said, how are you doing? He goes, well, I wasn't looking forward to launching the car off back door, but I guess now I am.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think you're right, Miles. I think once someone does it, now everyone's got to do it.
Yeah, let's talk our way through Power Hour. That kicks off right around 3 o'clock. That's the biggest and baddest names in our sport.
Hey, Miles, not to interrupt you, but take a look at the left rear of Adler's car. That tire is done.
Yep, tough break there. But yeah, during Power, we're going to have Waylon Campbell, Cameron Steele, Paul Horschel, Mrs. Bailey Campbell, Paul Wolff, Brian Crofts, Lauren Healy, Eric Miller, Shannon Campbell, Jason Scherer, Randy Slauson, and Raul Gomez, our current king.
And Robbie Gordon.
And Robbie Gordon, thank you.
Added in there at the last minute.
It's going to be so wild to see that. But it's Brian Crofts and Jason Scherer that usually are on that pole position the last few years.
Yeah, those two kind of battle it out right to the end.
So we'll see if they can bump out. Darian's time is at 7:33. I was guessing a 7:22. I don't know if they can shave 11 seconds, but if anybody can, it can be Power Hour.
Is Brian still out in the crowd? Because I said 6:58. We can put the pressure on him right now.
That'd be a lot. Right now, it's still Kyle Cheney with a 7:26, if I remember right?
7:20-something is the fast qualifier.
So we'll see if somebody can beat that. Obviously, that's just for the UTV Hammers Championship. As Greg Adler's making his way down back door, but like you said, Ian, he's off pace with that flat tire. Kevin Taylor making his way around the Can-Am corner, getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. And he sends it.
Yeah, and now we're back up into Resolution with Greg Adler. He was flying through the desert, and unfortunately now he's losing time because of that left rear flat. I didn't see where he picked it up, but he got it
out
obviously
in the desert.
After the. I think he got it at that big rocky climb that gets up to that first drop.
Right before the Terhune tumble?
Yeah, I think that's probably where it happened. But now he's just got to sort of limp the car through. The good news is when he's coming down to back door, it's not a front flat, so he should be in good shape to make the drop unless he calls it and just takes up the sand hill. But no, it looks like he's headed down into the trail. And who's that on course right there?
It looks like it's Guy Miller, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. That's the 4464 of Guy Hollywood Miller with Keith Nichols riding shotgun out of King City, California with Chasing Time Racing. That's an old school straight axle UFO with an LS7, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, BFG, Vision King, and PRP. He's competed in the shootout before, winning Best in Show. His first Ultra 4 race was Oklahoma Nationals 2021. He runs around with the Caprara group.
Oh, made good work coming over that big drop as we're watching Greg Adler make his way through the wash after backdoor, fighting that left rear flat. This is
Guy
the Terhune.
That solid axle machine's moving.
He's making it work down in the Terhune tumble section.
Oh, you see him getting crossed up. Look how deep those ruts are getting. These are probably 40-inch tires. And, man, these ruts are swallowing them.
They are working their way through.
Greg Adler heading into the Bronco Arch. And off the line there is one of my Kansas buddies, Levi Shirley. In that beautiful built off-road armory machine with Corey Nasso riding shotgun out of Dodge City, Kansas with Lucky Dog Racing and Levi Shirley Racing.
Was he in that car last year, Miles?
Yes, yeah, he debuted it last year.
Yep. Yeah,
but had been fighting, the new car blues.
New car blues,
but
yeah,
he's going with it in that off-road armory Eurofighter with a 2C IFS Layla with the proper tuned supercharged GM LT5, zero gravity 4L80E, SCST case, Yokohama, King, Brannick, Spider Tracks, Baja Designs, KDM shock technology, Gigglepin winch, Maximum race oils, Impact, ARB, Rugged, PRP, JE Reel, Dynamic Motorsports, Switch Pros, RCV, and Nemesis Industries. He was the Sportsman of the Year for Ultra 4 back in 2011 and 14. He was the Ultra 4 Europe Championship back in 2014 and the Off-Road Motorsports Rising Star Award in 2016. Been ranged. Oh, and look who's peeking his head up here. Shannon Campbell. How's it going, buddy?
All right, so while we're watching action right here, we have multiple cars on course. We saw Levi Shirley take the line. That's in our picture-in-picture.
So Guy Miller top left, Levi Shirley. Look, he is pushing, just blowing through this nasty G-out section. Getting a little slideways there, but Levi Shirley keeping it under action.
Woo! Look at that, Miles. He's having fun up there.
Guy Miller's here to party.
Yeah, Guy Miller's coming down through that section. He's going to always half drop, half. Oh, he's going to do the drop through. That's a 5. Well, a timer may have just shut down on us, but it looks like he's going to come out the bottom at around like a high 5, low 6s.
This could be a top 10 run for a solid axle.
It definitely could be.
Philip McGilton is the highest solid axle right now, sitting in that 5th position. So it'll be very interesting. I think Guy Miller has the pace to push him off.
I think he does. It just depends how he treats the back half of this course. Our timer has shut down, so we can't use our unofficial split times. But he's definitely carrying the speed that we expect him to come in. And then in our picture-in-picture is Levi Shirley. And as Miles said, he is flying through that desert section.
Guy Miller heading towards Hammertown as we speak.
Now he has to come up this one section through the Bronco Arch. And we were looking earlier at the there's almost 3 different lines coming through that arch.
Yeah, he takes more of the center line. Well, no, the right line, sorry.
Far right, screen left, driver right.
And look at Levi Shirley. He is pushing. He's going for that top position. He could give Darian a run for his money.
Look at this. Guy Miller is into the short course at 7:30.
These are both top 5 runs on our screen as we speak. Guy Miller in the solid axle and Levi Shirley in that IFS machine. I know Suzanne, Brian, and Miranda are rooting on Levi Shirley right now.
Yeah, Levi's been racing forever. Definitely has the seat time and the experience. He's been always a top contender here in Johnson Valley. And leaving the line, that's Jordan Pellegrino.
In the Lamborghini.
I was talking to Tony earlier. They were fighting a few issues with the car, but thinks they got it sorted out. So these will be 3 fun cars to watch, Miles, because Levi's on course, Jordan's on course, and we just saw, when did we end up with a time?
Well, I'm waiting for it to update, but I think he's going to be top 5-ish.
Look at the speed that Levi is tackling. This is, when we watch the UTVs come up with fast times, this is where all the time was made up, Miles. Anytime we see someone working their way through resolution with this kind of speed, this is where your top qualifiers come in. The problem is it can get risky. You get
he's
the wrong
pushing hard.
He's pushing really hard, which is good to see. I think right there, that's one of those examples where it can get out of shape in a hurry, but if you could gather it up and push through, which he's obviously done.
And on our bottom right is Jordan Pellegrino with Gunnar Velasquez riding shotgun out of Simi Valley, California with Genride Off-Road. And that Genride 2C IFS IRS chassis with 74 wheel portals in the Lamborghini with an RAHS LS tall block, 600 wheel horsepower. Turbo 400 Atlas, Mickey Thompson, R1 Concepts, Fox, Torco Oils, Vision X Lights, Easton, Eldebrock, FK, JE Reel, and Dobry Designs. His first Ultra 4 race was the EMC back in 2014 at 15 years age.
Watch this, Miles. Let's see what he does with this jump that we've seen everyone coming through.
It just perfect, just floats over it. This could be a new fast time. I don't know. It's going to be really close.
It's going to be close. I honestly think that Darian was a little bit faster through this bottom desert section, but we'll be able to tell when we see him come through the Bronco Arch. Pam had split times of Darian. He came through that arch at like 6:30 something.
Look at Levi. I mean, every ounce of horsepower that thing has, he is flat-footed to the pedal to the metal.
Yep. He's
Levi
got that
surely
thing
heading to the Bronco Arch.
out. Let's see what time he comes through that arch at. You could be right, Miles. We could be looking at a new fast qualifier.
Because I think
right
it's
here.
about 1 minute from here, so this could be that 7:22. Let's see. I think it's going to be there.
This could be Miles' time.
And
it's not
people
going to
give
be
me a
the
hard time about that.
It's not going to be the 6:58, but
Nope.
we still got lots of time to get that 6:58.
Oh, man. Levi Shirley sailing it through the Ford Performance qualifying short course.
Yeah, we're going to see. This could be our new fast qualifier right here. We're just waiting a couple more turns.
And look at it, not even a bicycle. He is under control completely. Levi Shirley driving an amazing qualifier for the Nitto Race of Kings.
Yeah, two more turns, and then he's going to be up over that the Yukon launch.
I'm calling it right now. This is the fastest run thus far today.
It's definitely our fast qualifier for sure. The question is he gonna beat your 7:22?
I think we're gonna be right on the money, or else I'm gonna have him fix it.
You can just turn your little. I think he's gonna beat you, Miles.
So the Yukon launch. I think he beat my guess by 2 seconds.
7:20.
7:20. So I was off by 2 seconds.
13 seconds quicker.
Wow. Levi Shirley and Corey Nasso just threw down their qualifying run of their life. Great job, Levi Shirley.
So we just saw Levi pull 13 seconds off Darian Gomez that we thought was impossible. So the question is, could someone pull 20 seconds off Levi Shirley and come in at 6:58?
A 7:20.
That is fast.
Man, what a great run by Levi Shirley. He's going to be excited, all smiles. Hopefully we can grab him and bring him in the booth after that run.
Yeah.
So
it'll be
if
a
I
good
can get a couple Wranglers out there,
he'll be happy.
Yeah. If I can find somebody to go grab him, bring him on over. I want to chat.
All right. Right now we're watching Jordan Pellegrino come through that rough section, and leaving the line right now
is Frank Vonderheide, I believe. That's the 44-23 of Frank Vonderheide and Drew Davis out of Scranton, Arkansas with STT Racing in a Jimmy's 4x4 podium chassis. So while we let these guys and gals still run out there for the Nitto Race of Kings qualifier, we're a step away from the action. If you have premium, you won't miss anything. Otherwise, go to KOHUltimate.com and we'll be right back with more racing action.
A name synonymous with severe duty work. Born from the need for equipment that would withstand the forces of off-pavement travel. Made to get you in, and built to get you out. 75 years later, we walk the same path, innovating an industry forward. Because when you go worn, you go prepared.
Years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. And this is qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings. And on your top left, taking off right now, is Bam Bam Brendan Thompson, number 5150 out of Grass Valley, California, with Outcast Racing. In that UFO IFS single-seat chassis with an LS490 tall deck, ATO 4L80E, SCS, Maxxis, SMT performance wheels, UFO, Warn, Rugged, Brannick, FK, Motive Gear, Willwood, Walker Performance, King, Baja Design, Tubeworks, RCV, Switch Pro, and Paul Jr. Designs. His first KOH was 2013, and it's a battle. Who's the better Thompson, Joe or Brendan? They always have some good times with that, and I'm sure you've seen Brendan Thompson before. He's the fabricator for Paul Jr. Designs from Discovery Channel, and the American Chopper Show. I remember watching that back in the day.
That's a throwback there, Miles. Yeah. Now, for those of you who had premium, you got to see Jordan Pellegrino come across the line. His his qualifying time is 8:02. Currently sitting
top
in
10, right?
9th position. So that was a great run for him. Good for him. Congratulations, Jordan. Good to see him get that car around there. So he's back into town. But as Miles said, that's Brendan Thompson right there in the big screen. While down in Resolution right now, we have, I think that's Frank
Vonderheide.
Frank Vonderheide, yes.
Frank Vonderheide out of Scranton, Arkansas with STT Racing with that Jimmy's 4x4 chassis, Rogers race engine, LS441 with 700 horsepower, Maximum Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, BFG, KMC, Brannick, Diddy's Big Block, Come Get You Some, Scranton Truck and Trailer, Maxima Oils, Nailed It Feed and Supply, Johnson Law, Miller XC, Mika Moltners, and Rugged. He was the 2021 Eastern Series Championship. As he drops down back door.
Yeah, clean line down that traditional drop down through that waterfall section of back door. But our fast qualifiers have been taking that far left line and basically launching the car off that. That's so much fun to watch.
I was talking to Brendan yesterday. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to send it off back door." I was like, "Okay, after lunch they'll be dropping that." Nope. Darian did that first thing.
First thing, yep.
And now, but it's all about Levi Shirley right now. Shaved 13 seconds off of Darian Gomez. He's in that current pole position, and I'm really not sure if that time will get beat. Could it? Sure, but that's going to be a huge feat to shave any more time off of Levi Shirley.
Oh, I think it's easily done, Miles.
Easy, huh?
Well, not easy. It's easy for us, Miles. We're in the booth.
Yeah.
It's easy for us. So, but technically, Miles, Pam had a 7:19.
Oh, so she was even closer, huh?
And it's Price is Right rules, Miles, so you're out.
Oh, man, that was close.
It's Price is Right rules. Can't go over. You said 7:22. He's under. Technically, right now, Pam's got the right time. You and Jim are out.
She gets lucky every once in a while.
So it's between myself and Pam. So Pam said the fast time would be 7:19. I still think Brian Crofts is out there with a 6:58 in his back pocket.
That'll be interesting to see. Frank Vonderheide through the Bronco Arch into the Ford Performance Short Course qualifying. And Brendan Thompson up and over Resolution. Oh, he takes that right line. I like that, a little more direct.
That's a fast line, and he's had a really fast. We've kind of been focused on Frank, but I've been watching Brendan. He was moving really quick through the desert. He went over the launch and down through the Terhune tumble section with no trouble at all, carrying a lot of speed. And now he's just getting ready to drop into the top rock section here of Resolution. Now, it'll be interesting to see. Compare how he goes through this versus how Levi went through it. Levi went through it incredibly fast.
Yeah, it was very, very impressive. Brendan's heading down. We'll see him in back door very soon and get a time for Frank Vonderheide as he's going around the Can-Am corner, about to hit the Yukon launch. I'm going to say he's just mid-pack. That's a great run, but not lighting any fires.
Yeah, we still have a lot of competitors who, from the looks of it, aren't going to be qualifying. There might be issues with their car out there. But we're watching Brendan Thompson. He did very good making it through that section of Resolution. So we're going to watch as he slides over into the back door waterfall drop here. There's 2 drops. We'll see what he does on that second one, Miles. You say he's going to send it. So we're going to get to watch it.
I can't wait. So he's bouncing through the rocks, going to hit this little 2-foot ledge, and then the egg foot. He's going to the left. It sends it down and makes it look smooth.
Yeah, that far left line obviously was, as soon as that was picked out by Darian this morning, it's amazing to see these cars just tackle. Let's see what he does on this big lifter right here.
It's a top 10 run, maybe top 5. We'll see. Oh, he's sending it.
Oh, I think we're looking at a really good time. He's at under 5. He's under 6 minutes coming out.
So I think it's between top 5 and top 10.
I think he might land right around Brian Caprera, right at that 7:58, 7:59 mark based on the speed that he's carrying through the desert. Levi there was no holds barred with him. So when we get to that section where we see him coming right down the desert there, you'll be able to tell.
And then your bottom right is Cody Addington, number 888 out of Forest Hill, California with ADD Racing. Maybe the winningest chassis in Ultra 4. That Jimmy's Red Dragon single C, IFS, Schofield LSX 441, Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas, Nitto Tires, Vision Wheels, King, LaserNut, Power Steering Solutions, Schofield Performance, Wheelwood, PCI, Custom Splice, OCD Graphics, Yukon, WFO, Gear and Axle. He started started racing in the stock class back in 2012. He was the little black Toyota that could. And that year, Dave said, anybody that finishes this race can race tomorrow as well. So he raced King of the Hammers Unlimited in that little Toyota as well.
I remember that.
Almost finished, but just out of time.
Yep.
He's won at the Nationals. He's won in Montana. Cody Addington is another one you can't cut out.
Yeah, as we're watching Brendan Thompson, he's making quick work of this short course, Miles. He's got 2 more turns, and then he'll come up over the launch, and he's at 720 right now, so I think we're right. I think he's going to come in right at that, I don't think it's going to be 750. I think it's going to be 740.
So it may be a top 5.
Yep.
As Cody Addington coming down the Terhune Tumble, and Brendan Thompson hitting the Yukon launch. We'll get a time for him shortly. And it is 4th position.
All right, so as we're watching Cody Addington, in the big screen right here, we've got the, who is that, Miles?
4430.
That's Kevin Yoder.
Kevin
That's
Yoder.
someone else who's been, I was going to say, I thought I recognized that car. That's another car that's been racing with us for a long time, Miles.
Yeah. Great to see him out here racing with us once again. So 44-34, Kevin Yoder and Trevor Hoskins riding shotgun out of Grass Valley, California with Yoder Racing. And that Yoder Racing solid axle machine with an LS 431, Reed Turbo 400, Atlas, Pitbull tires, Raceline wheels, WFO, and Radflow. And he just has the motto, race every chance you get.
Yeah.
He's been around the King of the Hammers and Ultra 4 racing for a long, long time.
Yeah, that is a name that was synonymous with our with early years of King of the Hammer style racing. He was one of the first ones out here with us. It's good to see him out. He's been out here for a long, long time as we're watching him make his way through that rough section of the course.
Cody Addington has a pretty good run going as he's coming down Resolution.
Yeah, he's doing well, Miles. He's got a good pace.
I'm going to call this a top 15 run right now.
Yeah, he's definitely, he's not running at the same pace as our current top 5. That rock section, it's when you see our leaders go down there, it's almost like they're just throwing the car down that rock section and hoping it comes out the bottom. Oh, a little bit of excitement there, Miles.
Yeah, Addington takes a pretty good hit there. He's making great time.
Yeah,
I missed it. Did he jump backdoor?
He did. It was a little bit of a
pogo.
A pogo. Yeah, it was kind of like it's a combo of a jump and a traditional drop.
Kevin Yoder top left, Cody Addington bottom right.
Yep, Cody's he's doing well. Based on where he's at right now, he's probably gonna, like you said, Miles. I think we'll see a top 10 run out of him.
And Kevin Yoder's just out here having some fun. Love seeing him coming out and still racing with us. And if you're Yoder comes to a stop for the second time. He stopped right after the start also. So.
Yeah, one of our production team had said that they saw him pull out and then stop, and that looks like he's stopped again on course for whatever reason. Let's, as I said earlier, let's hope he doesn't have a box full of neutrals.
Which has happened before.
It can happen, yep.
I hope he can get it going. You can see it. There it went.
Oh,
okay,
there we go.
Tire
It's moving again.
Moved.
So, yeah, it's, who knows? Something just, he may be calling it quits. Yeah, he may just be, we saw, that's almost the exact same spot we saw Jason Blanton kind of call it quits as well.
Yeah, you're right. As Cody Addington is in the Ford Performance Short Course qualifying. He's got a pretty good run. He's at 7:30, so we'll see. I think it's going to be top 10.
Yeah, I think he'll come in that top 10 position. As long as you're under 8 minutes right now, you're going to fit in that top spot.
Around the Can-Am corner, one jump to go, and Cody Addington hits the Yukon launch with a time for him shortly. It's landing in that 6th position.
Yeah,
with a 7:49.
Excellent run. All right, so as we saw Kevin Yoder pull off the course, who we got here, Miles? This is...
That's Tom Gilpin, it looks like.
Yeah, I think you're right, 1982.
With little Scotty Gearhart riding shotgun out of Saugus, California with SEI Racing and a Get Bent Fab 2C IFS with an RHS tall block. Turbo 400, Atlas, Sterndale Enterprises, and Vision X. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2013. And I always tell a fun story about Gilpin as I was flying into the Reno Nationals, I'm going to guess 2017 or so, and I was going to just Uber out to the racetrack, and he was up coming to pick up his wife, and obviously we're wearing similar clothing, you know, black hat, black shirt, and some pants.
It's the car guy uniform, Miles. It's
He's,
black T-shirts and blue jeans.
So I'm walking through the airport, and they're like, "Are you heading out to the race?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah." And they obviously I started talking like, "Oh, you're Miles. I'll take you out there." Yada yada. So it was just a random thing. So again, Tommy Gilpin, thanks for the ride back in the day, and it's been fun hanging out ever since.
All right, leaving the line right there is Chad Hunt.
Chad Hunt and Rick Murray riding shotgun out of Plymouth, Indiana with Hunt's Motorsports in that 2020 Miller Pro chassis with a Mast Motors LS 427, 4L80E, SCS, Brannick Motorsports, Indiana Muscle Cars, Nacho Lights. His first Ultra 4 race was Badlands 2013, and he was the 2023 Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year just last season with Ultra 4. And that car right there, they own a scrapyard, a junkyard, and their shop caught fire, and they had to drag it out a year.
They don't like when you call it a junkyard. They want you to call it a salvage yard.
A salvage yard, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, so him and Michael Kelly's car were in that shop, and they were able to drag it out, but they lost a lot of parts, so great to see them be able to get it back together. The never quit attitude of Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers.
Do you know why you can't have any of the lights on that car, Miles? Because they nacho lights. All right, we are watching Chad Hunt in your picture-in-picture, and Tom Gilpin on the big screen. Tom making his way up through that Sandy Hill climb. They head up to this one last drop before they head into the top side of Resolution. Come up over this little crest right here.
So Chad Hunt, bottom right. Tommy Gilpin, top left. Two very quick drivers out on course as we speak. Macho Matt McCowan got a top 10 earlier. I missed his run. Great to see that.
Oh, he must have snuck in on us, Miles. We didn't even see that.
He ran earlier in the day.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, I was running around getting some behind-the-scenes interviews and missed a little bit of it, and great to see him running well. That top 10 is a stacked field. Oh, Brett Harrell.
Oh, good save right there by Tom. Excellent job.
We've seen that spot bite a couple people, but when in doubt, throttle out.
Oh, yeah, that's always the answer. Always the answer is more power is always the answer, Miles.
Well, sometimes. So Chad Hunt still running strong, and Tommy Gilpin in that top left.
Yeah, we saw Tommy get a little excited up there on that on the top of that trail, and it looks like he's coming to a stop here, Miles. I hope everything's okay.
Yeah, well, we saw him take.
I think it was just getting reset in there. Yeah, may have just been picking the correct gear in his. Oh,
and he stopped again.
Yeah,
so
stopped again. I think they may be fighting a. Let's just see if we can speculate what's going on here.
I saw it drop in gear. You saw the tires turn just a bit.
Oh, there we go.
So I don't know. There's something going on.
Could be maybe an electrical issue. Car shutting off, starting off. Sometimes you just gotta, let the car rest a little bit and then take off. It looks like that right front does not look happy, Miles.
Yeah, he heard it when he hit that rock where we saw it just a little bit ago when he throttled out.
Yeah, let's see. And again, with a little hit.
So Tommy Gilpin with that right front flat tire.
Yeah, and he's started up again, and he's going to keep rolling right here. Let's see how he does coming down through our. All right, so
bringing into the booth, our new pole position setter is Mr. Levi Shirley. How's it going, buddy?
Dude, it is going great now.
Look at that smile you got, buddy.
we did say Levi. I said we should get Levi in here because he'll be so happy right now.
Yeah, when you were going out there, I mean, you were dancing all over the place. You were giving that car every ounce of juice you could. And look, you shaved 13 seconds off of Darian. You got to be stoked.
Yeah, I'm beyond stoked. To be honest, I did not think I was setting that much of a heater. I felt way sloppy. But I did feel controlled, and man, after the problems we've been having this week, it just feels great to be there on that pole position. I don't know if I really want to start there, to be completely honest.
Hey, it's too late now, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you can't take it. You can't take it back. Well, maybe they'll let you run again, and you can just run slower.
Yeah, run slower. Maybe. I'm sure we could find a penalty somewhere out there.
There you go. But no, again, congrats on that run. It was awesome. Obviously, you debuted that car about a year ago, and it fought a little bit of new car blues, but now you got it in the rack, and man, that thing was flying. Great run, buddy.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a long time coming on that car. Obviously, it came from the UK. Man, over a year ago, and we have dumped a ton of time and resources and money in it to make it right. But it's the reason we didn't just say screw it and sell it or anything like that is because, man, the car shows so much potential. It is built right. It is just going to be it's just been a little bit of an uphill battle, but I'm glad to be sitting there.
But look at it. You're doing well now.
Yeah.
I mean, you and your dad have been racing with us since XR8 days. I mean, that's when we first met. I think it was Grey Rock, Alabama, 08. And then it's transpired into what we have here. And to go from where we were to now, and man, just what a great run. So now let's mentally pick it apart. Where could you have saved a second or two here on that run?
You know, I felt a little bit sloppy kind of coming up the sand wash. After doing the big drop, you come around the right-hand corner. My car felt down on power. Last night at about 4 o'clock, the supercharger locked up on the car.
Oh, that's handy.
Yeah, about race mile 25, we were doing some pre-running and locked up, and I was like, holy crap, what are we going to do? So we loaded on the trailer, went to FTA there in Hesperia, California.
Oh, wow.
And pulled the supercharger apart, figured out that we had a pulley seize.
A bearing?
No, it was a pulley.
Okay.
That seized kind of over the shaft, and it locked the supercharger up. But thankfully, I have a good crew, and they got there and got it taken apart, got it fixed, and now we're back here and set and pole today.
I'm telling you, what a great run. And I love that you're kind of laughing like, I don't really like being out there because it's a mind game, right? Because you don't have that dust you're chasing, so you can't tell if you're pushing too hard, not hard enough until somebody passes you or whatnot. But that clean air, it's got to feel good. Or we'll see how it shakes out.
Yeah,
we still
we'll
have a lot
see.
of fast guys going and gals.
You know, I've ran the first lap a handful of times here. We've taken a ton of good notes with my co-driver, Corey Nasso. So I'm excited to get out there and have some clean air. You know, there's still a lot of fast guys. So, man, you never know with Scherer. I've never known Scherer to qualify.
Not well.
Not well. You have the Gomez's, you have the Campbells. There's just so many good people. So I'm sure I'll get knocked off, and that's okay because I really don't want to be starting pole, to be completely frank. But I'm excited. You know, I can't thank Yokohama Tire enough, King Shocks, and all the rest of my sponsors that have got me here.
Absolutely. Well, Levi, always a class act. Great to see you do so well, and thanks for coming up and having a quick chat. What a great run, buddy.
Yeah, thank
always
you.
a pleasure.
Yeah. One can's into another, man.
Yeah, that's right. The good old boys will survive, right?
Levi, I just want to know, is the car set up any differently for your
look at Cade on that
qualifying
bottom
run
right.
versus your race, or is it the same?
It's 100% the same. You know, for Chocolate Thunder, we will set up the car a little bit different because it's such a short run. But here, there's so much desert, you do not want to be pulling rear weight off, spare tire off, because it affects on how the car handles 100%. So the car is literally in race trim right now.
Ready to go. Well, good luck on Saturday, Levi. Sitting on the pole position right now. It's great to have you up in the booth. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Levi, always a pleasure, buddy. Good. Thanks for coming out. Congratulations on that run. And we just, during that interview, Cade Robb just did a smoking run down back door number 7 out of Cortez, Colorado with Jimmy's 4x4. And I love his new livery. He's kind of showing us there's some room on that car if you want to be a sponsor of a fast car. Cade Rod, look at how much room you got on the hood and the doors right there as he comes through the Bronco arch, and he's smoking fast. Look at that bicycle. Cade Rod is going for Levi Shirley's time right now. Wow, Cade Rod is laying it all on the line.
I can't see where he's at, Miles, but he was coming in fast.
Oh,
he's
I don't know. It's going to be close. Look at him.
He's flying through there, Miles. This could be the 6:58 that I said was going to happen right now. I could be the new winner.
Wow, Cade Rod is letting it hang out.
Look at this. Is absolutely amazing coming through this short course. He's pushing that car hard.
I see his team right in front of us. JT and Cade are so pumped right now.
Here we go. He's about to make the last turn and then come over the Yukon launch. Miles,
wow.
I think I got it.
Hey, Levi, you just got bumped off, buddy.
Hey, Levi, your wish came true.
This is going to be a 6:41. So, I mean, what's that? 38 seconds? Let me do some backwards math. Yeah, 38 seconds faster. Yes! Randy Rod, the Rod Father, giving high fives. So stoked. What an amazing run. Levi, that was a great run, but Cade Rod just laid down a heater.
So
Miles, now everybody lost.
No,
Price is Right rules, remember?
God, I mean, I said 6:38, Miles. No,
there you go. I can go back on the premium and rewatch that.
Oh, he can. All right, well, Miles, it's been great being up here with you. It was good talking to Levi. It was even more amazing to see Cade Rod set that new pole. But I'm going to hand the headset off to my good friend Jim Marsden. He's going to step in here and take over. You guys, I know you guys love doing Power Hour together, so we'll let you guys rock out. We're going to take a quick break from the action here, and when we come back, it'll be all Miles and all Jim.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
The gauge says it should work. The problem is, there's no way to know if the gauge works. That's why we made the Rousseau. There's no gauge because there's no pressure until you need it. Find out more at rousseau.com.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. I am Miles Hasquis, and joining me in the booth is my good friend from across the pond, Mr. Jim Marsden. How's it going, buddy?
Hi, Miles. What a fantastic day of qualifying here in Hammertown. So good to see these 4400 class cars on the course. Levi laying down that absolutely blistering pace. And then Cade Rod, where did that come from?
It was amazing,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
When Levi came through, I was like, I guessed 722. I was like, he nailed it. And then Cade comes and shaves off 38 seconds a moment later. He was absolute flying. I don't know if that run is going to get beat.
Yeah, I've also got to talk about another gentleman here in 9th position at the moment, Philip McGilton. He's just running in there in a solid axle car, currently sitting inside the top 10.
He was top 5 for quite a while.
That is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Solid, and props out to him for sure. Right, what do we got coming up today? If you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. Shortly, we will be having more qualifying here in the 4400s, but let's not forget at 3 p.m. it is the big one. It is Power Hour.
Power Hour. We've been in the booth for Power Hour the last few years. It's one of my favorite parts of the day. As Jaron Gunter making quick work.
Yeah, Jaron saw him at the top of Resolution the other day, staring down into the abyss, and it was like, what are you going to do? And he was like, well, kind of going to see how it feels, and maybe we're going to launch it. So let's just see what happens here.
It's been a great showing for the qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings. We've still got a couple more hours to go. Looks like we've got, I'm going to guess roughly 30 more cars to qualify.
Yeah, something like that. In 10th position at the moment is Brett Harrell. In 9th
is Philip McGilton.
In 8th is Brian Capera.
In 7th is Cody Addington.
In 6th is Cole Clark.
In 5th is Brendan Thompson.
In 4th is Ron Prindle.
In 3rd is Darian Gomez.
In 2nd is Levi Shirley.
And the fastest run of the day thus far is number 7 out of Cortez, Colorado, Mr. Cade Rod with that 6:42.
You can't even get your head round it.
It was
6
insane.
minutes 42. That is ridiculous. What a great run. We were sat here earlier with Pam and we were saying, come on, what are the fastest times going to be during qualifying for the UTVs, we saw Kyle Cheney throw down a 7:26.
It was amazing.
Incredible stuff. Yesterday we saw the EMC cars on course and they were in the 8-minute kind of zone. But just look at this. I mean, I guess that we'd be around about that 7:23 mark. I think you said around about 7:20.
Yeah, 7:22 is my guess, and Levi Shirley nailed that one, but then Cade Rod just came through with a heater.
Absolutely. Makes a fool of us once again, Miles, as we watch Darren Gunter there making his way up towards the back of Resolution. I'm super excited. Now, the question is, have any of our former Kings or have any of our big guns still left to run today got anything for Cade Rod's time?
And they're gonna be going for it. I mean, it's a stacked field for Power Hour, so we'll see how that all shakes out.
Yeah, Jaron coming in over the top there. Now, there seems to be a change at the top of the course. We saw earlier one of the vehicles roll there, and the rocks seem to be moving around. You've got to take great care. You can't just come in over the top and suicide off there.
Trying to get a visual on our bottom right. I believe that may be Jamie McKean. Trying to get a confirmation there. Yep, that is the 1955 of Jamie McKean and Chris Knight riding shotgun out of Ontario, Canada with Thor Motorsports in a TMR solid axle chassis. Blueprint engines, LS427, 625 horsepower. A Reed Turbo 400, Atlas, Radflow, Next Gen, The Welding Shop, Bustin' Wagon Barbecue Rubs, and Patty's Market. They are rookies here for the 2024 King of the Hammers. That's why I didn't recognize it too much, because first time I've seen it.
First time you've seen it, yeah. I'll let you off that one, Miles. But let's just quickly talk about that rookie program. 64 drivers and runners in that rookie program. And what happens with that, Miles?
They get a lot of behind the scenes, a little help on pit strategy, where to sign up, how to sign up. Jason Scherer and Lauren Healy, Kings come in and chat with them and just kind of give them a lay of the land, because how do you get to your pits? Where are the pits?
Yeah.
What do you need at the pits?
And that rookie program actually encourages them to come out here to Johnson Valley, and they get training on the spot from previous Kings and from other talented people to help them become part of this amazing sport. I can't think of another sport anywhere in the world that delivers that to newcomers.
Yeah, I've seen a lot in the chats that they wish they had this when they were a rookie back in the day. And look at Gunter just making it look smooth. That left line, if you jump it just perfect, you land on your right tires just a little bit. But, man, it just looks so smooth. This is a great run for Jaron Gunter.
I'm looking forward to seeing some of the solid axle cars we've got coming up later today. Will they take on the same?
There's been a couple solid axles that have jumped it. There has been.
Well,
Brent Moffitt was one of them for sure.
Yep, and I'm guessing that Philip McGilton must have been one of the others as well, looking at his time.
Yeah, look at the time. That would make sense. So 6:42 by Cade Rod. Again, if you're just joining us, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you, whether you're here on site or back at home watching on our YouTube channel for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. Need to have a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto Tires, Progressive Insurance, Sylvania Off-Road, Griffin Race Radiators, Curry Enterprises, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, VP Racing Fuels, Warren, El Monte RV, iBox Spring of the Hammers, Max Tracks, Russo Eliminator Fire Extinguishers, and ARB. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing today during the qualifier for the Nitto Race of Kings, as we see Jaron Gunter in the Ford Performance Short Course.
Yeah, Jaron's doing a good time here, and it's a very solid pace, but the pace has been so incredibly brutal out there on this qualifying run today that he will be moving into that. He's going to be a top 10 there, I believe, for Jaron. We're just waiting for that to come in. Then he's going to slip into that 9th position. Just wait for that to update in a moment. Oh, no, he's still... Shoot me, Miles. I got the wrong corner.
Yet. All good. He's around the Can-Am corner as we speak, getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. So we'll get a time for Gunter. Should be about that 8:25 mark or so.
Yeah, and if that is, that's going to put him down into sort of top 20 territory.
Yeah, right around top 20. So great run by Jaron. Probably right around where he wants to be.
I was talking to Brian Crofts a little bit earlier, and I said to him, come on then, Brian, are you going to send it? Are you absolutely going to go for it? And he's like, well, you know, we've got to think about the main race as well. And I'm like, really? So it'll be interesting to see what Mr. Cross does. He is a very fast qualifier here.
That's a bomber chassis. I believe that's Pat Beckwith. Trying to get verification.
Yeah.
A lot of them have changed their wraps on me. And there's a lot of cars racing. Today we got 116. We've got, I think it's 630 competitors signed up. Yes, that is. That is the 4403 of Pat Beckwith. And Luke Kurok riding shotgun out of Las Vegas, Nevada with Beckwith Racing in that bomber chassis with an LS3 Turbo 400, Atlas, BFG, Method, and Adams drive shafts. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers back in 2017.
So we're watching Pat Beckwith there, making his way across the cross-grain hill. And this course is beaten. This course has been raced and rumbled, but still the cars are able to put in fantastic times out there. And Levi Shirley and Cade Rod. Now these are two young men that have grown up in King of the Hammers.
Yeah, their dads raced back in the day. You know,
Absolutely.
Their family has raced with us since the very beginning. To see them work their way all the way through, it's absolutely amazing, Jim. Good point on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. These were kids who were literally toddlers when the first cars started coming out here racing, and they've been growing up with this sport, and they've worked their way through the classes to get to where they are now.
I remember Levi Shirley had a wrong birthday one year just so he could be old enough to race with us here at King of the Hammers.
I can't believe that Brian would do such a thing. But just look at, actually, if we look at the top three, we've got to include in there Darian Gomez.
Yeah,
what a run for Darren.
His dad's our current king, Raul Gomez.
Absolutely. And then let's talk about fourth place, Ron Prindle. That car, how old is that now?
It's got to be 10 plus years.
And the rest?
Adam Scherer built that for
Jason
Scherer back, probably 10-ish years ago.
Oh. And
then it went through Tom Ways and then Mike Boo and then Ron Prindle.
Yeah, well, don't forget, it was 2015, that amazing when Tom Ways did those incredible things that year. Didn't quite win. That was the year for Randy Slauson.
Yep.
But it was very close indeed.
So we're still watching Jamie McKean and Pat Beckwith.
so much history here.
Oh, yeah, and brain gets a little jargoned every once in a while, but again, I do apologize for messing up from time to time, but we're doing our best to bring you some of the best racing action we have in off-road completely with Hammer King Productions at the helm.
And if you are just joining us, welcome. This is Johnson Valley, California, and we are here for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. We are here for the big dance for qualifying, which is the 4400 class. In 10th position at the moment is Brett Harrell. In 9th is Philip McGilton. In 8th is Brian Capera. In 7th is Cody Addington. In 6th is Cole Clark. In 5th is Brendan Thompson. In 4th is Ron Prindle. In 3rd, it is young gun Darian Gomez. In 2nd is Levi Shirley. But in 1st place right now, it is Cade Rod.
By 38 seconds.
That's a margin
Absolutely
I can't even
insane.
begin to understand. When we think back to famous, great qualifying moments here at Hammers, they've been separated by tenths of a second, you know. And here we have a young man charging out there with a 38-second lead right now.
It's been an amazing week of racing thus far, and this is the qualifier for the Nitto Race of Kings, as McKean's coming through the Bronco Arch as we speak, for his first time ever qualifying here at King of the Hammers. Beckwith making his way up towards Resolution.
Just looking down my list here, and in 12th position, there's another young man that needs recognition who also grew up through those ranks, which is Jordan Pellegrino.
Yeah, his dad, Tony's been with us from the very beginning.
Yeah, I remember watching Jordan racing in the 4600.
Yeah, yep, he made his way through. So speaking of legends, we have the one and only Tom Ways is going to join us for a little bit. How's it going, buddy?
Good.
Man, what a great day it's been so far, and it's only going to get better.
Well, I think we need to show Cade Rod's shot coming down back door right now, because I want to see that again.
He was launching, wasn't he?
He had a really smooth run through there, came in a big commitment off that top shelf, came into the second, and that was really some great racing.
So we were chatting last night. Obviously, that's what we do around here. Grab a couple beers, go around a campfire, and we were reminiscing, and it got brought up that, how did I get my job? Well, in 2010, I won a little competition doing the pit crew challenge deal, or they need a pit reporter. And the reason they called me back is when you were broke down at Chocolate Thunder, I hopped under your Jeep back in the day and interviewed you while you were
a Jeep.
No, well, your buggy.
Okay.
Yeah. But that was 2012, and you were fixing a drive shaft or something. So you're kind of part of the reason I'm here.
All right, that's fair. I was telling a guy today, in 2009, broke a front drive shaft, didn't have another one, and we were in pit 2, which was the old BFG pit, and I ran over into the pits, and Mike Turner is a friend of ours from Tahoe, had a Land Cruiser buggy. I saw it, ran over there, stole the front drive shaft out of it, and put it in my car to finish the race.
That's awesome. I love all these stories. Once you start, reminiscing, they just kind of come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, the same race I got ran over by Shannon, so that was another great moment.
There's a lot of great moments out here at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, it's Jeremy Hammer there in the bottom of our screen. Now, Jeremy Hammer's been racing out here for a very long time. I think he was out here pre-2013.
Oh, for sure. He's a staple in the Arizona community. That man actually pulled me out of the chain link fence at Glen Helen, almost rolled into the CHP training center over there. I didn't have reversed. I lawn darted into the fence in one of the races there. So,
again, just great memories around every corner. As Beckwith does make it through back door. Looks like he slowed down a little bit to shift from low to high, and now he's back on the gas and getting ready to bomb through the desert.
Yeah, we were just saying there, Tom, about Ron Prindle being right up there in your old car.
Yeah, he had a great run going. What did you guys figure out? What was the fire? Was it a power steering line?
That's what we assume. Yeah, he stuffed the wheel.
He hit that
and
front
burped,
right.
So I'm sure it was power steering.
Yeah, I was a little worried. I was in Dave's RV right there watching it on the TV, and he was like, "What's on that side of the car?" And I was like, "The fuel system."
Everything.
Because
he kept going.
That car has a lot of fuel on board.
So number 97, Jeremy Hammer in the bottom right with Andrew Brown riding shotgun out of Phoenix, Arizona with Flying High Racing. And that Articulate Motion chassis with the Duffy Motorsports 351. 400 horsepower, Hughes C6, Atlas, Nitto, Warren, Tuffy Specialties, PCI, ARB, PSC. Nitro gears, rigid, Brannick, Adams drive shaft, Griffin, ADS, Artec, and Rough Stuff. His first King of the Hammers was back in 2009.
So Pat Beckworth now coming on down into the infield, putting his bomber chassis to work there. Then it's an extended short course this year. Goes right the way back out to under the shadow of King Hill.
Yeah, Goodby and his entire crew built an amazing short course this year. It's been a fun one to watch. I love this flat corner. We got a couple Talladega turns, a few pretty good jumps. Are you itching to race this year, Tom? Is it now that you're here? You're like,
It's a mixed bag, of course. For me, always I want to win, so I don't want to race for the top 5.
I
so
love that style.
If I know I don't have everything in order, I'm going to have to hit pause and pick up right and left off next year. So
you're coming back, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
No, that's great news for all your fans out there, I can tell you. Great news for me, being a fan as well. I promise not to touch you. As we watch Patrick Beckworth coming in over the top of the hill, or across the line, should I say, and Jeremy Hammer dropping down into the drop drone. This is a gnarly bit, this is. Very soft sand. Lots of soft sand and rocks. It's a committed suicide drop.
Jeremy Hammer making quick work in that solid axle machine, but these ruts right where he's going to take a right now, or sorry, they're getting really, really dug out.
But this is one of the areas of the course where you can pick up time. If you can be committed and you can hold it in there, you can gain a few extra seconds.
Jeremy's great in the rocks. That guy's a technician, so put him on race day. He's just got to get through the qualifying in a decent start position, and not work on the car would be his goal, I guarantee it.
Just looking down there, we've got
that's
another
Randy
starter.
Burke, 44.69.
And Jeremy Hammer now making his way up to the approach towards the top of before he drops down into Resolution. This is one of the older cars in the field.
Randy Burke with Cushman Customs, Rough Stuff, Yukon Gear and Axle, All Terrain Concepts, Warren, 4C Ranch, JS Mobile Fabrication, North State Drilling, and wants to give a special shout out to Mike Costello and Chuck Crossland.
Now, I'm just looking down at my list here, Miles, and I'm just looking at 3 p.m. We have Power Hour. But before we have Power Hour, we're going to see Vaughn Gittin Jr. We're going to see Casey Gilbert. We're going to see Casey Curry. We're going to see Cody Miller. We're going to see Carl Cheney and JP Gomez.
Have we seen Jaron Gunter go?
Yeah, he just went through about 5 minutes before you got in here, and I think he was a top 20 runner.
No, 22nd position.
Yep.
Thank you.
So that's not where Jaron's going to be expecting to be. He would be expecting to be up in that top 10, I would have thought.
I just walked down the queue, and I can happen to tell you guys that Lauren Healy was climbed in, I believe, with Casey Curry in the passenger seat to get a little extra seat time. Preview. I would say, you know what? I saw that, and I was like,
Shannon Campbell did that yesterday a couple times.
That's pretty smart. Yeah, it's pretty crafty.
Yeah, we saw Shannon Campbell yesterday out with Brendan Thompson's son, didn't we?
Yeah, Austin Thompson and Tony Howard. So he did it twice yesterday.
There's no better way of pre-running. He's a wily old dog. There is a reason that he has won this title 3 times.
Yeah, and we always talk about who could win this race. Obviously, a prior king. But, Tom, your name is always in there. And
your name's in there, and you're not even racing. That's what scares me.
Well, it'll be good next year.
Oh, yeah. No, I like it. And like you said, if you're not 100%, you're not coming. And I fully respect that. And speaking about that, our thoughts and prayers are out with Big B because, they had a little incident. And so they're not racing for the same exact reason. They were here, had an incident. Again, our thoughts and prayers are out there with them. But they're not 100%. They went home, and they're regrouping for next year as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't come here at 99%. You have to come here at 110% just to finish, never mind to win.
So then what are you doing, actually?
That's a very good question.
Singer!
Shots off the bow. I mean, come on absolutely. Now. I mean, like, what are you doing here?
Well, you got to have some fun, haven't you? Well, and also I got offered an opportunity, and you got to grasp these opportunities with both hands.
That's fair.
But good catch there, Tom. I appreciate that. We've been razzing him pretty good.
I heard there was a situation that you couldn't figure out the winch on your run either.
There was an incident where it's a bit different to the winch that RNG currently use, and I mean there was a rumor that they were measuring how fast it went using a sundial, but I couldn't possibly comment. As we watched 97 there, which is Jeremy Hammer coming down from backdoor onto the sand wash.
Jeremy Hammer, top left. Randy Burke, bottom right. Both are a little bit older solid axle machines, but they're still out here just to race for King of the Hammers. And if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. We are qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings. So we're about, I'm going to say 8 or so cars away from kicking out Power Hour, right around that 3 o'clock mark. You going to stay in the booth with us, Tom?
Yes.
Yes. That's why you're here, huh?
I'm here for Power Hour.
Absolutely. I can't wait.
They told me to go in now. I was like, all right, I'll be there.
Well, what do you think about Cade Rod's run? Do you think somebody's going to be able to beat that?
I would have liked to seen the whole thing, and you busy talking too much. I didn't even get to see the whole run. I wanted to see the whole run. They cut to it, and I was like, I want to see the whole run.
Well, we'll get a little highlight reel from it. We'll tease it right before Power Hour. How about that?
I would love to see it. I just want to know, is that going to hold pole, or what's Jason going to do?
It was
because you got to always say, what is Jason going to do?
And Brian Cross has been up on the pole quite a bit too.
Jason is the master, and you just can't put anybody else in the same sentence because that guy's qualified pole position at this race more than any man on the planet.
7 or 8 times, I think.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Those stats are pretty impressive. And he's, it's not a new car blues. He's really got that car dialed in this year, too.
But I'm going to throw another name in there. Another guy you can never count out, and that's Lauren Healy. And he's going to. I've got a feeling Lauren's playing with some new suspension this year. He's playing with this live valve stuff. I'm wondering if he's going to be looking to make up some time as he comes down through resolution there.
Well, I think Jason and him are both in a situation where they can set their settings a little bit stiffer on the descents because, I mean, truly, you guys, there's not that much more speed to be had going through the trails or uphill, but downhill is the final place where you can gain more time because anybody can drive faster downhill. If your car makes it or survives, it's a totally different story.
Controlled chaos,
so like
right?
we saw at the Wild West track when you race down that big rock hill, there's some guys like Addington, he always descends fast. Like he's always one of those guys you're like, oh, here he comes.
Yeah, I got to say, Cody Addington at the moment currently sitting in 7th position. Fantastic run from Cody. And I mean, let's not forget, what was his first race? I think it was the same year as me, 2013. And to see him come from the Toyota that can, now to be sitting inside the top 10 here at Hammers, fantastic.
No, for a privateer that's working that hard to be here, that's what makes this race special.
Absolutely, yeah. Because you can come in here and do your thing and have some fun. We got a King of the Hammers rookie out on course in your top left. That's Josh Sowell with Martin Castro riding shotgun out of Encinitas, California with SoCal X Motorsports. And his bomber fabrication with an LS3 500 horsepower, maximum 4L80E, Atlas, Freight Factory, Fox Shocks, KC Highlights, BFG, PRP, Eibach, Magnaflow, Jegs, Rugged, and Dynamic Motorsports. Great to see him making his rookie debut this year. So Josh Sowell and Martin Castro in that top left.
Well, Josh Sowell, let's not forget, was also qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, and another bomber for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And I was chatting with him. He sent, I was texting him up trying to get the info on my little cheat sheet here, and he sends me the info, and his 4800 car had like 700 horsepower, and then his 4400 car has 500. I was like, what's going on there? He's like, that's the way it came. That's the way I'm racing it.
Well, it's great to see Josh out here. Had a great pre-run session yesterday, and he'll be looking to beat his time today. As we watch in the bottom there, that is Randy Burke. Just picking his way through resolution, nice and steady.
He's out for just a nice little trail ride.
He is indeed. Did you see Matthew McGowan earlier today,
I
Miles?
missed that run.
Well, he raced with a cooler on the back that must have been at least 3 foot long, about 2 foot high, and a foot across. I don't know if he was carrying beers just in case he was expecting to break or quite what was going down.
Macho Matt McCowan sitting in that 11th spot. We got another guest hopping in real quick. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, Miles, how you doing?
Yeah, doing good. Introduce yourself to the world.
Hey, guys. Ron Prindle, number 54. Got Tom Way's old car. And I tried to send it today. Saw my kids. They just showed up right when I got there. And I look over. I was in line, and tears are rolling down my eyes. And
I love that.
I'm like, okay. Got, Godsmack playing in my ear. Like, I'm going to go do something here.
And you're driving Tom Way's old car.
Yeah. That thing's it's pretty dialed right now. I got it. Except for it was on fire a little bit. But
you were on fire, that's for sure.
Yeah, the course workers were like looking at me and going, "What? I don't know. It still steers. It still goes."
Because you didn't know, right? I mean,
I
it's
didn't know.
behind
The motor's
you.
behind me. Yeah. So what I did is going down Resolution, I hit a rock, right tire, because I can't really see yet because I got the GPS and the Holly dash right there. It jerked me. I'm like, oh, okay, it's happened before, but it blew the seal out of the power steering pump.
Oh man!
So it just sprayed all over the headers, and. So I'm like, okay, I have steering. I hit my button. I'm like, guys, am I okay? Does it feel okay? Did I blow a tire? And nobody got back to me. I'm like, okay, well.
Just keep running.
I just kept running. So jumped down back door. I didn't even notice back door. I just went,
Made it look smooth.
So focused. Yeah, oh yeah. Hey, Tom. And then just sent it. And when I got in the short course, I didn't really have any steering. So that was interesting. But anyway, we tried to pull it off. So we did okay.
Yeah, no, it was a great run, and we'll see how it all sets you up for race day.
Oh, yeah, we should be we're going to go a lot more tamer on race day.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
qualifying is wide open trying to get up in that front spot, and you had a great run.
Yeah, it was good. Cade Rod, though. Oh my God.
Goodness.
That kid is nuts. So
Nuts
all right,
is a
good
word for you.
Yeah, well, good luck, all the racers. You guys are doing good up here. Good
awesome.
luck.
Well,
Nice to see
Ron
you, Tom.
Prindle, always a pleasure, buddy.
Good luck. All right, guys,
Thanks for coming in. And out on course on our bottom right is Casey Gilbert Ka-chow with Tranny Tom riding shotgun. Number 618 out of Fenton, Michigan with Gilbert Brothers Racing in that Miller Pro chassis with the Mass Motorsports LS7. Tranny Tom Turbo 400, SCST case, Nitto tires, Threat Off-Road, Brannock, Big B, Fox, Willwood, Rugged Radios, Ironman Off-Road, Collins Motorsports, Magnitude Suspension, FK, and Philip Casper Photography.
Oh, look at this. We got a trail blockage here.
Josh Sowell.
Josh Sowell making his way past Randy Burke there.
So that was a pretty clean pass. And there he's getting ready to drop down back door as we speak.
Yeah, now Randy Burke should be moving on down through back door. Hopefully he won't be any kind of a problem for Casey Gilbert. Now, Casey Gilbert, he has won the 4800 class on more than one occasion, and he stepped it up into 4400.
Yeah, always one to watch for sure. They call him the sandbagger of 4800.
He's racing 4400. He needed to move up class.
He did, yeah.
And it's great that he does, and those Miller cars are always fast.
Absolutely. The one thing that got me is, do you remember that time that he actually out-qualified the 4400 class cars with his car set up in 4800 trim? So he is seriously fast indeed, and he's got a point to prove. Was it last year or the year before where he rolled in qualifying?
Yeah, I think it was a couple years ago, but that's always fun to razz him a little bit. So Casey Gilbert, bottom right. Josh Sowell, top left.
He was fast last year in 4400. He was there, and then he left. I don't know what happened to him, but I remember about pit 2. I mean, he was in the mix. I mean, there was a few of us sitting in the top 5 right then.
There's a couple times, I'm going to say 2 or 3 years ago, Casey Gilbert and Cade Rod would race 4800 and 4400 and be pretty competitive in the woods.
So Josh Sowell now making his way up and underneath the Bronco arch. Randy Burke, he's just out there, just cruising around. 12 minutes 53 right now. And I think he's just coming out of the bottom of back door. But in our bottom right, it is Casey Gilbert in his Miller chassis.
Pushing strong through the desert as Josh Sowell's in the Ford Performance short course.
Yeah, and our highest placed solid axle car right now is Philip McGilton.
Still in the top 10, right in that 9th spot.
Yeah, that's a really solid run there. I mean, Tom, let's just talk about that a minute. You know, the rise of the IFS car over the solid axle. You raced solid axle back in the day, and then, of course, you moved into IFS. And we've spoken about this before, and you're just like, IFS just kills anything that a solid axle has.
Well, there's always been the misconceptions of how IFS cars aren't great in the rocks, and it's just not true. The difference is how much offset you have from the bulkhead to the skid plate and the skid plate height. So anybody that has a really low car is going to drag more, where like Ron's car, it's almost 25 inches under the belly. A lot of people don't realize that, so it makes it a mountain goat. And the thing that's unique is that's what nobody knows.
Yeah.
And the same thing with Whalen's old car, which is Shannon's old car. That's based off the same offset, and that one's got a high belly. So that's why those cars always do so well in the rocks here.
Well, Lauren just texted me. He's not riding with Casey Curry.
All right. Thank you, Lauren. My bad. I thought you were in there being smart. I was trying to give you credit.
Well, as we watch Casey Gilbert here making his way up towards resolution, we did just see Casey Curry sitting on the start line in the trophy Jeep. Now, that car is huge, isn't it?
Oh, that's a big car.
He's done some new modifications this year. I was just talking to him a few minutes ago. It looks really good. He lowered the front end about a foot, put portals on it.
Oh, wow.
And different high-rise A-arms.
It's been through a couple
really,
makeovers.
really good looking right now.
Yeah, because this is where it gets confusing on the timeline.
Sure.
When Jason Scherer sold the car that you then owned, that Ren Prindle owned, Jason Scherer raced the car that Casey Curry is now racing.
No, not at all.
No?
No, Nick Nelson.
Yeah, that's a Nelson car. Yeah,
that's
wrote it all up.
Yes.
Let's get it right here.
Thanks, Tom.
Right, so we're going to have to step back in time now. Right, okay, this is Casey Gilbert.
And Randy Burke finally coming around. Just a little off pace, but he's out there racing. So off the line next is Casey Curry with Orrin Anderson riding shotgun out of Norco, California with Curry Racing in the Trophy Jeep. It's a 2-seat IFS with a Redline 900 horsepower engine, 4L80E, Fortin T-case, 74-wheel portals, Curry axles, Monster Energy, Nitto tires, KMC wheels, Fox, Molly, Curry Enterprises, HP tuners, Torque Oil, and MagnaFlow. He's won in Dakar, he's won in Baja, and Casey Curry does some great things behind the wheel.
Yeah, he raced Vegas to Reno as well last year and had a great finish. Raced in Class 1.
Yeah, raced that exact car in Class 1.
Yeah, I think he was solidly in the top 10 in the overall. Yeah, so his co-driver actually is Bryce Menzies' trophy truck co-driver.
Yeah, Orrin Anderson is one of the, we always talk about co-drivers, and Orrin Anderson is one of the top of the list. That is an absolute fact. He can change a T1 tire in under 3 minutes.
No, under a minute.
Under 1 minute, yes, under 1 minute. I can't even get belted in a minute, let alone change a 40-inch tire.
Yeah, no, he's one of there's about 3 co-drivers out there who are capable of changing those 40-inch tyres in about a minute, but Orrin seems to have the lead over everybody else right now, and that's why he sits next to Bryce Menzies.
And he'll be doing that tomorrow during the UTV race. Bryce Menzies and Orrin Anderson will be taking off. And then for the big race, obviously be riding with Casey Curry in our bottom right.
Yeah, just watching Casey Gilbert here, making his way into town.
Casey Gilbert's making it towards the Bronco Arch coming into town.
Okay, as we watch Casey Gilbert coming into town now, Pam Hall is in the pits and she's got some news for us. Pam, what do you got?
I am here with Darian Gomez. You were sitting in that pole position for quite some time, but now you got bumped down to that number 3 spot. But what was your trick out there this morning to get you in that number 1 spot?
Actually, I was just out there to cruise. I didn't want to push the car too hard. I was just wanting to cruise and get to the finish line. I've been struggling to finish this race, so my mentality was just to finish qualifying good position, top 15, top 10. And then I finished, and I guess I ended up pulling pole.
You did. I mean, smooth as fast, though. You were out there. You looked really good out there on course. Did you go out and run that quite a bit?
Yeah, I ran it last night about 6-7 times, jump back door every time, and then just kind of memorized it, recorded it, and watched a bunch of film last night. So been doing it all week.
Well, that's awesome. But you are still up there in that number 3 position. Hopefully that still holds, but we have your uncle and your dad still going. So good luck out there on race day tomorrow, and thanks for taking the time.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you all the fans here. And I'm King of the Hammers, Dave and everybody. Good show out here. Seriously, thank you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Pam. That's absolutely awesome. We just saw Casey Gilbert there crossing the line. It looks like he's going to be sitting somewhere around about sort of 20th position. We'll get confirmation of that as we watch right now. It is Casey Curry.
Coming hard up the backside to Resolution. That wash is really fun. It starts to have a little bit of embedded rocks that stick out of the edges that these guys are going to be careful for. But you're going to carry a head of steam up into the top Resolution before you break over the top.
Yeah, one of those buried rocks caught me out yesterday, unfortunately. But watching Casey Curry now, and I'm sure he will not have that problem. Takes that left-hand line there.
That left line sets you up a lot better for not getting the flat with your right side when you kind of bing down into that thing sideways. That's where a lot of guys are catching their tires.
We said it before, this is a monster of a car. Comes up over the top now. I'm expecting him to take the central line.
I bet he goes left.
You reckon?
Kind of diagonal.
Made his own main right there.
Well, those course officials are right at the top there. I think if you come across left, be interested to see.
Now, this will be very interesting. As you say, this is where you can make or lose your lap, isn't it? This downhill descent depends on how brave you want to be.
Well, I think during the main King of the Hammers race, it's the longest piece of terrain in the race where if you're trying to catch people or pass anyone, from the top Resolution to the end of the short course track, when you're leaving back for the desert, it's a huge opportunity to reel people in, normally during the race.
It's got one of the oldest trails out here. Am I right in thinking that Resolution and Backdoor have been in every single King of the Hammers?
That's a Tom Ways question, not me.
Absolutely.
I think
we had one year where you could have
Does it
Backdoor
count
as
if
a
I have to
bypass.
winch it?
Yeah.
And off the line now is another Can-Am of Cody Miller with Cody Taylor riding shotgun out of Greenville, Texas with Miller Brothers Racing. In a Can-Am X3 with Maxxis, Raceline, Liquid Moly, UTV Race Shop, Elka, Double E, Baja Design, Sparco, S3, Recaro, Pro Eagle, HMF, Hess Motorsports, Factory UTV, Evo Power Sports, Monster Seal, and Brinson Power Sports. It's really incredible to see these UTVs racing with the 4400s. I know there's a lot of mixed reviews, and I don't know.
Let's watch Casey right now. He's about to make a move. Like this is where he's going to be.
Look at that, just smooth.
Look at that.
You can't even tell he jumped down anything. And that's an 8-foot straight up
That
wall.
was impressive.
It just makes it look so simple, doesn't it?
He hit that left side. That's the left side. I mean, the left side is incredible. I've always wanted to run all the way right out towards the announcer's shelf and kind of bank down and in.
Like you were talking about that two-wheel drive dirt bike the other night.
Exactly.
Yep.
That line to me is a classic, but he just made that look really smooth. This is going to be a pretty respectable run here. 6:19 right now.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is fast. This is going to be borderline top 3.
Yeah, I think this is going to be top 3 is a great call on that one.
No, I know he really just wants to finish this year. He's always had the monkey on his back getting to the finish line in this race, and I hope I'm the best this year.
Yeah, I'm a little bit out there. I think this is going to be actually a top 5 run. I don't think he'll be on for a top 3. But Casey's looking really good here. Now, I mean, Casey's another one. He's only relatively a young man, I'd like to say, compared to us.
Well, compared to you.
But he's another one that grew up with King of the Hammers. He's been here for so many years.
Yeah, his dad, John Kerr's won this race in the EMC multiple times.
He raced Shannon's single-seater, and he was in the very early days as well.
They said Casey's actually John's nephew.
Oh, you're right. Yep. Sorry. Thank you.
That's all right. You'll have Brandon Curry going, what's going on? I've got a brother I never knew I had.
All right.
We'll get a good time for him and just a couple more turns. Casey Curry really looking good. I mean, he's raced short course before over in Dakar, down in Baja. This guy gets a lot of seat time.
Yeah, this is looking good now. Just bled a few seconds there. It's certainly going to be sub 8 minutes as he comes around to the final jump.
So 7:47-ish puts him in that 7th position.
Do we have a split now for Miller?
Now we'll wait and see. Now this is very interesting because we've seen the Millers, of course, they were out there with their new Maverick Rs in for the 4900 race, but they're going back across to the older X3 platform for this race because they've got to use 37-inch tyres. That is the minimum tyre requirement for 4400.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 37 rule originally came from us racing short course and not having us put 35s on and look like really slow Pro 4s. So the 37 rule, it is what it is. I mean, yeah, I think a lot of these guys have such great rock cars built up. Talking to Phil Blurton about it, I mean, it really comes down to if you've got a really well-built car with both sides that's made for the hammers, it's different than your desert build.
Yeah, and it's incredible. But talk about 37-inch tires on a UTV axle.
Huge.
I mean, these cars take a beating, and they are well built, like you're saying, Tom.
But also, this is that growth in engineering agility. I mean, if we look back all those years, we'd never thought it possible for a UTV to be running 37-inch tires reliably at this kind of speed.
Yeah, I mean, I think my UTV came out with 28s when I bought it.
He's ripping the left line right here, so this is like right in the middle. The biggest thing about a UTV is just the whole theory of at the hammers, you don't need to drive over every rock. If you can drive between it, it's always going to be faster.
Yeah, that's where the UTV does shine. They can dance between the rocks, like you're saying.
If everybody keeps making them wider and longer, they're not always going to be faster. So this is just proof of it.
So on our bottom right, the number 899 of Jeff Allen with Pat Sullivan riding shotgun out of Medford, New Jersey with the bane of my existence, Wife's Racing. Trip Fab Solid Axle Machine, LSX 454, 600 horsepower, ATO Turbo 400, Atlas, Gearworks, Spider Track, Super Swampers, and Extreme Construction. His first King of the Hammers was last year in 2023.
So we're watching now as Cody Miller makes his way down through Resolution. And if you're just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. We are out here in Johnson Valley, California, around about 3 hours east of Los Angeles. And we're here for the finest, the best, and the greatest rock race in the world. And what a day of qualifying it's been so far, Miles.
Oh, I hope you guys are having as much fun as we are here calling this race. I'm Miles Hasselus alongside Jim Marsden and the one and only Mr. Tom Ways.
Yeah, it's fantastic having Tom in the blind here with us. Give us all those years of knowledge.
It's great to be here.
And it's only going to get better with Power Hour coming up here in a minute.
We've got some great racing coming up. Super excited. We got Kyle Cheney coming, who put on a clinic the other day in the UTV qualifier, and we got JP coming down as well.
Okay, while this is going on, we've got more action down in the pits. Pam is with Casey Curry. Pam, take it away.
I am here with Casey Curry. Casey, you are right now sitting in that number 7 spot. You came in here, Cameron Still instantly came over here asking you about your run and the lines you were taking. So you were smooth out there. How are you feeling right now about that 7th position?
I'm feeling good. You know, we didn't crash, and we had to jump off back door without ever practicing. So it was good. Honestly, this was a great course to have qualifying in a longer course that ties in rocks and desert. Like, I think it's perfect for the King of the Hammers. So, car's good. My guys don't have to thrash all night now, and yeah, we'll get ready for Saturday.
Well, that's awesome to hear. You know, you had fun out there, but never practicing back door actually surprises me because you spend a lot of time out here.
Well, we practice driving down it, not just sending it off it. So it's good, though. Honestly, this car is fantastic. Everything we've done to this Jeep has been phenomenal. So excited. I'm just ready for Saturday now.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there on Saturday. We'll let you get your car back just to do a walkthrough, and good job out there.
Thank you so much.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam, and great job goes to Casey Curry. So here goes Miller through the Bronco Arch. But while we get everything set up for Power Hour, we're going to take a quick break. If you're in premium, you won't miss anything. Go to KOHultimate.com, sign up for that. So we're going to step away, and we'll be right back with more racing action.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Well, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
became synonymous with severe duty work. Born from the need for equipment that would withstand the forces of off-pavement travel. Made to get you in, and built to get you out. 75 years later, we walk the same path, innovating an industry forward. Because when you go worn, you go prepared.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Eibach on top of the box, baby.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. We are here today in Johnson Valley for the qualifying for the 4400 class. Miles, what do we got going on?
If you didn't have the premium during the commercial, Vaughn Gittin Jr. took off. With Erik Davis riding shotgun number 25 out of Concord, North Carolina, with Fun Haver Off-Road Team. That is a Triton Engineering 2C IFS Bronco Bronchi 2.0. It's got a Ford Performance 460 D3 JGRE 780 horsepower, Gearworks Turbo 400, Atlas RCV with 74 weld portals, Fox live valves, Monster Energy, Ford Performance, Optima batteries, RTR vehicles, Nitto, Project X, Pennzoil, MBRP, Gear Wrench, NGK, K&N, Molly, Recaro, VP Racing Fuels. Vaughn Gittin Jr., you usually see him in a Mustang doing drifting and all that, but he's really stepped up here at King of the Hammers, Tom.
Yeah, those guys have really stepped up their program. They've got a lot of cars. They got play cars, stuff for making stunts and everything in between. Those guys are definitely stepping up their program here. Vaughn's carrying some speed right here down into the turn.
Oh, and gets a little crossed up, gets a little slideways, was able to tackle it back in.
I'm going to say this, and I need to check my figures, but I reckon that Vaughn is one of the most consistent finishers in King of the Hammers history. He always seems to get it to the line, and he always seems to get it there inside the top 10.
I think I'd agree with that. Yeah, his car control is like none other.
Yeah, and teamed together with Lauren Healy, they are a formidable duo out there on the track.
I heard rumor they have a monster truck.
I saw a video of it on their social. I think they were out on an Optima battery shoot, and I saw a monster truck that looked very similar to this race car right there.
Okay, what's he going to do here, guys?
I think that is Jeffrey Allen, slow dropping back door. So I think Vaughn Gittin's going to catch him.
I think he's going to catch him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking that way as he drops on down through Resolution now. Now, Vaughn Gittin Jr. is running Fox live valve on inside this car. Now, what does that mean? This means that his suspension is talking to his brake system. It means his suspension is talking to his engine management, and it means they can actually change the pitch of the car from inside the vehicle. Equally, it's a smart system. So it's changing each shock absorber up to 1,000 times a second to give them optimum performance.
That's crazy. The technology that is coming nowadays. Jeff Allen is in the bottom right. Part of our rookie program for the 2024 King of the Hammers.
Yeah, and when he's in those nuisance rocks, and now that's a term that you fed to me, Tom, many, many years ago, and I love it, still use it.
And he still calls you a nuisance from time to time.
I don't doubt it.
All the time. Now, as he comes down through here and he gets into those nuisance rock sections, I'm wondering if we are actually going to see him trying to light this up through here.
I think it. You know, the odds are pretty good. He's going to carry some speed here.
And, Tom, you brought it up that is he running his 40s or 42s, because that's
I can't tell.
Strategy right there. I didn't think of that, but he has definitely switched back and forth from time to time.
Yeah, those big 42s definitely make a difference in filling the holes, and I can't tell right there which he's running, but
if I remember
he's
right,
looking smooth getting into
42s
the
are
upper
on
part of the
20s
back
only,
door
right?
here. He's coming for the final shelf. That's just smooth.
It's crazy how
That's
they make
just
it look
smooth.
so easy. It is not that easy, is it?
No.
So Vaughn Gittin Jr. in our top left. I don't think he's going to catch old Jeff Allen. I think he's got enough time to make it through there. It's going to be close.
Yeah, I'm just looking here at Vaughn and what sort of time we can think. I think he's going to be around that sort of 8-minute mark.
Very solid run. So, top 10, top 15 possibly. But then, hey, Power Hour is about to happen. So I think that top 10's going to have a lot of mix-up. I'm not sure if they can beat old Cade Rod or not. But like Tom was saying, Jason Scheer's always going to give him a run.
Indeed, and before that we're going to have Kyle Cheney and JP Gomez on course, and then at 3 p.m. it will be Power Hour, the greatest drivers in 4400. We're going to have Waylon Campbell, Cameron Steele, Paul Horschel, Bailey Campbell, Paul Wolff, Brian Cross, Lauren Healy, Erik Miller, Shannon Campbell, Jason Scherer, Josh Button, Josh is not joining us, Randy Slauson, and Raul Gomez, last year's king.
Back-to-back king also. Raul Gomez had a big smile the other day at the drivers' meeting. He was telling the rookies, like, hey, when you see that helicopter coming through, that's not filming you. That's filming me getting ready to pass you, so get out of the way.
Doesn't matter how many times we say that story, Miles, it still sounds good. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. is coming in round now. This is the final Can-Am Talladega turn.
So look, that's Goodall in the brand new Campbell chassis. So it looks like Bailey's just because it's white, but that's Goodall.
Yeah, that is Goodall, but look at this time. This is going to be sub 8 minutes. Fantastic time there from Vaughn.
So Ken Goodall with Todd Miller riding shotgun out of Phoenix, Arizona with Goodall Racing in that brand new Campbell chassis that literally he picked up last night and got it here. 0 seat time in that. Fox, FK, Yokohama, RCV, PCI, Spider Tracks, Alltech, Twisted Spline, Torco, Synergy, and Factor 55. His first King of the Hammers race was back in 2013.
So who's this in the Can-Am right now, you guys?
That's Miller. That's 191. Is that Cody Miller, I believe? Oh, that's Kyle Cheney. Sorry, all three of them look very similar.
Yeah, we missed the. Just see if I can find.
Yeah, we need to pay attention here because he's flying.
So Kyle Cheney and I believe Ashley Croy's riding with him out of Millersport, Ohio with Team Momentum Racing and that Can-Am with Evo Power Sports, Raceline, Yokohama, Fox, G-Force, Amsoil, and Action Off-Road. He has won King of the Hammers in the Rock race the last 3 years. He's won B1, and he swept East, West, and National driving for Robert Parker last season in Ultra 4.
Yeah, and you saw a yellow UTV out on the track earlier. That was Cody Miller, and I can tell you that he actually came in 16th position, so a solid run there from Cody Miller. He will, of course, drop down one, but still a top 20 run there for Cody Miller. Great stuff.
Can you tell me what his qualifying time was in UTV the other day? Was it 7:43?
7:26.
So, I mean, that would put him in third place right now, fourth place, if he could repeat that.
Yeah, let's forget, very different cars, though. Oh, my word.
I don't care. It's the same man behind the wheel.
Smooth. And that thing's a little lighter, so he was able to get a little further on down the course.
Yeah, that Maverick R, of course, running the 35-inch tyres, whereas the X3 here is running the 37-inch tyres. The technology in these UTVs just blows my mind every single day.
Yeah, Kyle Cheney's definitely one to watch. He is
That's
champion
a wheel man right
for
there.
sure. Yes, it is incredible.
So as we're watching here, that is Goodall out there right now in a car that looks so similar to Bailey's.
So we got JP Gomez on course, starting out right now, coming out.
Yeah, he just took off the line out of Cameron Park, California with Gomez Brothers Racing. JP Gomez and that UFO is out on course.
Yeah, we saw his brother Marcus qualifying earlier today. And Marcus taking it nice and easy, not pushing too hard, mid-table. And then we saw his nephew, Darian, absolutely laying it down. And Darian is currently sitting in third position. And JP will be hunting him down for sure.
You see Kyle Cheney come hard left out of the Bronco arch. Really like that line.
straighten that corner all the way to the turn.
Yep, exactly. And look at Goodall on that brand new Campbell chassis. That thing literally has, well, right now it's got probably 2 miles on it. It's brand new.
Yeah, I saw it rolling around town earlier, still with the stickers on the tires.
Shannon's been building his and this car side by side in the last few months. It's really fun to watch Shannon build these cars. It's crazy how fast and how well built he can do it.
So Kyle Chaney, 723 right now, 726.
This will be about a 733-ish or so. So this could be top 5. Kyle Chaney right in that 5th position. What a great run for him. Wow. A UTV that far up, it's going to be interesting.
In his small car. As you were saying, you're come on now.
Yeah, 9 seconds slower than his direct qualifying time yesterday.
Brian Cross out there in the crowd watching.
With
a little smile on his face.
I was going to say, shouldn't he have a race suit on by now? Now that's chilled. As we watch Kenneth Goodall now making his way down into resolution. Brand spanking new Campbell car straight out the coupe. Shannon was building this car alongside his new car. As we watch JP Gomez in the top left. JP Gomez in the Joe Thompson built UFO car that all the Gomez brothers race.
So just chatted with Brian Cross. He's got a back issue, so he is not racing at all this week. I hate to hear that, but hey, safety first, I get it. Hate to hear that for you, buddy.
JP's really carrying some speed up here into the back of the sand dune turns coming into resolution. I mean, his T1 race last year, where did he finish? He was in the top 3 in that brand new Geyser truck.
Very impressive in
it's
that
incredibly
T1.
impressive.
In a 2-wheel drive truck, no less.
Yeah, there was only one 4-wheel drive this year, and Pulvardi showed up and owned the race. And look at JP Gomez coming down the Terhune tumble. He'll take this right through this nasty deep ruts and getting sideways again.
That was
That's a violent hit, isn't it, Tom?
That's a badass turn.
That was absolutely fantastic.
Oh, and Goodall's upside down.
Oh.
So
that
JP's
brand new car breaking it in right.
JP's going to catch him.
Yeah, there is a line past him, so it's not going to cause JP a problem, I don't think.
But he doesn't know he's there, so it's going to play a little bit of mind tricks on him.
Now, I know exactly where this is in resolution. There is a big rock there, but I don't think it'd be a problem for JP. Now, the interesting thing about these UFO cars is the incredible visibility that you get when you're sat in them. You're sat dead central, and there's almost nothing between you and those front tires. You have such wonderful visibility, and I'm sure you've been in one, Tom. They're incredible.
That's exactly how my car is. I can watch the inside sidewall of the front right tire cycle going through rocks.
Wow. So here's, on your bottom right, so a little replay of Ken Goodall when he takes a tumble there in resolution. And we'll see on your top left, we'll see, just took a bad hit and flipped her right over.
Yeah, he's just coming around that big rock there, just hooks his rear tire on it, and it just takes him round.
Do you see that? His wheels were turned left the whole time.
Yeah, but he's also, it was that rear tire that did the damage to him there, Miles.
So we should see JP catching him any second.
Now, just watching his pace here, Tom, what do you reckon? Can he push into the top 5 here?
With the pace he's running, it's very, very possible.
I believe JP definitely will be right there.
So there is
JP's
Ken
fast.
Goodall. And
yeah,
one of our Australians, Moose, is right there, keeping everything flowing. And yeah, plenty of room. That affected JP 0%.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many lines down through resolution, which is one of the reasons I'm really enjoying this qualifying course. People can pick their poison.
And JP is on an absolute blistering speed right here.
Yeah, I talked to those guys at the Taco Tuesdays at King last night, and they went and jumped it twice last night and came over for tacos.
Go jump down back door, and then grab some tacos. I dig it.
Oh,
and
he takes
left
a tire.
front. Yes. Oh, no. Terrible. You could see he punched the sidewall, and that just set him all wrong, but he was already committed. So tough break for JP Gomez. Now we have recovery could be an issue here because we have 2 big cars stuck in this area. And I think we only have 1 recovery rig, so this could take a little time.
Okay, we've also got that big rock there sitting just on the inside of JP. And that rock, although it doesn't look it, is absolutely enormous. So they're going to have to roll the car over that rock or move the rock out of the way.
Tough break for JP.
He's not going to be happy.
He had such a great run going, and he was riding that left line and just took a little too far left to hit that rock, and that's when it all sent it over. So we'll get a replay on JP's, and Tom, walk us through it.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, let's watch that one more time.
You just see him there. Yeah, you just see him there. He just catches that tire full in the face. You see the tire explode. As soon as it does that, it punches him backwards. And he was just a passenger from that point forward.
What a bummer. And like I said, he was already committed after he hit it, so there's no checking up. It was just seeing what happens, and what a bummer.
Well, it's good.
There's Cade Rod, our fastest qualifier of the day with a great run. Come on in here, Cade. So while we wait for a little bit of recovery, we're going to take a quick break. If you have that premium, you won't miss anything. Go to KOHUltimate.com, and we'll be right back with more racing action right after this.
Hey, old man, where'd you buy that monster hat?
What are you guys doing?
We're just trying to figure out who this old guy is.
You're asking the wrong question. It's not who he is, but how he got here.
Wow, no way. What the Okay, that didn't really just happen.
And that's how he got here.
Okay, I guess he's pretty cool.
Yeah, for an old guy.
The gauge says it should work. The problem is, there's no way to know if the gauge works. That's why we made the Rousseau. There's no gauge because there's no pressure until you need it. Find out more at Rousseau.com.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4500 Yukon.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. I'm Jim Marsden, and we are in Johnson Valley, California, for the greatest qualifying session you will see this year. This is the 4400s, and what a day it's been so far. Joining me in the booth now is none other than Miles Hasselquist and Tom Ways.
And man, what a great day of qualifying it has been, but we are about to kick off Power Hours. We saw JP. He is on all fours once again. He took a terrible tumble down backdoor. Tough break. He had such a fast run going, but he'll have to take a rear start from that.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's just talk about the top 10 that we've had so far. It's been absolutely fantastic. In 10th position at the moment, we've got Brian Capera. In 9th is Cody Addington.
In 8th is Casey Curry. In 7th is Cole Clark.
In 6th is Brendan Thompson.
Kyle Cheney in 5th. Ron Prindle in 4th. Darian Gomez 3rd.
In 2nd is Levi Shirley.
But the man of the moment is the young man himself, Cade Rod.
And speaking about Cade, we are going to get a little highlight reel of his qualifying action here in just a few seconds. So here it is. Tom, this is what you were asking for. Look at the pace he was pushing.
That's pure big block power right there.
And just right on that ragged edge of, are you pushing too hard or not? Are you out of control? But he controls all the way to the finish line.
No, I know he's got those Bilsteins on there. It looked like they're working pretty well. I mean, he's got a lot of control right there.
And those Nitto tires putting the traction to the ground. And look, I like this little left angle. It's out of the deep ruts, kind of making a new little path there. And again, he was just on the throttle as absolutely hard as he could push. Saw his teams up front earlier. Look at the speed coming down that hill, Tom.
How fast you think he's going right there?
I mean, that's 90 mile an hour. What do you think? 200 is what Cade said.
I think we need a radar gun. How fast you going down the hill there, Cade? Come on, tell me. Ah.
Top of second gear and bottom of third coming down the Terhune tumble as we're heading our way back up towards Resolution. And
you
this
think
is
it's going to stick, Cade? What do you think?
So Cade Rod showing us how to put it down with that 6-minute 42-second. And we were just chatting with Cade just now. Do you think it's going to stick? He's like, I don't know. Jason Scherer can pull anything out of his sleeve. Man, Cade Rod really
this is where you really carried the
smoked
speed
through here. And look at those nuisance rocks, and then he just launches back door, makes it look like it's not even there.
Just
Cade's
like this.
right in front of the Jumbotron enjoying watching his run because it looks completely different out here than it does from inside that monster of a machine.
Yeah, that's a heater.
Yeah, we knew it was coming in. What a great run. The Yukon launch, there's the checkered flag. So we're going to reset here in just a minute.
Yeah, absolutely, Mars, because we've just seen the fastest qualifying run of the day so far, which was that young man, Cade Rod. But right now, it's all about Power Hour. These are the biggest and the greatest. And lining up here are some of the best drivers you will ever see on any race courses anywhere.
The biggest and baddest names in our sports. These guys and gals are going to leave it all out there on the line. So make sure you don't go anywhere. You've got just another few seconds before we're going to kick off Power Hour. Tom, this is why you wanted to come in here.
Yep, we're going to have Waylon Campbell starting things off. Cameron Steele, Paul Horschel, Bailey, Paul Wolff.
Paul Wolff's had a little bit of headaches here during qualifying, so he's back for redemption.
Yeah, he is indeed, but let's just talk about the fact we've got three-time king Shannon Campbell sitting in there. We've got three-time king Randy Slauson, two-time king Lauren Healy, two-time king Erik Miller, and of course, two-time king Raul Gomez. But there's also another man sitting out there, a man who is a specialist in qualifying, and that is three-time king Jason Scherer.
And there's Cameron Steele that'll be mixing it up as well. What a great... This is going to be amazing. I can't wait. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. And look how beautiful these cars are. There's Paul Horschel. Didn't mention him either. That's another one. I consider Tom Ways and Paul Horschel. Those are probably my two picks that who hasn't won that can. Those are always at the top of the list.
Paul's always fast. I hope he can have a smooth, clean run and have a great day out there.
You see the wing on the back of Paul Wolff's car. I love that little throw towards the F1. Had some fun with social media on that. There's two-time king Erik Miller. Getting ready to go through the Nitto Arch.
Well, we got Cade Rod here, you guys. Anybody have anything you want to ask Cade while we got him in the booth?
Let's give it up for Cade Rod, the fastest
questions.
man of the day thus far.
I will say, what's it like to drive off back door that fast?
It's crazy, man, because I swear 6 years ago I was like, eventually the technology will be good enough that you can jump down back door. And it just seemed like out of this world, and now everybody's doing it, you know?
Kyle Chaney did it a couple days ago and really set the bar.
It's impressive.
Yeah, it's insane. They've knocked down the outer hole, so it's actually like really smooth. Like I noticed some guys were almost just like driving off it, not standing on it off of it.
Yeah,
and it still looked really
sometimes
smooth.
it just, you couldn't even tell it was there.
Yeah.
I mean, it was impressive. And man, that run, you got to be excited.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited. The goal was to just try and keep the car as smooth as possible, and we showed up this morning getting ready to qualify, and the rack was blown up. So we slapped a rack in it, and we were testing the steering, and they're like, you have to go now.
It's like, well, I guess we're about to test it.
Yeah, I hope all the bolts are tight, and we went out, and we just tried to keep it as smooth as possible and keep rolling forwards, and it didn't feel insanely fast. It just felt insanely smooth, and so that
You built a lot of speed coming off that drop hill. That was sick.
Yeah,
Into
yeah.
that turn. And then once you're in resolution, you started getting to work. And between the turn off and coming into the upper shelf, that's where I saw the most speed.
It was very, very impressive. What a heck of a run, buddy.
I was trying to keep it as smooth as possible, but hopefully I'm not in the front. Hopefully
that's what Levi said, too.
Well, I don't know what the pace is to win this race, so I'd rather honestly be behind somebody that has won this race and try and follow them in or get to the last lap and try and win from there.
Well, you can't go wrong following Jason and Jason because you know Berger's not going to turn the wrong way.
Absolutely.
So you can never go wrong there.
And in a single seat,
a big deal.
In a single seat, if I can use Jason Scheer's co-driver to get to the win, then I'm all for it.
Berger's going to hate me for saying that right now, but it's good for him.
And it's the truth. It looks like Robbie Gordon will be the first one to take off for Power Hour. Number 77 and JP's spare rig. Man, I can't wait to get this party started. Well, Cade, thanks for jumping in the booth real quick and having a chat. And I'm going to let you get out there and watch on the Jumbotron and let your like anxiety get to you a little bit.
Yeah, I hope somebody beats it, but I don't want to get beat while I'm in here talking to you because then everyone will see my facial expressions.
Cade, I've got to ask you before you clear out, who do you think is going to be the fastest in qualifying today?
If you had to bet, I would bet Jason Scherer. That guy's a hound.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty wild to see. So give it up for Cade Rod, the fastest thus far. We'll see if it sticks. Thanks, buddy. Lee O'Donnell, our USAC rep out there, making sure everything's running smooth. So it says JP Gomez, but that is the one and only Robbie Gordon.
So I believe that Robbie made a deal where he's going to let those guys race. Marcos told me they're going to take a rear start in the UTV race.
In two-speed UTVs.
And then race the UTVs, and then Robbie's going to drive their car. So
yeah, it's really cool to see them trade that off.
It's a cool partnership they're doing right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was Robbie Gordon last year in this same incident. Started dead last and still got a top 10 finish.
Yeah, Robbie Gordon, I'm just looking here at last year's top 10 results for the King of the Hammers 2023. In 10th position, it was Robbie Gordon. In 9th, John Webb. In 8th, Cody Miller. In 7th, it was Hunter Miller. In 6th place, there's some guy called Tom Ways. In 5th, it was Randy Slauson. 4th, Rusty Byler. 3rd, Josh Byler. In 2nd, Jason Scherer. And 1st was Raul Gomez. So how important is qualifying for this race, Tom?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty impressive, but it sounds like we actually have Pam Hall down there going to have a quick chat with Jason Scherer. Pam, what do you got for us?
Thanks, Miles. I am here with Jason Scherer. He is waiting to qualify, and right now, right before I'm speaking with you, Cade Rod was in the booth, and he's picking you most likely to be the only one that's going to beat him today.
Oh, I don't know if we're going to beat him, but I'd certainly love to start next to him. I'll tell you that. That'd be a lot of fun thinking about all the years I've raced with his dad and now watching him get up to this speed. That's awesome for him.
What's Jason
Congrats
saying
on a
right
great
now?
run, Cade.
Well, you're getting ready to go out there. We were sitting here talking about it before. You're going to go out there and you want to do a good run, a smooth run, a fast run, but you don't want to be sitting on that number 1 spot.
Yeah, well, so this is interesting. You know, we have 9 front row starts in a row, and everyone would think that, you know, that's what I want to go do. And right now we kind of changed our mind a little bit. You know, Raul got us last year on adjusted time. We started the race in first. We finished the race first, and we lost. We came in 2nd place because of adjusted time, and I saw the benefit of that and how it worked out. And so this year, we're going to go on the qualifying course. We're going to run a perfect lap, but we're not going to beat up the car. And whatever that comes out to, we're going to be really happy with. And so those chances that I'm not taking on getting a flat on a rock or making a mistake too hard in a corner, that's probably going to put us in somewhere in that top 10, maybe just behind that. I think a little rain is in the forecast tomorrow. That might hold the dust down, give us an advantage here in the desert, because this car is working really, really good with the new live valve setup from Fox. And so I think if we can get a chance to go showcase that, we'll be the ones with adjusted time, and we won't be the rabbit every time that we've had the last 9 years in a row. So here we go.
Well, good luck out there on your qualifying loop, and hopefully you will be up in that top 10 like you're saying. So good luck out there.
Thanks so much, everybody. Let's go.
Thank
Back
you,
to the
Pam.
booth.
And Jason Scherer, you just heard him. We'll see how it all shakes out. But it sounds like we got our Axial RC car out there that's going to be running with. Yeah, there it is. We'll see if we can get this Bomber RC Axial car driving around. Gonna drive under a couple of these cars. And there he goes.
You can see Paul Wolff's car there. Now, Paul Wolff, of course, is already qualified. Oh, and we
There
are
goes
off.
Robbie Gordon off the line, you guys.
We'll see how this shakes out. Robbie Gordon, number 77, with Speed UTV, driving that UFO machine, JP's pre-runner.
Yeah, so Robbie Gordon, of course, a man who probably needs no introduction, an absolute legend in dirt sports. He's won the Baja 1000. In fact, I think he's won pretty much just about everything in desert racing.
And we keep talking about a wheel man. Robbie Gordon is one of the finest. He's raced a little bit of everything from NASCAR to Dakar to Baja to King of the Hammers.
That is very, very true, but it's also true that the drivers out here are specialists. So can Robbie Gordon get anywhere near our top 10?
It'll be interesting to see. Last year he didn't even qualify at all.
Well, it's been a long time since he was with Lance Clifford and was upside down at the top of Wrecking Ball, but I mean, I think he's committed to trying to take 4400 more seriously. I gave him a hard time a few years ago about it, asking him when he was going to get back to racing 4400, and he said, "You don't think the UTV is taking it seriously?" I said, "No, Robbie, I want to see you race 4400.
And here he is. But it's pretty impressive what he's done with that Speed UTV. The development they've been coming along with there.
It's even more impressive that the man is that talented that he can jump into a car with
that
almost
was-
zero pre-running.
Man, he is.
That was getting wild right there. He took a
He's pushing hard.
nasty hit, and now he's really getting after it.
These UFOs are absolutely amazing. Single seat IFS, solid axle rear, lots of horsepower. Joe Thompson builds one heck of a machine.
Yes, you say Robbie Gordon is really getting it on here.
142 right now.
Now we know he needs to be coming out the bottom of back door. That's somewhere around about that 5.5 minutes. Needs to be coming through the Bronco arch at somewhere around about 6:25 if he wants to hurt our top 5.
It'll be interesting to see, but remember, it's Cade Rod with that 642, and you just heard Jason Scherer. He's not going to be pushing it as hard there, so it may stick with Cade Rod. We'll see. But the helmet goes on. The visor.
I'm not buying it, Miles.
I love it.
I know how competitive that man is, and I love you, buddy.
Yeah, sitting on the line now, we also have Waylon Campbell. Now, Waylon Campbell has always been the nearly man.
He'll be taking off. We'll be taking off in about a minute with him, but right now it's Robbie Gordon. I do believe we're only run 2 during power hours, so it'll be a little easier to keep up with the action. Don't forget, go to the premium, or to get the premium, go to KOHultimate.com, and you can have picture-in-picture. You can see all of our behind-the-scenes feeds. It's a great way to watch the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is Power Hour for qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings.
So Robbie Gordon, he just drops down into the wash there. So power up all the way up to this, the blind crest before he comes into the drop drone. And you saw earlier Cade Rod powering down here, full throttle assault as he makes his way into the bottom. What kind of speed has Robbie got?
And this is that nasty right-hand turn.
He's
with
really
some
carrying
deep
some
ruts.
speed, you guys.
Yeah, he's really pushing hard. This is going to be a great run.
Yeah, this is looking absolutely fantastic, but this is where Robbie Gordon is at home, in the desert. But what's he got for the rock loop as he makes his way up the backwash to heading towards Resolution? So he's just about to run out of sand, and he's just about to find the rocks. Here we go, and off the line now, it is Waylon Campbell, son of 3-time King Shannon Campbell.
Out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing with that Campbell Enterprise single-seat IFS chassis with a proper tuned Klein LS490. We'll see what kind of horsepower he can throw down as he's chasing down Robbie Gordon.
Yeah.
Power Hour is underway. Waylon Campbell and Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, so good to see Wayland out on track. He's been fighting some demons already this week. He's had a couple of A-arm issues. He's had torque converters. He's had transmissions. You name it, he's been fighting it. So it's great to see him out here on track. And look at the pace here of Robbie as he makes his way down through Resolution. This is a great run.
He's really pushing hard. Tom, this is kind of explain where this is on the course.
Well, it's about the halfway point, and there's a couple shelves in there, and historically, like going up that shelf right there is a little tricky. He's a little off line right here, but it's a spot you definitely don't want to hit it too crooked.
So I think that's right around where Goodall just rolled over.
Yeah, I mean, taking a shunt there, that is going to bleed time. Oh, right up on two wheels there for a moment. And Robbie is given away at around about 6 or 7 seconds there. And this is what we're saying. These drivers, the drivers who race at King of the Hammers, they are specialists. It's very difficult to come in from other sports, pick up a car, put it on, go out there and be fast.
And look at that. Robbie Gordon is upside down. So could this affect Waylon Campbell? We'll find out. Tough break for Robbie Gordon. Hate to see that for anybody.
Well, you know what they say, Miles. Spectacular failure beats dismal success.
I think he'll have a familiar starting place like he did last year.
Yeah,
so.
From the back of the... Hey, he did it last year.
You know, honestly, I've started 98th before, and you have corrected time all day.
I've got to say this. Do you think JP Gomez is going to say to him, hey, bud, I got further than you?
But, yeah, we've seen both of them upside down in similar areas. Tough break. So it'll be JP Gomez and Robbie Gordon charging from the back of the pack.
Okay, now, Tom, we're just looking at this here. Is there a line here that Wayland can get past on?
I think he's going to have to get left or just drive all over him and spin him a 180.
Well, speaking about spin 180, I think we got a recap of Robbie Gordon as he does a little bit of a tip over. Let's check out the highlight.
So as we wait here, you just see him there, just catches that rear wheel, just picks him up and puts him onto his side. Not dissimilar to the roll we saw from Kenneth Goodall earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, it's just bad luck there more than anything, but the car's definitely not hurt at all. So just a bummer. He'll take a rear start, and he'll still be one to reckon with.
Yeah, we keep saying it. The drivers out here at King of the Hammers are specialists. It takes years to learn how to drive these rocks. And we look at the young guns that are coming through these days, whether it be Darian Gomez, Levi Shirley, or Cade Rod. They have tens of years behind them where they've been learning their trade in these rock trials, and that's why they are so fast.
It's going to be incredible to watch. I think we've got about another minute and a half, or maybe, probably about a minute and a half before Waylon gets to that section. So we'll see if Robbie is out of the way or not as we're coming down the Terhune Tumble. And look at the two different lines there. These ruts are really getting deep.
Yeah, they are indeed. Waylon Campbell, of course, is another one of those young guns that's come through and grown up with King of the Hammers.
He was off pace there for a couple seconds, but now it looks like he's back under throttle.
He's always a driver that threatens for the lead, always a driver that looks like he's capable of taking the win, but has never quite made it to the top step.
What a great crowd we have here in front of the Monster Energy Jumbotron, right around the fire pit, watching Power Hour for qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings. Full screen here is Waylon Campbell.
Now, Wayland's coming up over the top. He will be dropping into Resolution in any moment. And we've got Robbie Gordon sitting on his side.
And I wonder if his team's radioing him to kind of let him know what's going on out there.
Now, that's an interesting line there, Tom. We've seen that a couple of times there where they come across from that right-hand side and then shoot the whole wall.
I love the left personally, coming all the way from the top of the ridge, but I've actually rolled on lap 3 on that right side before, all the way back to my tires, coming over the top of that hill too fast.
Coming a little too high.
It was a personal experience with that spot right there.
I'll go left.
I like the left.
All right, here it is, coming up on Robbie Gordon. Is this going to affect Waylon Campbell or not?
Right, let's see what he can do here now. Tom was saying that there might be a line. He's also got the option to use Robbie Gordon as traction.
Well, you got to use this traction the other day, Jim.
I did. Bent me 2 shock absorbers, he did. But that's okay, because King Shock's got me right. So thank you very much, King Shocks. Oh, look at that.
Oh, a little nose stand, but that was pretty smooth.
Not too bad. Not too
great
bad.
run for Wayland right there, getting right around.
Cost him a second or two,
Robbie
maybe
Gordon.
at the most, slowing down for that moment and back to work.
And some people at home are saying, "Wait, man, why doesn't he get a rerun?" Well, to be honest, he probably won't want a rerun because this is a brutal track, 3.5 miles, a very hard qualifying course. He'll want to do it once well.
Yeah, minimize your wear and tear is super
Absolutely.
important. Save that car for race day.
Especially at qualifying because they're pushing so hard, way harder than normal race day pace. Taking that left line, little blip, and down. 8-foot jump. I mean, they make it look like it's nothing there.
Yeah, Wayland's looking a little bit off pace here. It needs to pick it up if he wants to get up into that top 5.
There is the backdoor spectating area. It's really a great place to go. We got a Jumbotron up there, porta potties and everything. So much great spectator area. When you came through the gate, you got a little map. So, check out those spectator areas and come out here and watch some of the best racing we can throw at you.
The conditions are absolutely perfect right now. Usually when you round this turn right here, you get the sunset right in your eyes during power hour and you're blinded and you can't see a thing.
That's a great point there, Tom. But, yeah, it's a little overcast. The wind's blowing just about perfect. They're calling for a little iffy weather the next couple days, but today is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it doesn't get better than this. So many times in the past we've seen that sun coming up over the top and you famously putting on your black sunglasses before you head on out.
So Wayland Campbell through the Bronco Arch, heading to the Ford Performance qualifying short course, and he is running a great run. I'm going to guess about a 7:30, so it still could be top 5. What a great run so far for Wayland Campbell.
Is he running a soft left rear?
It looks like it. Good catch,
It does,
Jim.
doesn't it?
I don't think it's going to affect him too much.
Yeah, no, I think it's only down a little bit. I think it might even be a little bit soft on the front left as well. But he's very close to the finish now.
Yeah, that left rear is definitely hurt, but just two more turns to go.
Yeah, you're thankful you're turning left right there.
Yeah, but this next one's all right. So we'll see if it goofs with him as he's about to enter the Can-Am corner. One turn to go for Wayland Campbell. I think this is going to be really close to a top 5 run.
Yeah, this is looking really good. Great stuff here from Wayland. He crosses the line and takes the checkered flag.
Third place. Third place for him.
Third place for Wayland Campbell with a 7:26. Great run.
And look at this. Our top 4 is dominated by young guns. In 4th position is Darren Gomez. In 3rd is Wayland Campbell. In 2nd is Levi Shirley. But still top of the box, it's Cade Rod.
What a stacked field. Up next, it looks like it's Cameron Steele.
Cameron Steele in the Laser Nut IFS IRS car.
That's a work of art, isn't it, Tom?
It's a pretty car.
Now, you say a pretty car. Is that a pretty good car or is that just a pretty car?
I told Cody Wagner the first time I saw it, I was like, it needs more front bumper. He goes, I don't plan on hitting anybody with it.
It's an absolute work of
No,
art.
that's a nice car right there.
Now, this is a car that's, again, it's a nearly car. It's nearly won King of the Hammers, 3 times?
It's been up there.
It does happen, Jim.
Yeah.
to
I'm the
everybody,
king
right,
of nearly over here.
Right, as we continue here at the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, powered by Nitto Tires, or presented by Nitto Tires and powered by Optima Batteries. We are here at Power Hour for the qualifying. We're popping out for a short commercial break. If you're with Premium, you'll stay with us. If not, we will see you in 2.
Everyone wants to know how to join the King of the Hammers YouTube channel to access all the premium content. Here's how it's done. Log into YouTube. Go to KOHUltimate.com and join. That's how you get all the good stuff. Enjoy unlimited race coverage, live production multi-view, and additional live camera feeds.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. We are here in Johnson Valley, California, for the greatest rock sports event in the world. That is King of the Hammers, and right now we are qualifying in the 4400 class.
We're watching the recovery right now, but it sounds like Pam Hall's down the line with Bailey Campbell. Pam, what do you got for us?
I am here with Bailey Campbell. We are here patiently waiting for that green flag to drop. But Bailey, I'm rooting for you. I want a first Queen of the Hammers out there. I know that you're wanting that as well.
I want it so bad, and I know Miller wants it for both of us as well. You know, we've put a lot of time into this car. We've got a refreshing engine done by Grom Racing, and I'm just hoping for the best this weekend.
So out there, strategy-wise, do you have anything planned right now in your head, or are you just going to do whatever you need to do out there to hopefully get that top spot of qualifying?
Smooth as fast. That's the whole thing, smooth as fast.
Well, you're a great driver. You've been doing this for a long time. We'll let you go, but good luck out there today.
Thanks. This is my 10th King of the Hammers officially, so it's pretty exciting.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there, Bailey.
Thank you.
Yeah, Queen of the Hammers has such a good ring to it. I think it was 3 or 4, maybe 5 years ago when she was leading this race, and a water pump pulley popped off, if I remember right, and I was in the production trailer, and the wind was out of everybody's sail.
Yeah, absolutely. It was amazing. She had that lead. I mean, that was the Poison Chalice year, wasn't it? Everybody would get the lead, then they'd break. Someone else would get the lead, then they'd break. And then Bailey had it, and she had it for a huge period of time, nearly half a lap before, unfortunately, water pump problems caused her to have to retire. But this is Cameron Steele's car, belongs to Cody Wagner, and this is the 48. And due to new technology, we are actually hoping to be using an in-car camera all the way around this qualifying course.
I believe he's got Starlink on the top of that thing, and here we are on board to watch
the
Cameron Steele.
Technology is amazing.
Let's see what Cameron can do here.
Yeah, this thing is like the Starship Enterprise inside, and then we bolted more Starship bits to it.
Yeah, look at the dash, look at the GPS, and the rear camera's pretty cool as well.
Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic. But as we continue, Pam is back down in the pits, and this time she's with Paul Wolff.
Thanks, Jim. I am here with Paul Wolff. You have been out here on this qualifying course quite a bit already, but now we're out there in your 4400. What is your thoughts going into your qualifying run since you've already been on this course so many times?
We're just going to take it easy out there. I know the rain's coming in, so I kind of want to be the chaser. So I don't know if I want to sit on the pole or not for the big race. So we're going to just put a good enough time. We kind of stay out of the traffic, but I think we're going to try to qualify in about 15th or 20th.
Well, and smooth is fast. That's the words of the day today. So who knows, if you're running a smooth track, you might end up there closer than you want, because we know that how you drive. You are all pedal to the metal.
Yeah, I get a little wild once in a while.
Well, good luck out there on your qualifying run, and we'll hopefully see you up there in your top 15 where you want to be.
Sounds good. We'll see you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Pam, and great luck to Paul Wolff. He's had a little bit of troubles qualifying this week, so he is back for redemption. Looks like we do have Robbie Gordon on all fours, so we should have a clear course here very, very soon.
So 2023, Paul Wolff and Jason Scherer sat on the pole together.
Yeah, yep, good memory there. And it was a drag race out there. I love watching the first two take off.
It's not a fun place to be. You're setting the tempo. You're doing all the navigating. There's a lot of pressure on you to not make any mistakes. And it's definitely, like Paul's talking about being about 20th, 10, 12 off the line. That's a really great place to be.
That's where you want to be, huh? Monster stage, give yourself a wave.
Yeah, great to see that there. And that was a great shot then. You can see Erik Miller's solid axle car parked next to the spaceship that is Lauren Healy's latest vehicle.
Two completely different cars coming out here to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I love about this sport. There's so many different manufacturers out here. They build their metal and they bring it to Hammertown for testing.
And then they go to battle.
So if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. We are here for Power Hour, the final qualifying session for the 4400 class, getting ready for Saturday's big dance, the Race of Kings, the Nitto Race of Kings. Miles, what a day it has been so far.
It's been a wonderful week so far, but especially today for the 4400 main. This is qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings. We started at 8 a.m. this morning, and it's going to be one heck of a power hour yet to come. We still have a little recovery on course, but Cameron Steele should be taking off here very soon, but it sounds like Pam Hall's down with two-time king Erik Miller. What do we got?
Thanks, Miles. Down here with Erik Miller, like Miles just said, two-time king out here qualifying. You guys are going down back door today, but you're very experted out here at King of the Hammers. What are your thoughts on this qualifying course?
Well, are we going down back door?
Are you going to go down back door, or are you taking the bypass?
I don't know. You'll have to see. I mean, we were out there. We were out there with stopwatches. We'll see what happens. I mean, the last couple runs proved maybe back door's not the move. I don't know. So we'll have to see how it plays out. I mean, if you want to risk it, it's definitely faster. But I don't know. Doing homework, there's other spots to go out there. So.
Well, and I'm sure you probably back either down here at our Jumbotron or back at your camp watching the qualifying runs all day long. So you're getting to see the strategies of other people, and that kind of will, give you a little idea of what you're going to do yourself.
It's a long course. It lends well to an Ultra 4 car out here, but I think, a lot of the guys have this attitude that they just got to be on the pole for Saturday, but Saturday's not a short course race. So, this is cool. This is a lot of fun, but this is not where you win King of the Hammers. So we'll see how it all shakes out. Hopefully everybody keeps their cars on 4 tires and 4 tires under them. But guys are pushing hard out here trying to be top dog, but Saturday's what matters.
Exactly. You're 100% correct on that, but I'll let you go. So good luck out there in your qualifying run today.
Thanks, Pam.
Back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Pam. Wow, wise words there from two-time king Erik Miller. And this is a gentleman who could have been king 3 times, possibly even 4 times.
He's been close more than once.
Absolutely. So many little problems, but there are so many people who can also say that. Now, if you're just joining us, we're just waiting for the course to get cleared, but so we can get this power hour back underway. We were watching earlier as Robbie Gordon was racing in JP Gomez's car. He unfortunately had a bit of bad luck making his way down Resolution and became a rock turtle.
There's 3-time king Shannon Campbell in that brand new car. We get to see him here shortly, part of the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame. And speaking about kings, we got all the kings here in Power Hour. Oh, we do have Robbie Gordon moving on along once again. So we do have a free and clear course. I'm sure he'll take a left here and go up and out.
Doesn't. No.
No, he's gonna take it for a test run anyway.
I love it.
So it sounds, again, I was just talking about all the kings. We're going to give you a great shot of all the amazing royalty we have here during Power Hour.
So if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers. And we're just looking down now onto Hammertown, and look at this, Miles. What is that?
That is rock royalty right there. All the Kings. It's just a great shot. Again, we are missing Josh Blyler. Our thoughts and prayers are to you and the entire Big B family. And again, Tom, just like you're not racing if you're not 100%, so they're not either.
Absolutely. On the left there in the foreground, that's Paul Wolff with the wing. Then just behind him we have Lauren Healy. Next to him, we've just heard from him, was Erik Miller. Then to the right is Shannon Campbell. To the right of him in new livery this year is Jason Scherer. Then next to him is another three-time king, Randy Slauson. And then rounding out on the right-hand side there is two-time king, Raul Gomez, who is our current King of the Hammers.
Back-to-back King of the Hammers winner of Raul Gomez. What a great shot of some amazing, amazing talented drivers.
Yeah, now we've got two Kings that have actually gone back-to-back. One was Jason Scherer, the other was Randy Slauson. Oh, sorry.
As well. Come on now.
Was Raul Gomez. I do apologise. But are we going to see a three-time back-to-back with Raul Gomez this year?
Or a fourth King.
Yeah.
A four-time King could happen to this race.
Well, let's just look at our top four currently with Darian Gomez, Waylon Campbell, Levi Shirley, and Cade Rod. So much talent there.
Yeah, any one of those could absolutely win this race. You know, a current King, or there's probably about 20 others that if they have their perfect day, and you have to have luck on your side. Robbie Gordon, we saw him jump down back door just a minute ago.
Yeah, Robbie Gordon getting some free practice.
And again, that car was on its side. Now he's at 100%. These cars take a beating and keep on rocking and rolling. Give it a little roost there. Be heading into the Can-Am corner. Little Talladega burn there.
Fantastic pace here from Robbie. Throwing great big roots of sand as he come across the final jump.
And we'll see Robbie Gordon tomorrow morning racing his Speed UTV. Huh.
So it looks like we've got another recovery here for one of the recovery vehicles.
Recovery for recovery.
And you can also see Logan Goodall's vehicle that we saw rolled in resolution earlier on. And there is another bomber car there. Now, I know that car. That's the red car there. That's a change of livery for this year, isn't it?
I didn't get a good glance at it. There's Robbie Gordon. A little disappointed, but hey, he can repeat last year, start from the back, and still get a top 10.
Yeah, let's not forget, this is a very long race. Though we just heard Erik Miller talking about it, and everybody's clock starts on zero. This is a race on adjusted time. And how many times have we seen people nearly come from the back? We saw Marcus Gomez going into second position only 2 years or 3 years ago.
I 1 year rolled in the qualifier, started 98th. I passed 80 guys in the first desert loop and 16 on lap 2.
That's right. Yeah, I
That's
remember
pretty
that.
physical fourth.
Yeah, that was the year you literally clipped that rock, came over, and you couldn't. Yeah, there was no wheels on the ground. There was no way coming back, was there?
Yeah, I was jumping into the shade. It was so hard to see.
No, I remember that like it was yesterday.
I would give this weather up right now. This is beautiful weather for qualifying.
Yeah, like you mentioned that earlier, Tom, that, yeah, usually the sun is in your eyes, a part of this. And, yeah, with the overcast we have and a little bit of wind.
Beautiful weather for it.
Perfect conditions for Power Hour.
If you're late and just joining us, this is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tire and powered by Optima Batteries. You are joining us for Power Hour. We've had a couple of small rollovers on course while we're clearing course. We are getting ready for more action. Sitting on the line right now is none other than Cameron Steele, Baja 1000 winner in the past, and also a veteran here at the King of the Hammers Trails.
Part of the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, Cameron Steele and Mike Kim getting ready to take off, and we're going to have some onboard cameras as well. I think we should be getting underway here any second.
Yeah, I think Cameron's first KOH with us was co-driving for Brad Level in 2009.
Yeah. 08, I think.
8?
Yeah,
okay.
I believe it was 08, if I remember right, because I think he's been here 1 year longer than I have.
Now, this is a very interesting car indeed. It's independent front suspension, independent rear suspension, and has portal hubs, which gives it incredible ground clearance. It's also one of the very few vehicles that I believe is running a front and rear winch configuration.
Yeah, I've never bothered to put one in the back. I was always planning on going forward, Jim.
Strategy.
Ironically, we did see them having to use their rear winch about 2 years ago to pull themselves out of the course so that other people would get past when they broke in King's Veto.
King's Graveyard.
King's Graveyard, yes.
Yeah, Dave said that year, his quote was, I expect someone to pull in here in first and leave not in first.
And that happened with Cameron
And it
Steele.
did happen.
So our event director, Ben Napier right there, is running down the line, having a chat with everybody.
Ben's doing a great job. We're really thankful to have him
Yeah,
out
we're
here.
lucky to have him because it's just gotten too big. You know, Dave Cole's been running this thing for a very long time, but it's gotten so big that, Ben Napier stepped up and really helped everything run smoothly.
Yeah, Ben Napier, of course, a veteran of King of the Hammers. He's been inside the top 5 on the main race, and he's also won the 4800.
Sounds like through the PCI race radios, 30 seconds away from Cameron Steele grabbing the green flag.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are here now for Power Hour here at King of the Hammers 2024. You are joining us in Johnson Valley, California, and Cameron Steele is going to be hot off the line any moment now.
We'll see how it all shakes out. Are they going to be able to beat out Cade Rod's time of 6:42? I'm really thinking it's going to stick.
I think Cameron's going to play a smooth, safe card here.
He's a very consistent driver.
He definitely studies, does all his homework, and he's famous for it. But
yeah,
I think he's going to play a smart card here.
I've been out here for about a month now, and I've seen him 2 or 3 separate times out there pre-running. He definitely puts his homework in. So number 48, Cameron Steele with Mike Kim riding shotgun out of San Clemente, California with Desert Assassins and Laser Nut Racing. In that Monster Energy back machine, IFS IRS.
Got those Baja Designs lights on, going forward and looking bright.
Yeah, and look at this. This, as you said earlier, Tom, this is perfect race conditions out here in Johnson Valley.
Yeah, he's going inside, outside
I like
right
that
there.
he straightened out that line a little bit. Cameron Steele has a great run going thus far.
Now, he's got to watch out for those gotcha rocks, but as you said before, this man is a technician. He will have studied this course in great detail. He'll know exactly where every gotcha rock is.
And speaking about gotcha rocks, yesterday during the Everyman Challenge qualifier, we saw a lot of flat tires, but those are DOT tires yesterday. Today, these are full-on race tires, and they're taking the abuse a lot better.
Well, I think a lot of the teams know what pressure they're going to run and know what they're about to do, and I think, in all fairness to the guys on the 37s, a lot of them are
There's that rock we're talking about.
Still figuring it out.
So speaking about tire pressure, I'm going to guess is 20, 25 pretty average for both of these guys?
I don't think most people are going to want to tell you what they run.
What'd you run? You're not telling me, huh?
Why should I tell you?
Because I'm not going to go racing.
Yeah, but you're the one that's talking to the world.
Little tricks of the trade, huh?
Hey, he's only going to tell a few friends. It's fine.
Yeah, I believe him.
Yeah, and tyre pressures can make such a difference. And you'll be changing your tyre pressures between main race and qualifying almost certainly.
I always like setting the suspension up for the last lap, not for the first two. So when the
Okay.
course is going away the most is when you need shocks.
I like that strategy. A little tech talk with Tom Ways.
Well, if you start out too soft, you can't go anywhere.
But also the technology is changing inside the cars. When we first used to see King of the Hammer style racing, it came from Rock Sports, and they had suspension seats inside their cars, and in recent years that's changed to hard shell seats.
So much safer.
Oh, absolutely. Not only safer, but it's more comfortable as well.
Yeah, you can get your belts tight and they stay tight. You're not bouncing away from the belts.
Yeah, and that means your safety gear works properly as well. And also, when you finish the race, you actually feel a lot fresher.
So Cameron Steele coming into screen once again. We're hoping to get a little on-car with him. We'll see if we can throw that in from time to time. But look at this machine just making work here in the desert as the Desert Assassin himself is out there stirring up some dust.
Now, Cameron Steele, he's not our fastest qualifier historically. Usually puts it around top 20.
Yeah, he's going for consistency for sure.
I call this spot right here Melville Pass. So where you're coming over the ridge and you start heading towards Melville, usually on race day, that's something that you always know. And historically, it's so cold in the morning when you're coming across to Melville.
And look at him straighten this one out, too.
He's going bush hunting a little bit here. You better be careful.
A great run for Cameron Steele and Mike Kim.
Yeah,
Mike Kim's another great co-driver.
Pushing the limits to the edge of the course, but that's what you're allowed to do. You're allowed 150 feet.
Either side,
center
of
line.
course. So Cameron Steele up and over onto the Terhune tumble.
Now we've seen some incredible speeds down here. What are we going to see here from Cameron Steele?
You can see the front end's a little soft, starting up, catching some of that desert floor. And getting that rear end, that left rear took a really hard hit, but it still looks like it's in great shape.
Yeah, now Mike Kim was in with Christopher Pravoldi the other day in the T1, taking the victory. So no stranger to being on these trails.
Up next is going to be Paul Horschel, number 19, IFS IRS with four-wheel steer.
Paul's based out of Park City, Utah, and been racing with us for quite a while. Debuted with a Jimmy's car and transitioned into his own program, taking everything in-house and building everything. Built some of the most beautiful cars you'll see in the field. He's running a 42-20 setup right there. So he's running a little bigger tire than some guys. Most everybody else is running 40s, but not many people are running 42s. So definitely an advantage in some areas.
So you say he's running a 42-20, so we're talking about actually a 20-inch rim, whereas most of the people over here are running 17s.
Yes, sir.
Is that so he can put a bigger brake package into there?
It definitely makes a difference, and it also gives him room that he can still have that kind of an offset and still get around the uprights in that IFS knuckle there.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we're seeing in desert racing now. They're now moving over to the 18-inch platform so they can use bigger rotors, and you can't go fast if you can't stop. It's as simple as that.
That's definitely the truth of it.
These are probably two of the most technology-advanced cars on course at the same time with Cameron Steele and Paul Wolff. We're about to see Cameron Steele going into resolution, so he'll be dropping back door within the next minute.
You meant Paul Herschel, but we will forgive you there, Miles.
What did I say?
Paul Wolff.
Paul somebody.
But talk to me about Paul Herschel's car. Am I right in thinking that this has passive four-wheel steer in as much as it automatically four-wheel steers?
Yeah, the faster you go, the less it steers. The slower you go, the more it steers. And it's all in the computer. It's, the magic.
Did you see the video clip of him doing the sideways crab jump?
Yeah, that's pretty wild, isn't it?
That's pretty cool to see. And, he's got that big block trophy truck motor in there, that big Danzio.
Yeah, up over 1,000 horsepower for Paul Horschel.
And if we think back into the history of King of the Hammers, it was around about 6 years ago that Paul Herschel had been leading this race for over a lap. He did it more than once. He was dominating the race, coming through to the final lap, and he would start to have problems, whether they were rollovers, broken prop shafts. So this is a man who knows how to run at the front of Hammers, but he's always struggled to finish.
Yeah, Cameron Steele made smooth work coming down back door. That IFS IRS machine.
He's cutting inside here. We haven't seen anybody else taking the inside right.
Move, because you're missing that jump right
coming
there.
into that notch right there, which is the spot you really have to be careful to get a flat tire.
And that was well within the 150 feet, so that was a great homework done by Cameron Steele.
Yeah, we saw a few cars earlier on today, right at the beginning of qualifying, taking that line, but it seemed to bleed speed, whereas you can go flat off that jump.
Cameron Steele's going to have probably a 745, 750 or so. So this is a possible top 10 run for Cameron Steele, top 15 for sure.
I think he's going to be top 15 here, Miles. I reckon he's about 15 seconds off of what I'd call top 5 pace.
So Cameron Steele will be up and through the Bronco Arch, entering the Ford Performance Short Course.
Look at that fantastic view as he takes the
There's
left-hand
that left
line.
line. I love that one.
Oh, we saw James Mahoney using that so well earlier on today.
How did James qualify earlier?
He actually had pole position when he first qualified. I'm not sure where he is now. We'll just have a quick look down as we're waiting.
Yeah, he just got done doing a little remodeling on Gary Faravani Sr.'s car with the help of Keith Beam. And so it's really great to see Gary's car back out here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's in 17th position.
And that just goes to show.
Miles.
Yep.
Yeah, it just goes to show you the quality of this field.
So Paul Horschel and Cameron Steele still pushing hard here during Power Hour for the Nitto Race of Kings during the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries.
So Cameron's got about 7:35 right now. He's in the final stretch here, coming into the final jump here to the timing loop.
740.
Yeah, 740. That is going to put him into that top 10. Good call there, Miles.
9th place.
Yep, 9th place with a 742 for Cameron Steele. That's right where you want to be. Up next is Bailey Campbell. Again, the queen of the Hammers has a great ring, and she's got a great following and just such a great family, the whole Campbell crew.
Well, she is the first lady of Hammertown, that is for sure.
She's been involved in the Ford program. She did the Baja 1000 this year, as well as Rebel Rally, I know, is in her history. So
yeah, really cool to see what she's
involved
doing.
in a lot of cool events, and wish her the best this year.
So number 35, Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller riding shotgun out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing in the Campbell Enterprise 2C IFS with that Grom LS 490. See what kind of horsepower she can throw down and keep those Nitto tires in.
Now this is a car that is designed for King of the Hammers. It has a huge fuel capacity.
I want to believe that thing's almost 80 gallons, that car.
I think you're right, Tom.
Yep. And it gives her the availability to be able to come through main pit, then come all the way back out and get right back into the rock trails before she needs to take on fuel, so she can take track position.
So I think she'll only have to stop one time.
With my car. Yeah, she's got an 8274 Warn winch in the front of that thing.
Yeah,
and hopefully Ryan doesn't have to use it too much.
But as Jim would say, it's nice when you actually do to have an upright fast winch that doesn't take a month of Sundays to pull you to where you're trying to get to.
Absolutely. There's no point carrying a small winch that's not actually going to do the job. You're far better to have a little bit of extra weight and a winch that can actually make the difference in a race like this.
Yeah, the good old Warn 8274. Bailey Campbell top left, Paul Horschel bottom right. I'm sure Paul's going to be dropping back door. Yes, he does. He takes that right. So at the bottom of the back door, you basically add 2 minutes to his run. Ooh, right front flat tire for Paul Horschel. This could be interesting. Ooh, looks like he lost an inner bead lock possibly too.
Yeah, there's something going on there with Paul. And he's still got to make the final jump down, which he does on
with
3
a flat
wheels.
Tire, but jammed that right front. That was hard on equipment. Tough break for Paul Horschel.
His rear steer's turned to the right now as well.
I think he's broken a rear upper. Looking at that, I think he's got a suspension link broken on that right rear.
He's pushing hard, but a wounded duck for sure. Yeah, the rear end steering goofy. I think something's going on with this 4-wheel steer.
And this is the kind of things that can happen when you take risks, when you try to push the envelope, when you try to do something different.
Yeah, you're definitely putting on the show and definitely have the opportunity to get to the front. But as Eric Miller said, do you really want to be there when you get there?
Yeah, well, this is very, very true. And what I love about this Power Hour, we're seeing so many different things. We're seeing the greatest in technology in vehicles like Cameron Steele's and Paul Horschel's. And then we're going to, oh no, Paul's coming to a stop.
Yeah, look at that rear end just completely turning.
Oh, he's going to grave digger that thing right to the finish line.
Yeah.
He's going to try to make it.
If all else fails, you can always drive backwards and let it work the other
Look
way.
at this showmanship. He's just giving all he's got, and he's kind of in control, kind of not. Wow, that rear end's doing whatever it wants. Oh, what a tough break for Paul. But he's still going. He's trying to make it there, and look at him, all throttle. Like I said, the toad, man.
You know, you get those moments that, are they going to make the highlight reel? That's going to make the highlight reel.
Doing a little crab walk left and right. This will be interesting through the Bronco arch if he can get it turned right. Ooh.
Got Bailey Campbell coming down the drop drone area right now, coming down the hill.
And she's showing great speed there, Tom.
So Paul's not really in control of the steering right now, so he's just going to have to kind of limp through the Bronco arch, but he made it. Ouch.
Oh, the front end looks like it's collapsing now as well.
Yeah, he's really putting a beating on that car. His team's going to be busy the next couple days. But he's not giving up yet. But look at Bailey Campbell. She's got a great run going. Oh, he loses. He's going to be high-centered. Yep. Paul Horschel is stuck in the Ford Performance Short Course. Doing a little neutral drop front and rear.
That hurts to see.
Yeah, what a bummer. I hate to see that for anybody.
Well, let's hope our recovery crews can just pull him out of the way quickly.
He's enough out of the way. They'll keep on running with that as Bailey Campbell is up and over Resolution.
I should be coming down there. Ryan will just be in her ear, just saying, keep it calm, keep it smooth.
I'll kiss the rock with the left rear a little bit, but everything still looks like it's intact. So Paul Horschel is stuck and broke at the very end after this 3-mile qualifier.
So another fast guy in the back come Saturday. You know, we're going to have Robbie Gordon there. We're going to have JP there. We're going to have Paul.
Yep.
There's going to be some nervous people out of those guys.
Because a lot of these are the trail riders out here trying to just finish King of the Hammers, and now they're going to have some top notch coming from the back. So, yeah, they're going to be some
don't offend
interesting
anybody.
passes.
Don't offend anybody calling them trail riders. You know, you might hurt someone's feelings here.
I love everybody that comes out here and races King of the Hammers.
No, there's nothing better than when you take the green flag and knowing that you gave everything to get here, and your friends and family
and all the
have
sweat
given
and
everything
tears
to get here to be proud when you take the green flag. There's nothing more fulfilling.
Nobody just turns up at King of the Hammers. It's months of hard work, as you just say.
Years. So Bailey Campbell's coming down. We'll get her through back door.
So this is the bottom of resolution.
So the first drop, we'll see if she sends it. She's going
She
that left
does.
side and just walks the dog down back door. Great job by Bailey Campbell.
And when you see it like that, you think back 48 hours and everybody going, oh, are they going to drop back door? Are they not going to drop back door?
And now everybody, if you don't, well, we're hearing from Erik Miller. He may take the bypass. We'll see. Well, we've seen a couple straight axles jump down.
Absolutely, as we watch Bailey Campbell, and off the line now is none other than Paul Wolff. This is a man who has dominated in the Ultra 4 USA National Series.
Mr. Paul Wolff in that single-seater, number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolff Racing, that UFO single-seat machine. See what he can do. I love the Mario Kart theme on the side of this car. One of my favorite wraps out here.
Now, let's talk about the wing. Do you think the wing makes a difference, Tom?
I think it's silly.
Well, I think so. He did a little social media thing about the F1 and all that. So I think it's just a play on it.
Well, that's it's straight and to the point.
But it definitely looks like a Mario Kart.
So Paul Wolff. Now, Paul Wolff has already been on this qualifying course 3 times this week.
But he has yet to finish a qualifier. He's had just terrible luck. So he's here for redemption.
Well, he said it himself, though. He just wants to run a clean run, and he doesn't want to sit here on a rainy day when we're taking the starting line and be off the front.
So Bailey,
he's trying to think strategy.
Absolutely. Bailey Campbell, I think, is going to be in the top 10 or at least top 15. She's got a great run going for her.
Yeah, she has. Just coming around about 7:20. She's got the Can-Am Talladega and a final jump. And she'll be taking that checkered flag.
Yeah, right around that 740 mark, I believe. So, yeah, I think she's definitely well in the top 10. Great run. Maybe top 5.
Yeah, I think she's going to be in there.
7th position for Bailey Campbell with a 736.
Fantastic run there from young Bailey as we watch two-time king Lauren Healy. Now, Lauren Healy is a specialist at this. We very first saw him here at King of the Hammers way back when he earned his spot on the start line at the LCQ.
Yeah, the year before he was here and broke his T-case and didn't get to run, and then he came back with his red Jimmy's car that year, and that was the year we went up Sledgehammer.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love the history of this. But Lauren Healy is a specialist at qualifying.
And that is a brand new car. They're out here shock tuning 1 month ago was the first time it was in the dirt.
Well, think about what he did last year when he jumped off that rock shelf. So, you know, Lauren, you could also say, just like we were saying about Jason, what's Lauren going to do? So you know that he's going to be bringing the heat right now.
Absolutely.
Two-time
will he be
Lauren Healy about to take off.
I was just looking at his car. It looked to me like he had the 42-inch tires on as well.
Definitely strategy goes into it.
Yeah, and let's not forget he also has. Now, is he going to be running the portal hubs on that car?
Yep. He's got the 74-wheel pullers on.
He has so many cars these days. I get confused as to which one has the portals and which one doesn't.
I definitely can't keep up, but my friend Quinn makes those. We used to wheel out here way before the King of the Hammers days out here.
That's awesome. I love those behind-the-scenes stories.
And look at the pace here of Paul Wolff as he comes on down through the drop zone.
Paul Wolff's got a great qualifying run going so far.
Looks like he's got a lot of down pressure right there.
Sounds like we're about 25 seconds away from throwing Lauren Healy out on this 3-mile qualifier for Power Hour.
Yeah, I wonder if he sits at home just working out the angles.
He's carrying some speed up resolution, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's got a great run going in that single seat UFO.
He is an absolute wheel man. And the reason that he hasn't finished is just because he wants it so badly. He gives it 110% at every given moment.
So off the line now is two-time king number 67, Lauren Healy out of Farmington, New Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road Team. That Triton Engineering mid-engine two-seat IFS Bronco with 4 performance horsepower.
Yeah, we just saw Paul come over the top of Resolution catching air, which we really haven't seen too many people doing, so.
Yeah, he means this one.
Yeah, he wants a strong start for sure. I saw him clip a rock with the right front a little bit. I can't quite tell. Yeah, it's going soft, isn't it? Yep, that right front flat tire for Paul Wolff. I saw him hit that rock, and it looked a little tough.
Yeah,
they're really putting these cars through the paces.
So here we got Lauren in the bottom right coming through the ditch diving section, as I like to call it.
And I love it because on the left is rocks and the right is desert, give you a little bit of everything.
Yeah, this qualifying course really is like a micro King of the Hammers.
This is probably my favorite qualifier we've had for some time. I think we ran this qualifier back in, what was it, 2011, 2012?
Yeah.
For the LCQ?
No, I think it's really amazing because Dave just keeps mixing it up and making every qualifier different. And the biggest thing I see is Dave gets a trail bomber, and you got to really be able to drive in the rocks.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
you don't think for a second that he's not driving the wheels off that thing, looking for every single new canyon. And anybody that knows Dave knows how much he loves the sport. So
he
if
loves
we're out
going
here,
out there
if
wheeling.
you think about how many new trails we've had in the last 2 years. Look at Paul.
Oh,
Takes the center
off the
line.
center line.
Center
That's
to right.
incredible.
I like the right. I've always been a right fan.
I think that was
awesome.
the fastest run down back door we've seen in some time.
Okay, let's look at this time now. He's around about 5:28. I reckon that he's going to be pushing Cade Rod's time here.
I think he's going to be top 3 or 4 because remember he's got that right front flat tire, so he's going to shed a little bit of time.
I was just looking at that a moment ago. It hasn't gone completely flat yet.
I think he'll
that
be
first
well
turn
in
the
the
short
top
course
5.
is going to be tough though because he's going to be on that front right.
And that's where he rolled over last time, so it'll be in his mind as well.
Oh, that left rear hit real hard and swapped out a little bit. Was able to save it.
This is where that downforce is coming in, Tom.
So Paul Wolff through the Bronco Arch, entering the 4 performance short course.
See, that tire doesn't look so bad to me right now, Miles.
It's definitely low.
I just wonder if that's a prep issue, if I'm honest. He goes past Paul Herschel over the first jump, heading back out towards the bottom of King Hill before turning hard right.
Those UFOs fly through the air so flat.
Oh, absolutely! Look at this.
He's on. He's right. He's going to be right there.
Yeah, he's not going to be pushing for Cade Rod's time, but he is going to be looking likely that he could go into second position here.
He may be starting on the front row. He was going for 15th or so, but now he's in second.
This is a fantastic run from Paul Wolff. The clock is still ticking. He's at 6:55. He needs to beat 7:20. That seems almost an absolute certainty as he comes round onto the straightaway and for the final jump and the checkered flag. Paul Wolff crosses the line.
Unofficially officially in second with a 7:06. Paul Wolff with a great run.
Now, get your heads around this, gentlemen. That is still 24 seconds slower than Cade Rod.
I believe Erik Miller, 2-time king, is about to take off in his Miller Motorsports chassis. There he is off, number 21, Erik Miller and Nathan Stowers out of Cumberland, Maryland with Miller Motorsports and his Miller Motorsports Pro chassis with that Jeff Ginter racing engine. He has won King of the Hammers a couple of times.
He has, and he's been the nearly man on more than one occasion. And he's very proud of the fact. I think he's completed every King of the Hammers he's entered.
Last year, I believe he did not.
Yeah.
Yep. I pulled him out of being stuck on the sledgehammer.
I remember
when he was dead.
I remember Erik Miller a couple years ago coming in second place, and the disappointment in his eyes was all that you know. It just tells the story that
he is
it's
a
win or not.
Fierce competitor.
Absolutely.
And as he likes to say, that's why I come out here, and that's what I expect back.
100%. You're right in that.
He wants to beat everybody
category
on their best day, and that's what we've all strived for. That's what Shannon Campbell's told us forever. You want to beat everybody on their best day.
Yep.
Not when they're broken or not have all the parts they need.
Absolutely.
You want to beat them.
That's why everybody helps everybody in the pits. You want to make sure that every car out there is 100%. So when you stand there and you hold that scepter high, you know you are a worthy king.
So 2 kings on the course at the same time, Lauren Healy and Erik Miller.
Lauren's really carrying some speed here into the turn off to the dune, down the back door. He's carrying some speed right here.
Just look at this time, Miles. It's a 5:18 at the moment.
This is going to be a super fast run. Makes back door look like it's not even there. So this is going to be really close to Levi Shirley's 7:20 time.
He's going to have to pick up the pace. He's just a little bit off of that second place pace right now, and he's nowhere near Cade Rod's time. Cade Rod was in a spaceship as he came round through all this part, and Lauren Healy is in his own spaceship right now. Let's see what he can do.
I'll be interested to see if Erik Miller does bypass back door. Him and Pam were talking about it.
So Lauren Healy, 2-time Kings, making his way towards the Bronco Arch in his Bronco. The Ford Performance star got on board with the Ford program a few years ago when he got together with his friend Vaughn Gittin Jr. to create the Fun Havers team.
So Lauren Healy in his Bronco through the Bronco Arch, entering the Ford Performance short course with a great run under his belt. This is looking like I'm going to say right in that 3rd position.
Yeah, it's looking likely right now. I don't think he is going to bother Paul Wolff, and I don't think he's certainly not going to bother our pole sitter right now, who is Cade Rod.
Couple more turns to go, and Lauren Healy will be grabbing that checkered flag.
And that just shows you the incredible pace of Cade Rod that we saw earlier today. When you see specialists like Lauren Healy, who thrive on this kind of occasion, unable to match his pace.
I would love to add a radar gun on the drop hill on Cade.
Yeah, to see how fast he was actually going.
Yes.
He said top of 2nd, bottom of 3rd, whatever that means. So Lauren Healy around the Can-Am corner. One more Yukon launch to go, and the checkered flag will be flying. Looks like about a 7:10 or so.
Huge jump there from Lauren Healy.
Oh, gets a little crossed up at the end, and Lauren Healy is in that 3rd position with a 7:11.
Absolutely fantastic stuff.
So row number 2 for Lauren Healy thus far. And there's 3-time King Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer Shannon Campbell and that brand new, beautiful built 2-seater. He's been in a single-seater forever, so this year he's got a 2-seater. Drew Schultz will be riding shotgun with him during the race. It does look like he's got riding by himself. So number 5, Shannon Campbell out of Lakeside, Arizona with the Coupe Racing and Fabrication. And with just that 2-seat IFS Campbell chassis running those Vision wheels.
And just look at Erik Miller here, making his way out the wash towards Resolution. This pace is phenomenal, Tom.
Miller's always a threat. Miller's always going to be there, always pushing. And it's going to be great to see him on race day because he's always a threat for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. He's like the silent assassin. He never does much on the desert loop, and then all of a sudden he just appears on that 3rd lap in the rocks.
I love putting all of the past and current Kings here at the end of Power Hour. What a great afternoon. Thanks again for everybody for tuning in. This has been an amazing day of qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings during the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries.
Now, Erik Miller's making his way down through Resolution. We heard him in his interview with Pam. He did not look convinced that backdoor was the line to go. Are we going to see the first of our Power Hour racers going up through for the bypass? I don't think we are.
We're about to find out. He was, Pam just talked to him, and he didn't really give all the secrets. I think he's going to bypass it. I think he wants to save the car.
Okay. Well, this is very true as well.
And again, I mean, you don't have to start on the pole to win this race. On Saturday's big day, it is on adjusted time. I mean, Tom, you started from the back and have done well with adjusted time on your side.
Yeah, sometimes you get unlucky and you get into a huge traffic jam and then you risk that. And I think now everybody's qualifying so fast and a lot of people are fast everywhere that you have to decide if you're going to respect the breakaway. And that's what this comes to. When someone leaves, are you going to respect the breakaway or are you going to keep racing your own race?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking here right now.
And he does bypass it. Erik Miller up and around back door, so we'll see what kind of time splits he has there.
Let's see how hard left he goes here because then he's going to make his turn early. Look how far left he's going.
Well, I'm already looking at the time here. He's around about 30 seconds off of top 5 pace right now. But Erik will be the first to admit he does not have the most powerful motor in this field, putting down around about the sort of 600, 620 mark, which is a good 100 plus down on most of the field.
Gets all crossed up there, getting all slideways, but keeps her under control. Oh, big donkey kick, too. Erik Miller's pushing.
But the thing you do get about a motor that size in this race is you get a lot more reliability and gas mileage in the rocks, and the thing's going to be a lot friendlier to drive.
What is your average fuel mileage out here? Are you 2 to 3, I'd assume?
If you're getting 2.5 to 2, usually you know your suspension's working well, and you're able to keep pushing. So the worse mileage you get, the more you celebrate.
My miniature van can get 32 on a road trip.
Thanks.
That's not helpful.
Exactly. I couldn't have put it better myself. Right, in the top 10 right now, as we are here at Power Hour, the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tyres and powered by Optima Batteries. In 10th position is Brendan Thompson. In 9th is Bailey Campbell. In 8th is Kyle Cheney. In 7th is Ron Prindle.
In 6th is Darian Gomez. In 5th, Waylon Campbell. In 4th, Levi Shirley. In 3rd is Lauren Healy.
Paul Wolff in 2nd and Cade Rod in 1st.
With that 6:42. What a great time.
Had Miller coming into the infield, came through the Bronco arch, and he's close to being to the end of his run.
Around the last Can-Am corner, Erik Miller is about to get a time. It's going to be a top 10, I do believe, with about a 7. Oh, I missed it. A couple more turns to go, sorry.
Yeah, I've made the same mistake myself. You see them come off that big jump.
So we're going to step away with the action. And if you don't have premium, go to KOHUltimate.com, and we'll be back with more racing action yet to come. So we'll step away. We'll be right back after this.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
but we got Jason Scherer on course here, my best friend and one of the fastest Kings we'll ever have here, 11-time fastest qualifier here at King of the Hammers. He's coming around here working his way towards resolution right now.
And he's got a great run going so far. He's getting ready to cross up and over the Terhune Tumble. Jason Scherer, like you said, I think it's 9 times in a row he started on the pole. We'll see if he can bump out Cade Rod.
Yeah, we just saw 3-time King Shannon Campbell crossing the line and going into 13th position. So a real solid run there for Shannon Campbell in his brand new car.
Oh, look at Scherer going extra wide. I like that line. He kind of skipped over some of those deeper ruts and cut right in.
Now, Scherer is the consummate professional. He is another specialist. And this, I think Dave Cole put it best. If you need a rock man in any race, Jason Scherer is always going to be your first choice.
And you've got the most competitive person in the passenger seat, Jason Berger. I mean, those guys won the Baja 1000 this year together. I mean, Jason and Jason are one of the most formidable combos that you could ever imagine in the sport.
I think Jason Berger is probably the winningest co-driver out there. He's won with Shannon Campbell in the UTV, with Jason Scherer 3 times.
Yeah, he's got a trophy cabinet that looks really rather good.
And off the line, we just saw Randy Slauson and Dustin Edmick riding shotgun, the number 44-48, 3-time King of the Hammers championship out of Gardnerville, Nevada with Bomber Fab. And that Bomber Fab solid axle machine with Pella Motorsports.
Now, Randy's been there, seen it, done it. Was in the OG car when it won here at the very first King of the Hammers. Now, Randy's not the fastest of qualifiers normally, and as Tom will tell you, this race is not often won from the front. It's often won from mid-pack.
Well, what you'll normally see...
Oh, no, look at this.
Oh, my word, what's going on here?
Oh, my.
Oh,
guys,
no.
That's a shame.
This isn't good.
That should be a rerun.
We should give him a rerun. What a tough break for Slauson. I think if I was him, I'd probably turn around.
Yeah, that's a tough one because you're probably not going to want to rerun. He's probably the normal Randy will be out tonight looking and pre-running for the Saturday race, and he's already thinking about what's next. He's here for race day.
Well, he definitely let them know they were on course, that's for sure.
Yeah, and right now in resolution, it's all about 3-time King Jason Scherer.
We have 6 King of the Hammers wins on the course at the same time, 3 by each. That is extremely impressive. This is our 18th King of the Hammers, and 6 wins by these 2.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. And Jason Scherer making backdoor look oh so easy.
He definitely looks smooth through here. Cade Rod's was a blistering fast pace, but this is just a smooth fast pace.
He is not on Cade Rod's pace, but he said before, I'm not sure I want to beat Cade Rod, but I would like to be alongside him. And at the moment, he's just off that. I think he's going to be sat behind Cade Rod if he continues with this pace.
I think this is a top 5 run by Jason Scherer right now, and Randy Slauson definitely lost a few seconds with that UTV that got in his way. Tough break for Slauson there, but he's still pushing along.
So Jason Scherer, 3-time King, the nearly man for the last 2 years. And although he loved to see Raul Gomez on the top of the box, not as much as he'd like to have been on the top of the box himself, and he'll be working so hard to make a change this year.
Jason Scherer through the Bronco Arch into the Ford Performance short course, and the car still looks like it's in great shape. So Jason Scherer, blows the corner. That's uncharacteristic for Jason Scherer.
Yeah, that just shows how hard he is pushing here, Miles.
I think he's got a
left rear flat, maybe? No.
Yeah, I think that
left rear
going down.
Yeah, left rear flat. Tough break there, but he's in the infield. He'll make it there.
So just looking at his time now, we're around about the 6:55 as he comes into the Herbst turn 19.
I think he's going to be really similar to Levi Shirley's 720.
And let's not forget when Levi laid down that 720, he blew the whole field apart. He was 40 seconds ahead of the rest of the field at that point.
And everybody's been stepping up the game ever since.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a challenge because you got to sit there and wait the whole time and then see how hard you're going to have to push, or you can sit there and decide if how hard you're going to go.
Absolutely. And Jason Scherer goes into 5th.
So 1 second behind Levi Shirley.
Now, this is the first time that he hasn't qualified in first position for how many years?
9 in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, nearly a decade. We're seeing a change at the top here at King of the Hammers.
But right now he'll be in the third row, so that's still an excellent spot to be.
Well, we don't know that because there's a man here who would really like to be ahead of him. And that man is none other than Raul Gomez, two-time king and our current king. He has the scepter in his possession and he does not want to give it away.
He's taken this very seriously the past 3 years. I think he's watching motivational videos nightly, working out all the time, super motivated. Great guy on top of it.
Oh, absolutely. The whole Gomez racing crew is absolutely amazing. They bring so many people out here, and like you said, they are really taking it serious the last few years.
The maturity that's come into his racing in the last few years. Last year, we saw him going side by side with Jason across the desert. And instead of dueling and boxing, he drove his own race. He let Jason go out there and push and push and push. And he just sat back and went, Jason, you want to go? You go. I know you're going to come back to me. And that's exactly what happened. It was a wonderful drive by Raul Gomez.
Yeah, and this is an endurance race.
And also Darian, when he broke over in in between her problems, he hiked all the way over to the plaque line and was pulling rope for him, and he also did for me by the time we got there, which was a huge help.
In fact, if you actually look back at the last two King of the Hammers, they've both been won at winch point incidents.
Yeah, we'll see. Our current king back-to-back, Raul Gomez, about to take off the line. Number 83 out of Lotus, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing in that UFO single seat with that huge Dugan's engine. We'll see if he can put that Nitto tires to the traction.
And here we go. It is two-time king Raul Gomez off the line in his Joe Thompson UFO machine, laying down some serious Danzio power.
Raul Gomez and Randy Slauson on the course at the same time.
5 titles between them as Raul heads off out into the desert.
But right now we're watching Randy Slauson. He jumps down in a solid axle. There's a little bit of a kick, but that was a pretty good run. Randy Slauson down through back door. So he'll be roughly a high 7s qualifier. Remember, he did get hung up by that UTV.
Yeah, and we were watching two-time king Erik Miller earlier. I can tell you that he has gone into 23rd position and is currently our second highest placed solid axle car behind Philip McGilton in 19th position.
So Raul Gomez and Randy Slauson running along. Raul putting those King shocks to work. I love the new King shock wrap on that.
Yeah, that was a brand new car out here last year. That
Brand
thing arrived,
new.
Didn't even have a mile on it, and they took it off the dyno and brought it here, and Raul won. Impressive, the cars those guys
that
are
was
putting
the year
together
before.
in that
Yeah, I was going to say that was 2 years ago because that same car's won too.
Yeah, my bad.
Yep, 2 years in a row it's won. But yeah, the first year he won, it had 0 miles until it got here.
Yeah, and it's had 0 issues. That's the most impressive thing. We all talk about new car blues. We always talk about running them in. No such thing for Raul Gomez. Literally straight out of the box, all shiny and new, and straight to the podium to pick up his scepter.
Randy Slauson through the Bronco arch into the Ford Performance short course, and he is really pushing that corner.
Yeah, and this is a great time here from Randy. Not one of our fastest qualifiers historically.
But he'll have adjusted time on his day.
I mean, that's a great run for Randy.
Absolutely.
That's a great place for him to be. So
I think he's going to be in that top 20 zone at the moment. He's still got the Can-Am Talladega to take on.
I'm not sure if Mike Slauson's in there or Dustin Emmig's in there right now.
I think it's Dustin.
I think there's going to be some interesting things happening with those guys always. I think they got a little strategizing going.
Yeah, and he's just under the 8-minute mark there.
So again, that'll be right around that 20 mark. As now the only competitor left to go is on course right now, two-time and current King of the Hammers champion, Raul Gomez.
Yeah, and Randy Slauson is now the second highest qualifying solid axle car in 22nd position with an 8 minutes and 1 second.
Thanks again for everybody tuning in to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Nitto Race of Kings qualifier. Oh, gets off course and was doing the bike. That was a little sketchy at 75+ mile an hour, but was able to keep it under control.
So Raul Gomez here got all out of shape coming down through the drop drone, but he's gathered it back up and he's heading up now towards the bottom of Resolution.
And here's Raul from last year, a fun little highlight of Raul with his King shocks. We see him and Jason Scherer in this little highlight reel in your bottom right.
Yeah, they were battling so hard together.
It was a race to the finish.
It certainly was, and it was right down to the wire. Seconds between those two cars as they raced all the way down through Turkey Claw, heading back into town. And right now we're watching Raul Gomez.
2 minutes 30 at this point. This is a good, oh, no, it's frozen. I was like, that's a smoking run.
Yeah, so Raul, just to add to the drama, Raul Gomez's clock freezes there.
And it's, I did hear from race ops through the PCI race radio, Randy Slauson is not going to rerun. He's going to take his 20 position.
Yeah, I think that's a wise decision.
He would have had a little bit of better time on top of that, considering that he had 2 golf carts in the way.
Absolutely.
So Raul Gomez, the current King of the Hammers champion, is out on course. Our last competitor to go today for the Nitto Race of Kings qualifier. And then tomorrow, 8 a.m., the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship will be underway. And they're calling for some interesting weather tomorrow, so we'll see how all that shakes out.
Yeah, so Raul Gomez now picking his way down through Resolution. And he's going to make the split here. Almost certainly he will be going down back door. At 5:17, he is off top 5 pace right now. Needs to find around about 5 seconds if he wants to break into the top 5. There's the first waterfall.
We'll see. We saw JP take a little tumble, but Raul Gomez makes quick work dropping down back door.
Yeah, and he's just bled a little bit of time there. He's about 10 seconds off where he needs to be if he wants to be in that top 5. He's still looking good for around about top 10, top 12
I was going to guess,
right
yeah,
now.
top 10-ish for sure, if he can keep it together.
Trying to remember where he qualified last year, and I've got a feeling it might have been a very similar position.
I'm sure he could tell us.
Raul loves to race whoever's next to him out of Hammertown, but then drop in behind you and follow you and let you navigate for him, as most smart single-seater racers do.
Single seat, yep. That goes into the strategy for sure.
Yeah, he puts the pressure on you, makes you think that he wants to race you, makes you get out there in front, and then he just sits on your tail.
So Raul Gomez heading up through the Bronco Arch, and that is, look at that backdrop. Hammertown is absolutely amazing today.
Yeah, as we watch Raul Gomez coming in towards the finish now, our top 10 currently sits Bailey Campbell, 2-seat car, Carl Cheney, 2-seat vehicle, Ron Prindle, single-seater, Darren Gomez, single-seater, Waylon Campbell, single-seater, Jason Scherer, 2-seater, Levi Shirley, 2-seater, Lauren Healy, 2-seater, Paul Wolff, single-seat, and Cade Rodd is pole at the moment, also with a single-seat car.
Raul Gomez in the Ford Performance short course for this qualifying run. Just a few more turns to go for Raul Gomez. Should be right around that 7:30 mark or so. So I think he's going to be right in that top 10.
Yeah, he's picked up some speed coming out the bottom of back door. He was definitely 10 seconds off pace there on the splits we've seen from other vehicles.
Into the Can-Am final corner. Raul Gomez, the current King of the Hammers champion. One more jump to go for the Yukon launch, and the checkered flag will be flying for Raul Gomez.
Second, third row, he's going to be in great shape.
Yeah.
6th position.
And he's actually going to be lining up alongside Jason Scherer. Wow, what a battle that will be.
So let's go through this, and on that pole position is Cade Rodd. Right next to him is going to be Paul Wolff.
In 3rd position, it's Lauren Healy. And in 4th, Levi Shirley.
Jason Scherer, followed up by Raul Gomez.
Row 4 will be Waylon Campbell and Darian Gomez.
And then in 9th and 10th will be Ron Prindle and Kyle Cheney, rounding out our top 10.
What a great run by all of these competitors. These guys and gals put on one heck of a show for the Nitto Race of Kings qualifier. What an amazing, amazing day.
Okay, so there is our top 10. If you have just joined us, this is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. What a day of qualifying has been here for the 4400. In 10th is Kyle Cheney. In 9th, Ron Prindle. In 8th, it's Darren Gomez. And we move through into the top 20. But so in 7th was Waylon Campbell. In 6th, it was Raul Gomez. In 5th, it was Jason Scherer. 4th, Levi Shirley, who really upped the pace. Then 3rd, Lauren Healy. 2nd, Paul Wolff. And the man of the moment is Cade Rod.
Will be taking off in that first position Saturday morning at 8 a.m. And then in 11th is Bailey Campbell. Then Brendan Thompson, Cole Clark, Cameron Steele, Shannon Campbell, Casey Curry, Cody Addington, Brian Caprara, Vaughn Gittin Jr., and Philip McGilton.
Yeah, Philip McGilton, got to talk about that. Our highest position, solid axle car. Then in 21st is Brett Harrow, 22nd Matt McGowan, 23rd Randy Slauson, 24th Jordan Pellegrino, 25th Erik Miller, 26th James Mahoney, 27th Cody Miller, 28th Marcus Gomez, 29th Kevin Stearns, and 30th Brent Burton.
In 31st is Guy Miller. In 32nd, Casey Gilbert. Then Pip Justice, Christopher Brandon, Jeff Wagner, Justin Wicks, Jaron Gunter, Amber Turner, Mark Welch, and Tad Dowker.
In 41, it's Tad Dowker. In 42, Chip McLaughlin. 43, Hunter Miller, Brian Reed, Brent Muffett, Dalton Hamilton, Kevin Porterfield, Craig Allen, Dan Fresh, and Chad Hunt.
Josh Sowell, John Webb, A.K. Watley in 53rd, Benjamin Miller in 54th, Jeff Bergman in 55th, Bailey Cole in 56th, and Tim Hooper in 57th.
58th is Frank Von der Heide, 59th Tom Gilpin, and 60th is Dennis Sterndal. And there's so many races out there. 116 races in total being out there on the track today.
In 61st is Glennie Page, then Joe Gatlin, Chad Owens, Greg Adler, Tommy Dykstra, Pat Beckwith, Robert Karras, Mark Nicholson, Clinton Peterson, and Jamie McKean.
Let's not forget you didn't have to qualify if you didn't want to. And his 71st is Gary Easley, Jonathan Dawes, Edwin Abt, Robbie Gordon, Kevin Taylor, Rich Goldman, Tim Rogers, Brian Hayes, Oracle Lynn, and Andrew McLaughlin. But today was all about the young guns. Today was all about Cade Rod.
What a blistering pace he did with that 6:42. And speaking about Cade Rod, we do have
We're going to get a highlight reel, are we?
Yeah,
this is going to be exciting. I mean, this is about big block power and young guns throwing down.
Yeah, he had such a blistering pace earlier today, and he is on that pole. And here's Cade Rod.
Now, Tom, talk to us. What are we looking at here?
He's driving hard, late into the turns. He's up on the cushion where he needs to be, and he's putting power on the ground right there.
I mean, he is riding the ragged edge all the way to the finish line. I mean, you almost think he's out of control, but he controlled it the whole time.
He's looking smooth to me, you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's some really interesting things about this car. Not only is it a car that's been built in the garages of his father, Randy Rod, but this car's running a new style of suspension. It's running Bilstein. That's not a name that we normally see out here in the desert. And it's fantastic to see what they're doing right now. I'm sure they'll be super stoked to be first, but look at the speed here.
That's Cade Rod coming down the tear, boom, tumble. And look at the extra real estate on this new livery. I think he's saying, hey, you want to be on a fast car? Come check me out.
Yeah, Cade Rod leading absolutely nothing on the course. We saw him battling so hard in Ultra 4 USA Regionals last year, dialing this car in, getting rid of the bugs. Now the question is, can this young man win this race on Saturday? Has he got what it takes to be on top of the box? Has he got what it takes to become a new king here at King of the Hammers?
Only time will tell. That'll be Saturday morning at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We'll be kicking off the 4400 Nitto Race of Kings with Cade Rod on screen taking off in that pole position, side by side with Paul Wolff.
Yeah, I love his positioning here as he comes up over the top, but he takes that right-hand line as he dives on over. Absolutely incredible.
And this is super fast through these nuisance rocks, too, as he just launches down back door.
He comes down back door like it doesn't exist. Zero respect for the rocks.
I think he hit that final shelf at about 40.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us today for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers presented by Nitto Tyre and powered by Optima Batteries. Today has been all about the qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings, which will be on Saturday. But join us tomorrow, where it will all be about the 4900 UTV Hammers Championship.
It's going to be a great showing tomorrow morning, so please tune back in, 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I am Miles Highsquist alongside Tom Ways and Jim Marsden from the entire Hammer King production crew. We thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. We will see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great night.